positioned him as an affable background character. He's far more nuanced while on defense against Ji-hun, allowing Kang Ha-nyul to step up and match Lee's energy with each ill-fated interaction. We see a real shift play out in what's arguably Squid Game's most harrowing game, which pits players against each other more overtly than ever before. Split into two opposing teams, one group is tasked with killing the other in a high-stakes rendition of hide and seek. In comparison to more metaphorical games that came before it, this one gets a little too literal, putting actual daggers in the player's hands. Part of the intrigue in past games was due to players making split-second decisions to save their hides. Here, the choice is essentially stripped from them, but it still contains some of Squid Game's harshest heartbreaks and lessons. Chief among those lessons, good intentions never guarantee a hero's ending, or that they'll remain good for long. It's a reality that makes this particular chapter comparable to the gut punch of Season 1's Gangbu. It's also where Park Sung-hoon, returning as the combat-trained trans character, and fan favorite Hyung-ju, gets to flex some action star skills and deliver solid physical and emotional blows. The game's biggest reveal, however, is that of the wealthy VIPs masquerading as Squid Game guards. Previously only seen briefly in Season 1, the VIPs' increased involvement in the games makes them a prominent part of Season 3. Their participation leads to one of the season's biggest weaknesses, not because their overt gleefulness cranks up the brutality in any meaningful way, but because their cringe-inducing dialogue and almost cartoonishly villainous line delivery clashes with their co-star's sincerity. Beyond that, their insights, which mostly amount to recaps of what we just watched unfold, are almost entirely unnecessary. And on a show that's maintained a decent pace up to this point, the VIP's edition feels a lot like filler. Its only saving grace is that it becomes the source of a pivotal development in the game when Joon-hee unexpectedly gives birth and the rich spectators vote to make the baby not so much a bundle of joy, but a bit of weird computer animation, from what I can tell, a new player. Apart from giving certain players a renewed reason to survive and raising questions about how exactly a newborn can compete in the Squid Game, the baby is a brilliant, devastating show of the trauma handed down from parent to child. As her fate is left up to a soulless system and desperate opponents, she brings a 21st century disregard for children into alarming focus. This predictably culminates in an intense face-off between Ji-hun and the baby's father, being morally ambiguous crypto bro Myung-gi. But the lack of surprise doesn't negate the final battle's absolutely breathtaking execution, concluding with cinematography that's both haunting and a testament to the level of craft that went into Squid Game. Wong's decision to not take the easy way out is admirable. A much cleaner, happier ending wouldn't have been as effective. Instead, we're left with a final reminder that there are very few winners in either the Squid Game or its many everyday analogs. We're also left with the parting scene and A-list cameo, because we can't forget just how big of a global phenomenon we're leaving behind. That could be interpreted as leaving the door open for future games. It's a daunting thought. Squid Games is a cautionary tale that benefits from brevity, rather than a multiverse of pointless spin-offs and sequels. On its own, the ending further illustrates a dangerous game with global impact, one that we can try to outlive, but never fully escape. Squid Game finds its way to a memorable ending, but not without some notable hangups. New games and cycles of trauma drive home the cruelty of this universe in novel ways, and Lee Jung-jae wraps his iconic portrayal of Ji-hoon in stunning fashion. Some of Season 3's twists manage to cleverly and punishingly illustrate the long-lasting ripple effects of a capitalist hellscape, while others, like expanded roles for the wealthy VIPs watching and wagering on the games, adds unnecessary noise. This final chapter isn't without flaws, but it still delivers the suspense and cinematic polish that made Squid Game such a hit in the first place.
아직도 사람을 믿나?
For more TV reviews, check out what we thought of Andor Season 2 and The Last of Us Season 2, and be sure to follow IGN wherever you like to watch.
Before I sat down to play about 3 hours of Mafia: The Old Country, Hangar 13 president Nick Baines repeatedly mentioned his team's desire for players to finish this prequel story. And so with that goal in mind, the latest Mafia game turns back the clock both chronologically, it's set in the early 1900s in Sicily, and in game design as well. Mafia 3, though very good, went full open world, and the developers seemed to feel similarly about it in hindsight as players did. It just didn't fit Mafia well. The first two Mafias were gorgeous, narrative-driven linear games set against the backdrop of a stunning and highly detailed world that, while explorable, really only existed as a beautiful backdrop for your main mission, rather than trying to keep you busy with menial tasks and side quests. In fact, Baines seemed to suggest that the positive reception to 2020's remake of the first game, Mafia Definitive Edition, served as something of an inspiration to and North Star 4, this fourth entry in the mainline series. I'm pleased to report that after playing through chapters 3, 4, and 5 of The Old Country, the development team has seemingly succeeded in returning Mafia to its gameplay roots. This is, like Mafia 1 and 2, a story-first, not open-world action-adventure. And interestingly, your primary upgradable weapon isn't a gun, though they are certainly here, but rather your knife. Stealth is fully supported, and even better, it's only going to be $50 at launch, or as I like to call it, a reverse Randy Pitchford price tag. When I first picked up the controller, playing on a high-end PC, which is where the footage you're seeing here came from, it's the early 1900s and late teenager Enzo Favara has recently escaped the sulfur mines he spent his childhood laboring in and started to become his own free man while working in the vineyard of Don Teresi, a Sicilian mafioso who protects the people and property of the region from the thieving bandits that lurk in the hills, in exchange for monthly protection payments, of course.
A pleasure, as always.
I really like how The Old Country tries to depict Enzo's progression from a very innocent kid into a bound-by-blood, fully vetted member of the Teresi outfit who's got the green light to do anything he thinks needs to be done for the good of the family. We see this play out in Chapter 3, where Enzo's first taste of life outside the vineyard with the Teresis comes when he's brought along on a series of collections by Luca, the Don's right-hand man, and Cesare, another made member of the family. Luca and Cesare are essentially the mafioso version of an angel and devil on your shoulders, where Luca preaches patience and using violence only as a last resort, while Cesare is more of a shoot first and ask questions later kind of guy.
We let him act tough in front of the boy.
And then we remind him of his obligations.
For example, on our first collection stop, we visited Marco, an olive farmer. Marco always pays on time, but on this occasion, he's late. Luca gives me an unloaded gun to be used only as an intimidation tactic to get Marco to pay up.
Yours is unloaded. You give him a chance to be brave.
But Cesare told me, quote, an extra pair of hands helps jog their memory about the late payment. Side note, I think I saw more fruit in the 3 hours of playing Mafia the Old Country than I've seen in any game ever. We might need a new Game Awards category for this. Ultimately, no bullets were fired nor punches thrown, and I got the Don's money from Marco's safe after finding the combination nearby. I appreciate that Hangar 13 put thought into Enzo's journey into the Teresi crime family here and didn't just instantly let you become a murdering psychopath. Things escalated slightly on our second stop, though, after we rode our horses across the Sicilian countryside to the farm of Mr. Bangolino, whose workers, led by a man named Manuela, are on strike.
We can't have strikes around here, Manuele. You and your friends need to get back to work.
By the way, I can't emphasize how much I enjoyed staring at the countryside while riding to each destination on this mission. Mafia the Old Country ditches the proprietary engine it's used in all 3 previous Mafia games and moves to Unreal Engine 5 for this installment. To be fair, the previous engine was no slouch. Mafia 2 in particular was a strikingly good-looking game at the time it came out, and Unreal maintains the series' reputation for delivering lovely locations. The perfect blue skybox and pillowy clouds that sit atop the rolling green hills and farmlands did a great job of establishing the Old Country's Sicilian setting. I can't wait to see more of this world in the rest of the campaign. Anyway, Manuela pulled a knife, introducing me to what is, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps the weapon that Mafia the Old Country puts the most importance on. You can unlock and earn new knives, and each has unique modifying properties, giving you a reason beyond the cosmetic appearance of each blade to choose a specific one that suits your combat preferences. You've got a lot of moves in a knife fight: thrusts, slashes, parries, and dodges. Like in the Batman Arkham games, heavy attacks can't be parried and must instead be dodged. And there was still one final collection errand to run in Chapter 3, and as you may have guessed by now, the cannoli hit the fan on this one. A visit to a farmer named Fichera sees him yell at us in a reversal because his new water pump was stolen by bandits, and the protection he pays Don Teresi handsomely for didn't protect his valuable property. It's finally here that the patient Luca tells Enzo that he's got free reign to put live ammo in his gun and not be afraid to pull the trigger, as these lawless bandits were effectively putting their hands in the Don's pocket by stealing from Fichera.
We can't have that.
This leads to a hunt up the hillside through 2 separate bandit camps before we finally squared off with, and shot many bullets into, the dozen or so wayward thieves that stood between us and the water pump they stole. The familiar third-person cover-based shooting gameplay will be instantly recognizable not just to Mafia series regulars, but also anyone who's played a good third-person action game in the past decade. The Old Country isn't breaking the mold here, but the gameplay systems are comfortable, effective, and fun. Less comfortable, at least for me, was the cutscene that followed the death of the last of the bandits, when Cesare cuts off the finger of one of the bandits, takes his gold ring as a bonus payment for his troubles, and tosses the detached digit into the well.
Could be pure gold. He's got no use for it now.
Enzo!
Isabella.
With all of your onboarding completed in Chapter 3, the next section of Mafia the Old Country saw one massive mission play out, involving the Don's daughter Isabella, who Enzo clearly has reciprocated feelings for.
Keep an eye on me. You'll be lucky if you can keep up.
And Gennaro, the son of Baron Fontanella, who's arguably an even bigger fish in the Sicilian mafioso sea than Don Teresi is. Gennaro wants to show off his fancy new car, and he also wants to woo Isabella, so he sets up a picnic date in the nearby ruins. It starts with Enzo having to babysit the gathering and ends with a kidnapping, a car chase involving you on a horse, a trail of bodies left in Enzo's wake, a stabbed, double-crossing business partner, a happy Don Teresi, and an even more smitten with Enzo, Isabella. It started quietly, with Gennaro driving Cesare in his car to the ruins, and Isabella insisting on riding there on horseback alongside Enzo. Yes, you'll be able to choose and ride your own horse in Mafia the Old Country, with each steed even having its own personality and characteristics. Based on what I played, it didn't necessarily seem like your choice of horse would materially affect gameplay, but it was a welcome way to add a bit of life and meaning to the narrative nevertheless.
Here we are.
A pit stop en route to the ruins showed off the camera you can take pictures of scenic spots with.
Have you ever used one of these before?
Unfortunately, it was the only opportunity I had to use it in the 3 hours I played, but hopefully you get to use it semi-regularly over the course of the campaign. You're also introduced to the driving mechanics of the Old Country after you rendezvous with Cesare and Isabella in the form of a low-stakes race around the ruins, perhaps a nod to one of Mafia 1's most infamous missions. But while Cesare and Enzo are messing around with Gennaro's car during his date with Isabella, bandits, I won't spoil their identity here, swooped in with guns blazing and kidnapped them both. They were really only after Gennaro, and having to take Isabella as well proved to be, well, you can imagine it ended up complicating things severely for the kidnappers. I got to wield a shotgun in this segment and found that it packed a satisfying punch. There was no bringing a knife, let alone stealth chokeouts, to a gunfight here. I brought Enzo in with an itchy trigger finger. After the aforementioned chase, I was able to run down their wagon and gun down plenty of the kidnapping cadre and rescue Isabella, who rewarded Enzo with a kiss. Don't tell the Don. But while Cesare brought Isabella back home, Enzo still had to get Gennaro back, because returning without either one would leave Enzo equally dead from either father. It's this section that allowed me to really unleash my inner Sam Fisher, as it was set up for stealth rather nicely in an open area, letting me pick my path and remain undetected. If you give me a stealth option in a game, I'm gonna take it 9 times out of 10, and Mafia: The Old Country was no different. The developers later told me that they don't expect most players to make it through the entire area, which was admittedly quite large and stocked with a ton of bad guys, without alerting anyone. I took this as a personal challenge, and while I held out for quite a while, eventually I did get spotted and had to start shooting. But while you are in the Old Country's stealth segments, basic Splinter Cell rules are in effect. You crouch to make less noise, throw coins or picked up objects like bottles to distract bad guys, and can either knife them quickly or try to strangle them unconscious, which triggers a button-mashing QTE you've got to be quick about, lest they slip out of your grasp. There are even conveniently placed empty containers around that you can hide the bodies in so that they're not discovered. The Old Country doesn't break any new ground here, but in my experience, it does familiar stealth gameplay reasonably well. I do appreciate that there are upgradable bead slots on your rosary that affect gameplay, like this one that dampens the sound of your footsteps. And I appreciated those dampened footsteps until I reached the last man standing for the kidnappers, Messina, whose real story you'll learn when you play the game yourself. Enzo challenged him to a knife fight, which Messina accepted by dropping his gun and engaging Enzo on his terms. I was having trouble timing my parries just right in the ensuing battle, but I kept enough blood in Enzo's body for him to emerge as the victor in the fight. Side note, I died a couple times during my 3 hours while playing on normal, but there are multiple difficulty levels to choose from if you want to ratchet things up or down. And after returning to the vineyard, Don Teresi, after hearing of Isabella's kidnapping, tells Enzo he wants Messina alive.
You put the rest of those bastards in the ground. Messina you bring back to me alive.
Whoops. Yeah, about that. But ultimately, I did good, the boss said, and Isabella made her feelings quite clear with the smile on her face directed at Enzo. Chapter 5, the final one I got to play, let me again flex my stealth muscles by tasking me with infiltrating the home of the man ultimately responsible for calling for the Gennaro, and by collateral damage extension, Isabella kidnapping, and dragging him out of his house and back to my boss. Or, put another way, to kidnap the kidnapper. This mission could truly have been pulled straight from a Splinter Cell game, as I had my choice of ways up the hillside to the large villa at the top. I kept it quiet, stabbing my way through the human obstacles in front of me before eventually getting into the house and to my target. I wouldn't be so lucky on the way out though, as by the time I walked out with my target in tow, everyone still left standing knew what was going on, and I had to shoot my way out. As to what happened to that man I brought to the Don, well, you'll find out. I left my extended hands-on session with Mafia: The Old Country with very few concerns. In roughly 3 hours, I played 3 chapters, but how many chapters are there? Whatever the number is, it didn't feel like a story that was going to be wrapped up in a tidy 6 hours. I don't know how long The Old Country ultimately is, but when factoring in the studio president's comment about wanting everyone to see the end credits roll, as well as the $50 price tag, it's safe to presume that this won't be a 40 or even 30-hour game. But for my money, that's fine. I'm a dad with a job. I'm good with Mafia: The Old Country being a game I can get through in a weekend or two. And more importantly, I'm now quite confident I'm going to have a lot of fun playing through this one, however long it lasts. The gameplay mechanics are all solid if familiar, with enjoyable stealth, shooting, knife combat, and driving. And perhaps the most important ingredient in a Mafia game, the story, had me engaged and eager to see where it was gonna go. It'll be good to get back to a Mafia 1 and 2 vibe again. It's been a long time. For more on Mafia the Old Country, don't miss our exclusive gameplay from last week, as well as the official story trailer. And for everything else in the world of video games, cruise on over to IGN.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
How's our girl?
She's ready.
You're gonna be the first person to transition from a human body to a synthetic.
Because I'm special.
That's right. You're very, very special.
Spacecraft.
I want what's on that ship.
We can do it. We're fast, we're strong, we don't break.
It's like a zoo, but the animals got out.
This ship collected 5 different life forms from the darkest corners of the universe. Monsters.
Invasive species. Predatory.
We don't lock them down, it will be too late.
Bonanza wonderfully honors DK's various incarnations over the decades while also fearlessly punching through a mountain to forge its own path. It tells a light but sweet story about DK and his spirited sidekick Pauline pursuing an underground legend that will allegedly grant them one wish. Pauline hopes to return home, while DK just wants more bananas. The deeper the pair dives toward the planet core, the deeper the gameplay becomes. Nintendo builds each new 3D Mario around one big idea like Sunshine's Water Pack or Odyssey's Captures. Mario is nowhere to be seen here, but in that same tradition, Bonanza's fully destructible environments suit a hulking, rampaging gorilla far better than that plumber. And this exciting concept is truly fit for a Kong. Practically everything in this world is designed for DK to punch and break, and the extent to which Bonanza commits to letting you tear through its environment is both technically impressive and a ton of fun. DK is powerful, and that's regularly reflected across a fresh set of abilities that are endlessly enjoyable to pull off. Simply tearing a chunk from the ground, which you can do almost anywhere, leads to so many dynamic possibilities. DK can hurl it at airborne enemies, swing it to break through walls, bounce off it to double jump, or surf on it to get around faster and safely cross dangerous terrain. When he's empty-handed, he can punch in any direction, slap the ground to instantly gather loose gold and reveal nearby collectibles, and perform a satisfying roll-jump-roll combo cut from the same cloth as Mario throwing Cappy and bouncing off him for extra distance. Plus, he takes a page out of Link's book and can climb basically any non-slippery surface, granting an extra sense of freedom to the entire journey. Crunchy sound effects that change depending on the material DK's interacting with make it even more entertaining to wreck stuff. Like the loud crumble of breaking down a sturdy wall of stone, or the juicy splash of tearing into a watermelon. The controls for doing all of this are so polished, too, and when you chain together a combo, everything sings in perfect harmony. Bonanza's levels are called layers, and each one is a sprawling playground constructed to maximize the potential of DK's destructive abilities. There's so much to find both on their surfaces and tucked away in the hidden caves and tunnels you find by bashing your way through the environment. But Bonanza rarely relies on mindless destruction for the sake of it. Instead, it excels at rewarding discoveries by way of smart destruction, and it's remarkable how intentional and well-designed its dense vertical layers are. Visual cues masterfully draw your eye to areas worth exploring, similar to how veteran Zelda players know to place a bomb in front of any suspicious cracks. See a tantalizing fossil embedded in the wall? Chuck an explosive boom rock at it, and there's a good chance you'll reveal a new path to explore. Sure, the open-world nature of these maps means you can occasionally happen upon a collectible by skipping the intended puzzle entirely and just carving a tunnel straight to it. But in my experience, it didn't happen that often. It fits with modern Nintendo trends seen in games like Tears of the Kingdom, where the designers don't care how you get from point A to point B as long as you have fun doing it. On the other hand, Bonanza smartly walls off most of its main objectives behind terrain the nefarious Void Kong has turned indestructible, so it's not like DK can just punch his way straight to the end credits. What makes Bonanza's objectives more compelling is that it isn't really about destroying everything. Instead, it's about exploring, platforming, fighting, and collecting in a vast world where you can destroy everything, which is an important distinction. It never feels like a gimmick or the only tool you have, but rather one integral part of Bonanza's larger design. I was rarely asked to create random tunnels with no guidance, and DK's upgradable sonar ability helped me find buried collectibles hidden to the naked eye. Pauline helps out with the search too, as she sings to reveal waypoints to collectibles marked on your map. That keeps the hunt for completion focused and fun, even if the camera occasionally struggles with the weird angles you force it into when digging yourself a nice hole. Romping around the sublevels is a blast, and the fact that I felt totally in control of the action, even with so much fast-paced chaos unfolding at any given time, is an impressive feat. I love how the world crumbles around DK. It makes everything feel more alive and really sells the heft of this character, like the way he leaves a crater when crash landing after a lengthy fall. Every world has something unique to offer both visually and mechanically, from the freezer layer's icicles you have to knock down to create platforms, to the resort layer's liftoff ore that sends DK soaring. And Bonanza never stops pulling fresh ideas off the vine. Without spoiling anything, I was stunned at the ingenuity on display as I dove to some of its late-game layers. There are tons of different material types that make up the world, with set rules to how they all interact. A simple example is how throwing ice onto lava creates a hardened rock platform. But the interplay between different elements gets more complex as you progress, and learning these relationships to solve increasingly smart puzzles is supremely gratifying. Those puzzles are often found in standalone challenge rooms scattered across each layer. There's a nice mix of fights, logic puzzles, and platforming sequences that offer a welcome change of pace from the open-ended explorable layers themselves. I was consistently impressed with how the challenges take full advantage of Bonanza's systems. After more than 50 hours, I'm still finding new challenge rooms that mix and match enemies, materials, and abilities in brand new ways. One of my favorites is these boxes of blue and pink slime that are inverses of each other, where destroying one fills in the matching part of the other. Bonanza builds several brilliant puzzles off this one idea and gets similar mileage out of every toy in its toy box, forcing me to think about something I'd already seen before in a new way. On its own, exploration is gratifying, but it helps that there are great rewards for finding Bonanza's heaps of collectibles as well. Fossils are used to buy region-specific outfits that give you perks and a fun, fresh look. You'll also collect mountains of gold, and while I was swimming in cash for the first several hours, trust me when I say collecting as much as you can will be worth it in the end. But the main collectibles are the Bonandium gems, which are comparable to Odyssey's Power Moons in that they're plentifully stashed around in places that are often challenging to reach. Unlike Odyssey, though, Bonanza doesn't require you to gather a certain number of gems before moving on to the next area. Instead, collecting 5 earns DK a skill point, which can be used to upgrade his health, moves, and Bonanza transformations. The skill tree doesn't have a ton of surprises, but it's nice knowing that grabbing a gem is always working toward a specific short-term goal. There are tons of gems to find too.
There's a banana!
I had found literally hundreds by the time I cleared the main story after 20 hours. I've spent 30 additional hours collecting hundreds more, and likely have several hours left to reach 100% completion. It's a massive undertaking, but with how enjoyable Bonanza is, I'm not slowing down until I've collected every last one. It's easy to track your progress as well, with a helpful list of your gems in each layer, and this really cool 3D map that accurately reflects the current state of the terrain you've destroyed. Unfortunately, that map does occasionally suffer from minor frame rate drops, as does the rest of Bonanza. The action generally stays at a solid 60 FPS, docked or handheld, but it can briefly dip below that when you're going crazy with the destruction. It's not great that we're already talking about any amount of performance issues on Nintendo's brand new console, but it's never too noticeable or distracting either. Besides, it's easier to forgive the occasional dropped frame when it's because so much beautiful chaos is happening at once. And the ambition of this fully interactable, destructible world is definitely worth that trade-off. Bonanza really does look great, with expressive animations for DK himself, and colorfully detailed environments, NPCs, and enemies. It also constantly pulls inspiration from DK history, with fallen girders from the original Donkey Kong arcade game, and side-scrolling segments that reference classic Donkey Kong Country levels, including a lovely arrangement of Stickerbush Symphony that's just one tune in Bonanza's awesome soundtrack. This may be from the 3D Mario team, but Bonanza regularly pays respects to all of DK history, and at times feels like a modern follow-up to Rare's golden era from the Super Nintendo and N64. Some of the flashiest moments happen during DK's Bonanza transformations, a variety of time-limited power-up states. Kong Bonanza is essentially a souped-up version of DK, who can disintegrate harder materials you'd usually need a boom rock to break through. Zebra Bonanza is all about speed, while Ostrich Bonanza lets you glide through the air. The character designs are hilarious, and each Bonanza is accompanied by a catchy tune performed by Pauline. They all feel fleshed out and great to control, and even better, you can instantly swap between them when you're powered up, giving you even more flexibility in how you want to tackle challenges. You can only enter a Bonanza if you have enough Bananergy, but you'll pretty much always have enough. Admittedly, this can sometimes trivialize otherwise interesting puzzles in the overworld. For example, the puzzle to grab this gem surrounded by poison water can be entirely skipped by simply gliding to it. That fits with Nintendo's recent love of designing puzzles where any solution that works is a correct one, but Bananergy is so plentiful that using transformations can occasionally feel cheap compared to the fun of actually figuring an obstacle out. I was usually able to restrain myself from using these overly streamlined options, but if you were unable to resist Tears of the Kingdom's convenient but boring hoverbike, I could see them being a dangerous temptation. The sheer power of Bonanzas also come into play during the boss battles, which all have exciting designs, like this giant squid made up of dozens of smaller ones that looks ripped straight from Splatoon. The decision to give the big bads a traditional health bar instead of using the expose the weak spot, hit it, and repeat 3 times Mario template fits DK's brawler-focused style perfectly. Still, thanks to the Bonanza powers, I defeated some of newcomer Grumpy Kong's creations in less than 30 seconds. That said, the late-game bosses put up much more of a fight, so it does eventually right the ship in that regard. Regardless, it's still fairly simple to reach the end credits if that's all you're looking to do. As with most Nintendo games, much of the enjoyment comes from surprise, delight, and poking around for secrets rather than white-knuckle difficulty. That's not a complaint, given how fantastic the mechanics are, and how many optional challenges Bonanza presents off the beaten path for veteran players who want more to sink their teeth into. And the gloves truly come off after the unforgettable finale of the story, with plenty of post-game content that continues to push you in more extreme, exciting ways. The leader of the bunch is finally back to kick some tail in Donkey Kong Bonanza, a brilliant successor to Super Mario Odyssey, and a smashing return for a classic Nintendo character. It was a bold choice to build the Switch 2's first 3D platformer around DK instead of Mario, but it's proven to be the best decision Nintendo could have made. DK's satisfying, expressive movement and powerful, dynamic abilities create a truly groundbreaking adventure. The ambitious, destructible layers of this underground world are densely packed with satisfying collectibles, abundant charm, and clever challenges that never seem to run out of smart ideas, even long after the credits have rolled. Bonanza is a constant crescendo across its 20-hour campaign and beyond, with puzzle platforming concepts that only grow richer as DK and Pauline dive deeper toward the planet core. Every element comes together in complete harmony to create Nintendo's first Switch 2 masterpiece.
Since Skate's announcement way back in 2020, originally dubbed Skate 4, we've seen an influx of skateboarding games, from sims like Session to the arcadey Tony Hawk remakes, and unique experiences like VR Skater and Ollie Ollie World. No matter how you look at it, skateboarding games are definitely back, but they're still missing that open world sandbox feel that the Skate series popularized back in the late 2000s. When I got my chance to play an alpha build of Skate 3's long-awaited sequel, I was excited, but also skeptical about how the Skate revival would work as a live service game, and most importantly, would it be able to recapture the magic from the first 3 entries? Within minutes of my nearly 6 hours with Skate, and after a few moments of me spectacularly ragdolling around San Amsterdam, I was able to reactivate my long-dormant muscle memory to find myself grinding and kickflipping my way around Skate's sandbox world. From the extremely intuitive and easy-to-digest first handful of missions that smartly taught me its gameplay mechanics in small digestible chunks, to its cleverly designed world that never seemed to slow me down when I was cruising around, and its unique traversal system that plays more like an Assassin's Creed and Spider-Man game than what I would expect from a skateboarding sim. It's obvious that developer Full Circle took an if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach to this and made sure that Skate is a game that can be played and, more importantly, understood quickly.
Get it and got it.
In addition to the classic control scheme, Skate offers 2 variations of controls that can make the difficulty curve easier for new players, as well as a multitude of quality of life features that, quite frankly, are a welcome addition. While I stuck with the original control scheme and didn't mess with any of Skate's accessibility features, outside of a few less button presses, there's definitely a way to make Skate's unique playstyle a little easier for both series newcomers and die-hard Tony Hawk's Pro Skater fans. Regardless of how you want to play, Skate's controls make pulling off gravity-defying tricks an easy and really fun process, thanks in part to its flick controls and intuitive movement system. Simply put, I had a ton of fun with my time cruising around San Amsterdam, discovering cool things to skate on while riding from objective to objective. At its core, Skate is a big open sandbox, where you jump on and off things and do cool tricks in between that. Because of this, I never felt pressured to complete any nearby objectives on my map. I never paid attention to my score, nor did I feel stuck in that carrot-on-a-stick gameplay loop so many live service games rely on. While you are encouraged to complete objectives in order to unlock new areas and level up your character, I found myself ignoring that and just vibed around to the in-game soundtrack and found a bunch of cool new places to skate on. Thankfully, discovering these spots is extremely simple thanks to the ability to hop off your board and parkour around the map. I was able to easily scale buildings with Skate's easy-to-use climbing controls and drop markers wherever I needed to spawn back to, which happened whenever I tried something stupid, like attempting to heel flip off a skyscraper onto a park bench or this tree. It never worked out, by the way, but I still found myself trying over and over again. That being said, there are a hefty amount of objectives and main quests to complete that range from following a pre-made line to getting a high score, and even one where I had to skydive off a building onto a nearby bridge. Tonally, Skate looks and feels a bit different than the direction the original trilogy had. While I am definitely nostalgic for the pseudo-realistic look of the originals, the world in Skate seems to be a bit more exaggerated and saturated. Early on in my session, I had to complete a mission where I had to jump off a building into a dumpster. The in-game narrator explained that nobody in that world feels pain when falling because a tech startup called Impervatech figured out how to make people invincible. When asked to further elaborate, I was told not to worry because it's science, and the topic was never mentioned again.
Don't ask how. It's science.
Yeah, I know, that's pretty dumb, but okay, whatever lets me keep skating, I guess.
Holy cow! Wow, that was close.
And while I love the simple world building of Skate, the character models took a bit of time to get used to, since they kinda look like next generation Sims. But eventually, after a few costume adjustments, I was happy with how my bleach blonde, bullet-wearing self-insert looked, and I was back to landing triple kickflips in no time. If you weren't already aware, Skate is a free-to-play live service game, and while this is a major departure from previous titles, its heavy focus on multiplayer gameplay really makes this version of Skate seem like it could be a game I can return to long after its release. The developers on site told me that there could be well over 100 players on the map at once, and while proximity chat was not featured in my demo or in the game, I never felt like I needed to speak out loud to anyone whenever I ran into another skater. Seeing other people casually mess around in Skate's sandbox world is a unique experience that very few live service games seem to get right, and with its numerous customization features and evolving world, I'm pretty optimistic about the world feeling alive once it's released, and I can absolutely see a map full of people hanging out and skating. Finally, there is a level progression system where you can earn in-game cosmetics, one of which is that same pair of Vans a lot of us have been wearing for the past 20-something years. I'm wearing them right now as I record this. Notable decks from major skate brands, emotes, and a ton of cool and weird clothes to put on my custom character. As expected, there's also an in-game store full of cosmetic items and costumes, but it never felt like I needed to buy anything, and was reassured that there are no pay-to-win microtransactions in Skate. While this is only from pre-alpha gameplay, and that can all change, I didn't seem to find any of the typical trappings from other free-to-play live service offerings. So yeah, let's hope it stays that way. After playing Skate for well over 5 hours, not only can I clearly see the direction developer Full Circle is taking with the series, but I can also say that Skate is shaping up to be a game worthy of being the long-awaited sequel to 2010's Skate 3. The gameplay seems refined and lives up to its predecessors. The world is big and fun to explore, and the overall sandbox's do-what-you-want vibe is really making me look forward to diving back into Skate, and hopefully add it to my rotation of games I can pick up and relax to after a long day. For more from IGN, check out our previews of Mafia: The Old Country and Worship. And for everything else, skate on over to IGN.
We've all heard the spiel about Superman before. He's faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. In short, he's one of the most powerful fictional characters ever conceived, able to break the laws of physics and bend time itself with impunity. That said, Superman's powers are nothing if not evolving. They've ebbed and flowed a lot over the decades, with the character evolving from super strong defender of the downtrodden to all-powerful, godlike superhero to the more well-rounded character he is today. The only constant with Superman is his inconsistency. With actor David Corenswet introducing moviegoers to the latest cinematic incarnation of the Man of Steel, let's take a step back to examine how Superman's powers have evolved and changed over the years. From the earliest Superman comics to the campy excesses of the Silver Age, and right into the modern era.
What you're looking at is the most powerful being on planet Earth.
I will not accept that.
When Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster originally created Superman for 1938's Action Comics #1, they couldn't have envisioned the scope his adventures would eventually take. Superman began life as a power fantasy for two obscure Jewish comic book creators. He had super strength, but the kind that allowed him to bend steel bars and lift cars, not shatter mountains and hoist skyscrapers. In the beginning, Superman was more interested in battling corrupt landlords and mad scientists, and his powers were relatively grounded to match that level of antagonist. This early Superman also had a degree of invulnerability, but nowhere near the level he would display later. Superman also had super speed from day one, but notably, he didn't have the power to fly yet. That's where able to leap tall buildings in a single bound comes in. In his earliest appearances, Superman simply used his incredible strength to jump over obstacles, much like the Hulk does. It wasn't until the Man of Steel spun out into a serialized radio drama that flight was introduced to his growing repertoire of powers.
Up, and away!
In fact, a lot of elements we commonly associate with the character were introduced in the radio drama The Adventures of Superman and later adopted by the comics. That includes characters like Perry White and Jimmy Olsen. The radio drama is also where Superman first crossed paths with Batman and Robin.
The secret Batman cherishes as much as Clark Kent guards his own identity as Superman. And what has happened to Batman?
Perhaps most importantly, The Adventures of Superman introduced Superman's Achilles heel in the form of kryptonite.
A small, jagged piece of kryptonite. A curious green glowing metallic substance which robs Superman of all his superhuman strength.
The inclusion of a mysterious mineral that saps Superman's powers served a practical purpose, as it gave the writers excuses to temporarily remove Superman from the picture and give actor Bud Collyer a break from recording. Superman may have been a relatively grounded character starting out, but it wasn't long before Siegel, Schuster, and the other creators began to embellish and expand his list of abilities. Over time, he gained powers like enhanced senses, X-ray and heat vision, and even goofier additions like the ability to rearrange his facial features or telepathically influence others. This gradual evolution is captured in what is probably the most enduring Superman media from this era, the Fleischer Studios Superman animated shorts. The early Fleischer shorts depict Superman as leaping rather than flying, but that changes over time. Superman's popularity only continued to grow heading into the 50s and 60s, and so too did his list of powers. As the Silver Age of comics dawned, Superman became a truly larger-than-life figure with effectively godlike powers. Superman's super strength alone increased to frankly ridiculous heights during this era. Whereas once the character showed off his muscles by lifting cars and tanks, in the Silver Age comics, Superman performed even more impossible feats of strength and endurance. He became strong enough to move entire planets with his bare hands. His strength seems to have no upper limit in these comics, but merely adapts to meet the needs of any given story. Superman's super speed also grew to fantastical heights during the Silver Age. It wasn't uncommon for the Man of Steel to fly through the galaxy at faster than light speeds, or vibrate his body into alternate dimensions. That said, he never grew quite fast enough to definitively beat the Flash in a race.
On your mark. Get set. Go!
This was also the period when comic creators began to pay more attention to where Superman's powers came from in the first place. Where the early Superman comics simply justified his strength as a byproduct of his superior Kryptonian physiology, the Silver Age comics introduced the idea that Superman and his fellow Kryptonians absorb yellow solar radiation, like living batteries. Combine that with the Earth's lower levels of gravity and you have the recipe for an all-powerful superhero. Beyond strength and speed, DC creators added all manner of entirely new powers to the roster. Superman first displayed the super breath during this period, allowing him to freeze enemies in ice or survive in the cold vacuum of space. He developed a genius-level intellect and perfect memory, and that's to say nothing of the many bizarre and ridiculous powers that would often crop up for a single issue or two and never be mentioned again. That includes super ventriloquism, super hypnotism, and the downright incredible ability to shoot a miniature Superman clone from the palm of his hand. Whatever DC's writers and artists could imagine, Superman could accomplish. Given the enormous scope of his abilities in the Silver Age, it's probably just as well that Kryptonite also got a major glow-up to help bring the Man of Steel back to Earth. Superman comics introduced countless multicolored variants of the traditional green Kryptonite. Red Kryptonite caused a variety of different effects, like spawning a Superman doppelganger or turning him into a dragon. Gold Kryptonite drained his powers permanently. Blue Kryptonite only worked on his backwards doppelganger Bizarro. For every new power Superman gained, it was matched by a new variant of Kryptonite. The influence of these campier Superman comics can be clearly felt in the live-action movies starring Christopher Reeve. Reeve's Superman has no shortage of ridiculous powers of his own. In the first film, we see him reverse Earth's rotation and turn the clock back to undo Lois Lane's death. Never mind the devastating real-world effects this act would unleash, like tsunamis and earthquakes. Superman 2 takes things up several notches when Reeves's Kal-El battles Terrence Stamp's General Zod and crew in the Fortress of Solitude. We see Supes deploy his S emblem as some sort of weird cellophane trap. Then all 4 Kryptonians blast light from their palms and take turns becoming invisible, at which point Superman responds by summoning mirages of himself. Finally, Superman caps things off by wiping Lois's memory with a kiss. In Superman 3, we encounter the live-action incarnation of Red Kryptonite when Clark turns evil and then battles himself in a garbage dump. Though the jury is still out as to whether that fight actually happened or was all a metaphor for his inner turmoil. We also see Superman crush a lump of coal into a perfectly cut diamond. And in Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, Clark repairs the damage done to the Great Wall of China with an entropy-reversing I-beam. We'll believe a man can fly and do a bunch of other weird stuff for good measure. DC wasn't necessarily doing much to counter the criticism that Superman is too powerful to be a compelling character. But by the time the 70s rolled around, the publisher finally decided it was time to rein things in a bit. DC's first attempt at depowering Superman came in 1971's Superman number 233, in a story dubbed Kryptonite Nevermore. That issue sees Superman caught in an explosion from a kryptonite-fueled power plant, causing his strength to be cut in half. On the bright side, that same explosion also renders all the kryptonite on Earth inert, sparing the Man of Steel from his greatest weakness even as it robbed him of some of his power. That early attempt didn't fully take, however, and Superman gradually returned to his overpowered self. But DC made a more concerted effort to tone things down when it handed the reins of the franchise to writer-artist John Byrne in 1987. At the time, DC was using the fallout of Crisis on Infinite Earths as an excuse to reboot a number of popular heroes and attempt to streamline its vast, decades-old continuity. Byrne was tasked with giving Kal-El his most detailed origin story to date in Superman Man of Steel. Byrne's Superman proved to be a far cry from the godlike yet goofy hero of the Silver Age. Byrne placed new limits on Superman's abilities while also seeking to find plausible explanations for some of Kal-El's more outlandish feats. For example, Byrne established the concept of tactile telekinesis to explain how Superman can lift large objects like buildings without them breaking apart. He also depicted Superman as generating an invisible force field around his body, explaining why his skin-tight uniform never seems to get damaged. DC's reference books placed hard limits on Superman's strengths, including he can lift upwards of 100 tons. His speed and intelligence were also scaled back considerably, the latter which helped make the intellectually superior Lex Luthor, who himself was reimagined as a ruthless business tycoon rather than a mad scientist, a more foreboding opponent for the Man of Steel. Byrne's Superman comics seemed to do the trick, appealing to readers eager for a more grounded and human take on the character. That said, other fans criticized this newfound insistence on finding pseudo-scientific explanations for Superman's powers. How much realism do we really need in our kid-friendly fantasy stories? All-Star Superman writer Grant Morrison put it best when he told Rolling Stone, "Kids don't understand that real crabs don't sing like the ones in The Little Mermaid. But you give an adult fiction and the adult starts asking really fucking dumb questions like how does Superman fly? How do those I-beams work? Who pumps the Batmobile's tires? It's a fucking made-up story, you idiot. Nobody pumps the tires." Morrison was among a number of creators who sought to restore some of Superman's mythic grandeur in the late 90s and aughts. The Byrne-era emphasis on realism has since mostly fallen out of favor, though Superman generally still isn't portrayed as quite the powerhouse he was in his Silver Age days. How strong is Superman now? Exactly as strong as the story needs him to be. No more, no less. DC has also toyed with introducing some radical new powers into Superman's repertoire. The character went through an infamous phase in 1998 when he was split into separate red and blue versions of himself and gained electric powers. That shakeup didn't last long, nor did Superman's short-lived solar flare power introduced as part of DC's New 52 reboot. That power allowed Clark to unleash all of his body's pent-up solar energy in one massive blast, rendering him temporarily powerless afterward. The modern post-Byrne philosophy towards Superman also influenced the character's depiction in Superman the Animated Series and other DC Animated Universe shows. That Superman is notably weaker than many versions that have appeared before or since. Like Byrne's Superman, his feats of strength are toned down, and he's more vulnerable in battle fighting villains like Parasite and Livewire. Some DC fans actually took issue with this take on the Man of Steel, complaining that he was too weak and depowered. That said, the series finale of Justice League Unlimited suggests that this Superman was always holding back his true strength for the sake of living in a world of cardboard. Only at the end does Darkseid bear witness to Superman's full, unrestrained might.
What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am.
Similarly, the live-action series Smallville gave us a more grounded take on the character. Tom Welling's Clark Kent starts out as a teenager, still coming to terms with his nascent superpowers, and only over the course of 10 seasons does he fully master his abilities to evolve into a proper Superman in the series finale. With the DCEU gone, and with it Henry Cavill's Superman, we're meeting a brand new cinematic incarnation of Kal-El played by David Corenswet. So, where does Corenswet's Superman fit in? Is he the all-powerful Superman of the Silver Age comics, or a relatively more grounded, modern interpretation of the character? All signs point to the latter. We certainly see Superman performing some impressive feats in the trailers, battling kaiju and shielding innocent bystanders from debris, but the trailers also emphasize Superman's vulnerability. The original teaser opens with a scene of a bleeding and badly injured Superman crashing into the snow and wheezing, forced to call his faithful pup Krypto to bail him out. Whatever enemy puts Superman through the ringer here, it's clear he's got his work cut out for him in preserving truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Gunn made it clear this is all very intentional. He wants a version of the Man of Steel who can be vulnerable and isn't always the most powerful guy in the room. Gunn revealed in an interview with Rolling Stone that he wants a Superman that can be beat and who audiences can empathize with as a result. I wanted Superman to be vulnerable, Gunn said. I see the online things, who would beat whom, Homelander or Superman or fucking whatever, Adam Warlock or Brightburn, and I'm like, this is the fucking stupidest fucking conversation. Like, so when whoever would win this fight means that they are the best? Because I'll just go out and write God-Man who can destroy you with a wink, and I win. I win all the fights forever. Honestly, in talking to people, a lot of people are like, I like Batman better because he can actually be beat. And I get that. So we have a Superman that can be beat. Corenswet's Superman can bleed. He can be beaten. But that just makes it all the more satisfying when he digs deep and saves the day anyway. Ultimately, that's Superman's true power, and one that's existed since his earliest adventures. No matter the challenge, Superman has the strength and the courage to overcome. What's your preferred take on Superman? Do you want one who can move planets and travel at light speed, or does the Man of Steel need to be a little more grounded and vulnerable? Let us know your thoughts in the comments, and for all things DC, make sure you like and subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch.
It's the biggest celebration of pop culture entertainment in the multiverse.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con.
IGN is your all-access badge to the best it has to offer.
It's gonna be great.
Coming up today.
We're fast, we're strong, we don't break.
Alien Earth. Predator Badlands.
Return of the Dang Old King, man.
King of the Hill.
Welcome to Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal Season 2.
This can't possibly end well for you.
Dexter Resurrection.
I didn't want any of this.
And The Toxic Avenger.
That was just self-defense. You haven't killed anyone else, have you?
See, when you say, self-defense.
IGN's coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2025 starts right now.
Hello and welcome to IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. I'm Max Scoville here with my esteemed comic colleagues, Kim Horcher and Damon Hatfield. What is up?
Well, Comic-Con is always a good time, but this year is in particular shaping up to be extra special. We're going to be talking to the people behind some of the biggest movies and shows out there. Later today, we've got some comedy legends joining us. Mike Judge and the cast of King of the Hill will be coming by to talk about the show's long-awaited 14th season. And later on, Bob Odenkirk's dropping by to talk Nobody 2.
If you prefer screaming to laughing, we'll also be checking out new projects starring some famous monsters, the brand new FX series Alien Earth, and the upcoming movie Predator Badlands.
Not at the same time, though. That would be messy. Historically, things tend to get a little violent when the Alien and Predator get together. I'm personally looking forward to sitting down with Robert Kirkman, the creator of Invincible and The Walking Dead, as well as the cast of Dexter Resurrection.
That could also get violent. It's going to be a fun show, and there's literally too much going on to fit on one stage. Brian, how's it going out there on the balcony?
Hey, it's Brian right here at San Diego Comic-Con on the balcony, where we'll be talking to some of the coolest people in the world all weekend long. But it's actually nothing compared to what's going on in that massive building behind me where Comic-Con's actually happening. Let's check in on the show floor and see what's going down at Comic-Con.
Hey everyone, it's Alia here at the Comic-Con show floor, and there's so many cool things to check out and see. But if you're watching from home, coming up next we have the cast and creators of Alien Earth, all part of IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025.
We have not. You are watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. Xenomorphs have been terrorizing moviegoers for almost 50 years, but later this summer they are creeping onto a smaller screen for an extended stay. Here to tell us about the all-new FX original series, Alien Earth, please welcome the stars of the show, Sydney Chandler, Timothy Oliphant, Babu Cisse, and writer, director, executive producer, series creator, and I'm guessing creature wrangler, Noah Hawley. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having us.
So I've seen the first episode of the show. I'm extremely happy about it. Big, huge Alien fan. One of my favorite pieces of trivia from the original movie is that for the facehugger dissection scene, Ridley Scott had a bunch of rancid shellfish that he put in there. And so all of those looks of disgust, genuine. What was the weirdest, grossest, scariest, or otherwise most alien experience making this show?
I have to say, being chased by a xenomorph in real life, in real time, and Cam, our monster actor, is very fast. That was incredibly surreal, because I used to be terrified of the xenomorph. I mean, I still am.
I would imagine more so, yeah?
Yes, and so to have that, happen in real life, in real time, and to be genuinely afraid, it made me giddy. It was amazing.
Oh, now it's me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm still stuck on them. They got to have the actual stuff that smelled bad. That would have been nice. You know what I mean?
I knew it was a surprise for them.
Yeah, you just get a little, it's like free.
You know what else Ridley did was that he would have PAs jump out of the shadows and yell in the actors' faces at random moments just to keep them on edge. I could have done that.
Would you have liked that?
Well, I was doing a lot of that, and so it would have taken my job away. But that would have been nice. Yeah, okay. I like that. Season 2. Yeah. Can't wait.
Yeah, rancid shellfish. I got the note.
I used up my time. You want to answer?
You dodged the question.
No, I just used up my time.
I've seen you getting hassled by a xenomorph, and it looks uncomfortable.
There we go. The drooling, that was interesting. For me, it was the body parts strewn outside an elevator. And a few gifts were left in there for me to, see up close. It was disgusting.
What about you, Noah?
Oh, well, my job was to gross them out, really. So
yeah.
I was happy doing that. No, I mean, the most surreal moment, really, for me is in recreating the sets from the original movie. When you first walk onto those sets, it really collapses time. And you feel like you've just walked into the movie. And I enjoyed watching everybody's face as they would step onto those sets and feel that feeling.
Now, you have an amazing track record for taking kind of existing universes and really, building them out. What was sort of the biggest challenge when doing Alien Earth that wasn't present when you were doing Legion or Fargo?
Scale. We had a crew of 750 people. We had 14 sound stages. We had a big coastal unit that went down at the end. It was, and a lot of it is shooting to things that aren't there physically. A crash site that's mostly just a little bit of rubble, and you have to envision the rest. And to really be able to direct at that scale was a great challenge.
Awesome. You had another kind of weird thing going on where you have a bunch of adults who are playing hybrids with the minds of children. Sydney, can you tell us about playing Wendy, who is, a child whose brain has been put in, consciousness has been put into a synthetic body?
Yeah, I mean, there's no research you can do as far as preparing for the role. She's quite a blank page, and I feel like a blank page can give you a lot of pressure or a lot of freedom, and I feel like Noah allowed me to fall into that freedom and helped me with that pressure, and to lean into the child, and so I ended up, going to a kids karate class. I did all of these things trying to become a child. I was really bad at karate. But I just kept getting more anxious, trying to find where she would fit within me. And I finally sat down and I wrote down 3 words that kind of encapsulated a child to me. And it was instinctual and observant and honest. And after filming, I would add brave as well. And I just jumped off from there. I didn't know Wendy or find her until I started working with everybody. Once you start a scene and find the colors of the other actors, I'm like, oh, there she is. So thank you.
Now, this is a show with a lot of, you got androids and hybrids, and it's a lot of post-humanism. I guess what's the trick for a performance where you are seeming more than human without just coming across as regular human or full-on robotic?
I'm going to wait to see what the critics say about my performance, and then I'll come back and tell you why it was really good. If it fails, I don't, you just play the scene. I think that's what he makes the job really easy because he writes really good stuff. You also make the job easy, by the way. Yeah. And you as well.
Oh, thanks. Throw that in there.
But, you just play the scene and trust.
Were there any existing kind of artificial intelligence style characters either in the Alien universe or larger pop culture that you drew from?
I'm going to forget the actress's name, but there's a wonderful performance. Natasha, she's in Solaris, the remake that Soderbergh did. Mm-hmm. I love her performance. So I might have stolen a couple things from that.
Nice.
Yeah, she did some things where I was like, oh, I'm just going to do that.
You had some input on Kirsch's hairstyle.
Yeah.
Tell me about the thinking behind that, and was it all influenced by Roy Batty in Blade Runner?
Yeah, no, that was a Rutger Hauer tribute.
I love it.
Yeah, that's all that was. Let's do that, and then Noah took it further with the eyebrows.
Now, Noah, you've created a bunch of new life forms for this universe. Did you have any specific rules about what wouldn't work, what wasn't allowed, what didn't make sense, and also what was your litmus test to know that you'd found something that fit?
Well, definitely at the writing stage, it was function over form. There's such a biological horror, a sort of genetic revulsion that you feel watching that first Alien movie and the discovery of what the life cycle of this creature was. And so to get that feeling back, that discovery back, I decided to create 4 new creatures. And then the question really was, how is it gross? How does it hit that genetic revulsion point? And, for me, comedy and horror are the same. It's just tension, 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 release. And so, I would know when I'd hit the right design when I just started laughing because it was just so awful. It was just so awful to do that to somebody.
I love it. Now, you kind of talked about this getting chased by the xenomorph. I've never met a xenomorph. I know what they look like. We all kind of know it. What was your first impression? Bobby, you're the first person you see kind of interacting with one on the show. What was it like just...
Well, Noah does these very intense screen tests where it's almost like you're doing the show. And my first thing that I shot was with Cameron, in the xenomorph outfit, 8 foot tall, drooling, and then out comes this internal mouth. And I just, at that point, obviously I know I'm standing there, but I started feeling this chill deep inside me and thought, oh, that's interesting. I'm scared. This is interesting.
That helps. I imagine that makes it easier.
Indeed. Yeah.
Tim, what about you? Did you interact with this awful thing at all? This creature?
Just a little guy. Right? I think I hung out with the little guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of secrets, a lot of mysteries here, still at hand.
Yeah. No, I got to hang with I got to hang with a couple of them. Not
say craft services.
Yeah. Bangkok. It's an interesting place, you know what I mean? You can take anybody, anything, almost anywhere, and get a good price on a meal.
Good to know.
Yep.
In the original film, they called the alien Big Chap. Did you have a nickname for the xenomorph, or was it just Cam?
It was Cam, the vegan xenomorph. Just the sweetest human being. So kind. And then he'd get in the suit, and it was so terrifying.
Okay, so canonically, what do you think it doesn't have to be canonically, it can be unofficially, personally. What do you think a xenomorph smells like?
I'd say like gasoline. I don't know. Something mechanical, almost.
There's a lot of fluids, that's all I'm going to say.
Not
lot of
good.
Fluids, no.
Shellfish?
I once grabbed a cockroach off my back. I just kind of grabbed it, didn't know what it was, and squished it. And it had the most incredible smell. For 3 or 4 days after, as I'm washing my hand, it was still there. I think that's what a xenomorph smells like. If you want to know what a xenomorph smells like, you got to find a cockroach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brush it in your hand and see what happens.
Yeah, my go-to has always been like sort of shellfish, bugs, and gasoline mixed together. So I feel like we're all kind of on the same page here.
Great perfume.
Horrible aroma. Now, Tim, Babu, you guys are both in Star Wars. You're in The Mandalorian and Rogue One, respectively. How are the vibes on an Alien production different from when you're in a galaxy far, far away?
Oh, the vibes?
Yeah, just the overall kind of energy.
The Star Wars vibes got like that new agey kind of thing going.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does that, extend behind the scenes, or people kind of just more like...
No. In fact, the Jawas are kind of a pain in the ass.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like they didn't pick up on any of it.
Okay. All right.
For me, it's the monsters. It's that tension that Alien has because of the alien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get to work with the Jawas?
No, I did not.
No. Yeah.
Should I be happy about that?
Not very many people have gotten to work with the Jawas. I'm very proud to say that I'm one of the few. And I'm professional.
Okay. Who's more professional, a xenomorph or Jawas?
Who's more unprofessional?
Yeah.
Well, you get a bunch of unprofessional people in a group. You know what I mean? It's just worse.
Okay, fair enough. Now,
the Xenos don't hang in large numbers.
That's
Have
fair,
you noticed that? There's never like 12 of them.
Luckily.
Exactly. By the way, in respect to the Jawas, if there were like 12 xenomorphs all hanging out, I bet a bigger problem.
That is a big problem right there. Well, yeah, one problem I don't have next month is finding out what to watch. Thank you all so much for coming by our show and also for making a really, really cool Alien show. I'm excited for more people to see it and to see more of it myself. You can catch Alien Earth when it premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu, but don't go anywhere because we've got more of the cast stopping by for more San Diego Comic-Con coming up right here on IGN.
Thank you, Max. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. Next month, the Alien universe gets even bigger and even scarier. Here to tell us all about the new FX original series, Alien Earth, please welcome executive producer David Zucker and two of the stars, Alex Lothar and Samuel Blanken. Hi.
Hello. Hey.
You made an Alien TV show. This is amazing.
I know. I don't know how we did it. It was. It's a little bit of a miracle. It's crazy.
So, what was it like to play in this well-established world that has been, scaring people for basically generations at this point, and getting to make something new in it?
Just like the most surreal, dreamy. Yeah, it's a pinch yourself moment. I think we all remember very clearly the first time we walked onto those sets.
Yeah.
Those unbelievable sets that they built that are so iconic, that are so recognizable. That moment of walking on is like a... Yeah, you just don't forget those kind of moments. I think, I just feel so lucky to be here, yeah.
And there's a boldness to what Noah does, as he has done in Fargo and with Legion. So we felt like we were entering into a world that we kind of recognize, but also something completely new, and that was really thrilling.
Yeah.
I just think it's also awesome that it's such an analog show. It's not working into a virtual world. It's very tactile. For the better and sort of the lesser, I guess, for certain people.
Yeah, the rough side of that deal, yeah.
Now, David, you got to work with Noah Hawley on this, as you all did, but Ridley Scott was also involved in some capacity. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, he's my boss, actually.
Is he mine?
Technically, well, I guess depends how you build the hierarchy. That's a off-camera question. But he's definitely mine. I mean, the great thing about Ridley is he is really the quintessential godparent. He consulted, he advised, but he's very much supportive of a director and a creator's vision, and that's what he really wanted to provide to Noah, and Noah's vision is pretty spectacular.
What was it about this that made you all go, like, F yes, I need to do this show?
Because Sam Blenkin was part of it.
Because Alex Lawther was part of it.
That is amazing.
They're making up things now.
I've actually known Sam for a long time, but we've done like a couple of days filming together on another job. But no, I was actually properly delighted that I got to work with Sam.
Okay, but that's different to say you're delighted than to say he's the reason. I mean,
well, yeah, so there's sort of like grades of reasonings.
This is being English again.
It's safe to say, I think Alex and I are kind of big fans of each other's work anyway, and also, just speaking for me, I'm a huge fan of Noah's previous projects as well.
Yeah, same.
You know, Fargo and Legion, I just think, like, the scope, I just think he's so ambitious, and I love that. Any show that is, like, aiming that ambitious and that high gets a seal of approval from me. Yeah.
I didn't think something like this could ever make sense in my head. It's like a peanut butter and chocolate situation where I'm like, wait, yeah, now that I see it, I get it. Like I saw the pilot and I was like, this is incredible. This is exactly as everything I wanted it to be.
And the truth is, you couldn't have done this years ago.
Yeah.
The scale of it, the magnitude, and to be able to deliver this kind of world qualitatively. And
Sam wasn't old enough.
Well,
yet,
that's true.
So we had to wait for Sam to come of age.
Just to be clear, the production did not revolve around me.
Yes.
My character might suggest that, but
and yet you don't really know that.
Well, outside of the human relationships on the show, which obviously are going great, as we can see right now, you get to work with some creatures, some monsters, the xenomorph, and a bunch of other things. What was that like? Was there any sort of uncomfortable situations going through the activation here at Comic-Con? You know, you get sprayed with a lot of different acids and liquids and waters. What was it like getting close and comfortable with some big scary movie monsters?
This is an Alex Lawther question.
Right, okay, yeah. It essentially means spending weeks covered in lube from head to toe. Because all of that alien drool has to be made out of something.
Yeah.
And the closest consistency is like a KY jelly. So I spent most of my time in Thailand slipping around.
Fully lubed.
Fully lubed.
Yeah.
Without giving anything away, you have a lot of encounters in this show.
I do, which makes all of that sound much worse. But I have many encounters, and it's interesting how, you know, a tiny moment on screen sort of is the spread of like 2 weeks of filming. So had quite a bruising experience at the hands of Cam Brown, our brilliant xenomorph actor.
And we have to celebrate Cam Brown as being a vegan xenomorph, which I don't think most people would have expected.
And a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand, guys.
Yes.
He's just the nicest guy in the world, playing the most powerful predator in the universe.
Yeah. I've never thought of a vegan xenomorph.
You know, and you're one of the first to hear about it. So.
Yeah.
Well, because actually, let's think about this. Because the xenomorphs aren't there to eat, are they? They're just there to kill. So we don't know their dietary requirements.
Yes, actually, they're like hippopotamuses because they're vegans, but they also kill a lot of people.
Hey,
Yeah.
you learn something new every day. Only at
Wow,
Comic-Con.
I am stunned by that.
I can tell you more off camera.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to that.
The first mouth bites like into the salad. The second mouth takes down the tofu. Like it makes sense. It works out. So you get to play a billionaire, which
Trillionaire.
is
Trillionaire.
a trillionaire,
Apparently.
First of his kind.
Yeah.
Not a lot of those right now, right? To take inspiration from or anything like that. The show kind of kicks off with like, 5 corporations own everything, and it's like, oh gee, I hope that never happens.
Oh yeah, no. Just as Noah said earlier, there's no correlation between what's happening right now.
He said that so dryly. I didn't know if he was being sincere. I thought he was like, Noah, yes, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge leap of the imagination.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're specifically a young billionaire or trillionaire, which makes you kind of come in with not necessarily a naivety, but like maybe a balance of that and a little bit of cockiness of sort of just like, hey, let's do it, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. A serious ego. I mean, I'd like to think that me as a person, my ego isn't out of control.
No
but
comment.
I don't normally... Thank you. This was a real pleasure for me because I don't normally get to play characters who are that confident when they walk into a room.
rich.
Right.
You know, so to inhabit that kind of, he looks around and anything in the room, it kind of is his property. People are his property. You know, it was a pleasure to play that kind of just massive, confident,
dangerously
ego.
unchecked power. Yeah.
Yeah, and he sees himself as a disruptor. You know, he sees himself as somebody who is bending the rules of reality. But, you know, all for the good of the planet, you know.
And meanwhile, you're sort of the opposite, right? You're kind of a boots-on-the-ground soldier type.
Yes, and someone who conversely is obsessed with care, and I suppose a big tension for him throughout the series is where to put that care. Sydney, who plays Wendy, her character is the sibling of mine, but I knew her as a 12-year-old rather than this synthetic human. And where do you put that care when there's no longer the space required, and when you're confronted by people who are so careless and feckless, as Boy K?
I mean, the sad thing about your relationship is that Sam's character would really want to feed you to the hippopotamus if he could.
Yes, he really would enjoy doing that. It's not out of his
let's see what happens.
imagination.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Now, the alien part of Alien is well established. We've gotten to see them for years now in a variety of different horrible settings. But the Earth side of things has always been pretty light in terms of not really getting to explore that so much. How fun was that to sort of jump in and go, hey, we're going into a setting that we've seen glimpses of here and there, but we get to build this from scratch?
Yeah, well, we were lucky because we were shooting in Thailand, so particularly the exteriors were extraordinary. Whether that's in the jungle or on the beach or on some of the streets in Bangkok that we were shooting. So there was already sort of a richness of texture and humidity and sweat. For me, that was some of the most amazing bits of the filming.
But it's also a futuristic Earth. So, I mean, that to Alex's point, finding an environment that also didn't fall into some of the kind of architectural tropes of sci-fi. It wasn't brutalistic. He was envisioning a hotter world, a wetter world, one that, you know, scarily we're all having to contend with that possibility.
Right.
And it plays into this sort of feeling of like there's mold coming out of the walls and there's sort of this teeming feeling which plays into this sort of like the parasitical fear that's inside Alien, that the world itself is sort of like overripe.
I love that it's a prequel to a movie from the 70s, but it's futuristic, so you get like futuristic sets and 70s mustaches at the same time. It's kind of awesome.
Yes, I have the biggest sideburns.
They are incredible.
They are. Looking back, I mean...
Yeah, they kind of take over the screen.
They do. They're the real scene
I thought
stealers.
you would keep
They're
those
amazing.
when you went home to England.
So working with Noah, obviously you loved everything that he did before that. When you're day-to-day working with him, what's one of your sort of favorite things about saying like, hey, we're making an Alien show right now, and Noah comes in and he's telling us how to put this together. Like, how's that whole relationship work on the fly?
Yeah, well, I remember meeting Noah, talking about this character, and just, you know, like the level of detail and world building that he had already got in his head. And he gave me some great references for the character. He gave me like a Twilight Zone episode to watch, like a really old Twilight Zone episode, which is the one about a boy who is, you know, kind of like omnipotent and can control everything in this little town. And if anybody has a bad thought, he senses it and he sends them to the cornfield where they're kind of banished from the universe forever.
I know that one specifically. Yeah,
you know,
it's awesome. Yeah.
Great episode. Wow. And having that meeting and that reference, I go, I'm in, because that's the imaginative world where I want to get to play. And so many, I'm sure, you know, the audience will see as the series unfolds, there are so many great fun things that I get to do as this character. Like, I've got this very languid physicality and stuff that Noah really provided room for. Like, we'd have chats on set and it felt like he was like making room for us to play. And I think it's not always like that on sets.
Yeah.
So yeah. It was really fun for me to
That's so cool.
Work with him. Yeah.
Should I say something?
Yes.
Noah also has a real sort of quietness, which is sort of amazing in the scale of this thing. You have someone who's really, he's a writer and a thinker, and he's so detailed in his imagination. There was a moment, one of the actors, they're only in one episode, and they meet a sticky end, and he said to him, I think your character's come into work with a cold today. I think you have a head cold. And it's nowhere in the script, and I don't even know if you realize it watching, but it gave that actor like something really specific to hold on to during his shooting days. And I just thought that was really generous as a note. Yeah.
I think Noah is really a creator who exists in the rarefied air. I mean, to use a sports analogy, he's management, he's coach, and he's quarterback, and he also knows what all of the players do on both sides of the ball. And you don't get too many people whose craft is that extensive, that deep, and that complete. So it gives, I think, everyone such confidence and eagerness because he's collaborative and responsive, but he very much knows what story he wants to tell and the world he's looking to create.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. The show is amazing. I cannot wait for people to watch it, especially like old school hardcore Alien fans. This is such a good show.
Yay!
Alien Earth premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu, and we've got tons more Comic-Con coverage coming up right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. Thank you guys.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
So I'm gonna cry. I'm like actually gonna cry. I'm so excited.
Presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you. What's up, everybody? I'm Allison Tabitha, and I'm a cosplayer and content creator. And San Diego Comic-Con is the perfect place to debut my Zelda cosplay. And here's my first tip. You want to give yourself enough time to build out your cosplay, especially if it's your first time. You don't want to do a rush job because it will never turn out the way you want. Give yourself enough time to create a cosplay at the right pace. All right, let's get to building. First thing you'll want to do is map out your costume. Separate the costume into different pieces like the skirt and the shoulder armor, all separate, so it's so much easier to approach and less overwhelming. I finished making my own patterns by freehanding the designs into the different shapes that I need, and now I'm going to transfer them all onto craft foam. Look how beautiful the designs on this costume are. That's gorgeous. I'm going to use a heat gun to go over all the foam, and when you heat it up, it shrinks a little and tightens so it doesn't absorb all the paint and stuff that you put over it. I made this really cool shape, so I just start gluing, and then I let it cool, and then I repeat that step for all the other areas.
Just putting all these different layers really gives it a bunch of different details that make it look so much better. I am going to stabilize them by gluing them to cardstock or poster board, and it helps stabilize the foam so it bends less and can't tear. I'm going to show you the pieces that I've built so far. I have the front panel of the skirt, the belt attachment that goes right over that, the shoulder armor that already looks super cool, and the little piece that goes between both of the shoulder armor pieces. I almost forgot about the crown, obviously. The crown. I am so excited about this. I got so excited when I found this. It is a wedding dress. It is the perfect shape, and I got it for $10. To paint it and make it all one color, I'm gonna use Mod Podge. Then I paint all the armor black, and then I spray it with metallic spray paint. I'm about to paint this with acrylic craft paints. I already shaded all the details. You can see it makes the details really pop. Underneath the hair, there's actually some rope. Last touch is the Zelda crown. So I'm gonna, oh my God, I'm gonna cry. I'm so. I'm like actually gonna cry. I'm so excited. Wait, oh my God. All right, so I'm gonna glue this on, and then the costume's done. Now that I've finished my cosplay, I'm ready to head off to Comic-Con. But wait, before you run off, make sure to tune into our next video where I show you how to survive Comic-Con as a cosplayer. And if you're planning to wear your cosplay to the convention floor, make sure you leave a little early and take your time driving there, so you can arrive to your destination safely and stress-free. Thanks for watching!
The passage of time doesn't usually affect cartoon characters, but unlike the residents of Springfield, South Park, or Quahog, our favorite Arlenians, or maybe Arlenites, have grown up a bit since the last time we saw them. Here to tell us about the return of King of the Hill after a 15-year hiatus, please welcome Pamela Adlon, Lauren Tom, and Toby Huss, who you may know better as Bobby, Connie and Min, and Dale Gribble. Welcome to IGN.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. A lot of people are excited to have King of the Hill back. So once you heard it was returning, what was your first reaction?
I'll believe it when I sign on the dotted line, because for me, it's just a gift. It's always been a gift. And I mean, we basically grew up, you know, and had our kids on this show. Yeah. None of us were the kid having people. But it was one of those things, like, I get to be with these people again. I get to read this writing again and perform the greatest part I ever had.
Yeah, it took a while for it to actually become reality. So when it finally did, it was really uplifting.
And you know, and you interview show business people all day, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, they're liars. They're full of lies.
Notoriously.
So we didn't believe anything when they told us it was going to happen. No. There's a lot of liars. Yeah.
Too good to be true. Pamela, obviously returning as Bobby, who's living out his dream job as a chef. How does Bobby playing as an adult compare to playing him as a teenager?
Well, there was like a huge stretch where Bobby was 12, I guess, about 8 years, and then he was 13, so it was just a natural extension. But you want to keep it authentic, and you want to keep it in that world. And I think that you know, I was able to just kind of tweak it a little bit and work with the showrunners and the writers, and it's just been a really great kind of extension of Bobby. I mean, everybody gets older. Just make them a bit older, and then there's so many more stories you could tell. So he could be 20 for another 20 years.
Did you have to age up the voice?
I aged him down.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
So,
sure.
you know.
Sure.
Bobby always had an older guy's voice,
That's
always,
true.
didn't
Yeah, he just.
Old soul.
He's an old soul.
Yeah.
Bobby's an old soul. Yeah.
Well, Toby, you're taking over as Dale. What does it mean to be stepping into that role?
Oh, it's very sweet, and it's very kind of Mike and Greg and Saladin to
It's
trust
not
me
just
with
kind,
this
he's
role.
so talented.
Well, it's a strange thing because our friend Johnny is no longer with us, and it's very sad. But at the same time, I'm just trying to build on what he started, which was a great character with a really unique, silly voice.
And Lauren, how has Min changed since last we saw her?
Oh, you know, there was a storyline-wise, I can't talk about that, but she's like the same kind of passive-aggressive, sassy Min.
Does it feel like Mike Judge has evolved the show in some way, or do you feel like the revival is just a natural continuation of the first run?
I think it's kind of a continuation in this way, that the core of the show is the relationships with all these characters, and the heart and the care and the kindness they all show towards each other, even when they're at each other's throats sometimes. There's a base level of sort of humanity and kindness to the show, and that's all still intact. The characters are slightly different just because their life circumstances have changed and they've gotten older, but the core of the show is the same.
And the world's different now.
Yeah.
I think that also that what the fans are going to see, because they love the show as much as we do, and they are essentially the Bible for the show and keeping it authentic and real, is that you get to have all of this new stuff. It has evolved, like you've asked, but you get the nostalgia for the place that you want to go back to. So it's scratching every itch.
Yeah, it's also it provides so much comfort, and I feel like right now, because the world's so crazy, because I think a lot of people have King of the Hill as their comfort show when they're feeling all agitated. They can just watch it. This is just adding more episodes that they can watch to ease that.
Well, in some recent casting news, I believe Keith David is voicing a new character, Brian Robinson, who moved into the Hill House after Hank and Peggy moved to Saudi Arabia. How do your characters feel about their new neighbor, who may not be so new to them at this point?
Can we say?
I don't really know. Like,
I don't know.
yeah.
I'm trying to think if Min had any.
I freaked out when I found out that Keith David was in the show, because I'm a huge fan. So
great voice.
I think Min's attitude is just like about the guys in general that stand in front of the fence, so now they're included.
Sure. Well, y'all, your characters are all iconic. We thought it may be fun to hear how they may deliver some of the most iconic lines from film. So we have a hat here full of movie quotes. So Pamela, if you would be so kind, you could select one and maybe read out the name of the movie first, and we could see how Bobby might deliver this
print is really big.
this line.
Oh,
And we have many options in here if you don't know the film or anything like that. What movie is this from?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, you're supposed. That's the rule. They have an asset.
We'll guess.
They have an asset. Okay. All right.
If we don't guess,
You'll get it right away.
Okay. Let's see.
The dude abides.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but I take comfort in that. It's good knowing he's out there, the dude, taking her easy for all us sinners.
Big Lebowski.
Yeah, obviously Big Lebowski.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh God. You know what? If I can't read it, you'll read it for me, because
like a fortune.
You have your glasses on.
It's like your fortune.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Don't tell us. I want to guess.
I know what it is. Okay.
Ooh, I see dead people.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good. I think everyone knows what that is.
I love the wind-up, though.
How'd you get it?
That's way too long.
Okay. Okay.
Get a little
it's
one.
Toby's turn.
Let's see. Man, I don't know these movies. I've never seen The Room.
I actually haven't seen that either.
Who's seen The Room?
I just know that someone says hi, Mark.
Snakes on a plane? I've never seen snakes on a plane.
What?
I'm culturally illiterate.
He's an artist. He's
Let's
in
see
the
here.
painting.
There's got to be something in there.
Let's see, maybe. Another big
Oh
one.
my
man.
God, that's long.
Venom. Who watches these movies? Y'all watch
They're
these
probably
movies?
young. They probably are.
I mean, they're probably legitimate movies, but I don't get around to watching them.
Maybe there's value in hearing how Dale would say it, even if he hadn't seen the movie.
Oh, this one I've heard of.
Okay, good.
Well, Mama always said life was like a bowl of chocolates. That's that one dude.
Yay!
Good. Well, thank you for being good sports about that.
That was a half-assed day.
We did it, Tom.
A few more questions before we let you go. Who's the person you were most surprised to find out was a fan of King of the Hill?
I get surprised all the time. Yeah, because it's not just like an American show like this, for families who live in the middle of the country. It was always something that people related to, and so in the past few years, I meet fans from all over the world, and it makes me wild with happiness. It's like India, Spain,
Japan.
I hear it's very popular in Japan.
I want to go so badly.
Very big in Japan.
Yeah.
My brother's still not a fan of it.
Not a fan?
No, it's not that he dislikes the show. He just hasn't really gotten around to liking it or watching it, I think. He's kind of a jerk. He's a good guy, but there's a jerky part to him, yeah.
Is it run in the family? So
Pardon me?
What was that?
I can't get over there.
Well, King of the Hill has been a celebration of the middle class. How does this new chapter keep that spirit going?
I don't think anyone's any richer.
I think that people, in my opinion, I feel like people strive to be in the middle class and hold on to it. It's important for us in this country to achieve that. I think that middle class is something to aspire to.
That's why we're so relatable too. I feel like, I love the authenticity of the show.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of runway for new stories you can tell with these characters to tackle in future seasons. So what are some life events you'd like to see your characters go through now that they're older and hopefully wiser?
You know what I'm gonna say. Get those babies.
That'd be good.
I want to see Dale be confronted by a guy who's farther in the world. He's more of a QAnon guy than Dale is at this point, because all of Dale's QAnon theories have kind of become mainstream now.
Oh yeah.
So I want to see him confront the guy who's farther in the QAnon hole.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Anything for men?
She should, I don't know, it'd be nice for her to open a business or something, a skincare line or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I love that.
Last question. Any of the characters in this show remind you of anyone that you knew growing up?
Well, Min is based on my grandma.
Really?
Yeah, so it's a way of me keeping her alive.
Sure.
And some of my Uncle Tom Rollins in Cotton. And Tom was a few inches taller than Cotton, but that was and he spent most of his life in Houston. Yeah, he's a Montana guy, but he spent most of his life in Houston working for Pennzoil. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Bobby just is like a member of my family. He just feels like my daughters are one of my nephews, honestly.
And Connie was me.
Yeah.
When I was little, because I was so small and invisible. I just wanted to not be seen. But then I kind of came out, and then she comes out too in this reboot, I think.
Well, thank you all so much for being here, being good sports. Everyone's excited to have King of the Hill and your characters back.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Season 14 of King of the Hill premieres August 4th on Hulu. But to hold you over till then, we'll be talking to the creators of King of the Hill up next, right here on IGN.
Yay.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Next month, one of the greatest animated sitcoms of all time comes out of retirement, a little older, maybe a little wiser, but still just as funny.
Here to tell us about King of the Hill Season 14, please welcome series creators Mike Judge and Greg Daniels and executive producer and showrunner Saladin Patterson. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here.
Nice to be here.
So, one of the advantages of an animated show is that the characters don't age. But you guys didn't do that. You specifically aged them up. What was the sort of decision behind that?
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, our show is a little more kind of reality-based than a lot of cartoons, less surreal. So it just seemed like a good idea, and I think it just seemed like that's what it wanted to be, and the fans seemed to want that. So, yeah.
Mostly about Bobby. Bobby being in his early 20s and being a chef in Dallas just seemed like it opened up a whole bunch of new stories, and it wouldn't be just like retreading the old show.
Exactly. In this world of all the reboots that are coming out, you got to answer that why now question, like what makes it different now? And I think aging of the characters was a brilliant way to answer the why now.
It's always been topical, or at least addressing current events to some capacity.
Right.
So, yeah, that opens a lot of opportunities for you guys.
Yeah, also we came up with this idea that Hank and Peggy had been in Saudi Arabia working on their retirement nest egg for Aramco, and that they had come back after a few years out of the country and were new to a lot of stuff.
Okay, so I mean, Mike, you threw Beavis and Butthead in a black hole to keep them from getting any older, and now you've got Hank, and he's older. Has he changed at all? He's kind of not really known for being a guy who changes a whole lot, but what's been his journey since the last time we saw him?
Well, yeah, he doesn't. He's still Hank. He hasn't changed much at all. In Aramco, in Saudi Arabia, in reality, they have like this city that's like the perfect idyllic American city, which Hank just loved, and he kind of even liked that the women are covered up and modest, and so he comes back and just sees all these things that have changed, mostly kind of little stuff, I guess. And so it's more about the world changing and Hank staying the same.
Max and I are both massive Beavis and Butthead fans and have been forever. So for a sec, this is very surreal for us right now. We loved when the characters came back a couple years ago. I was in tears laughing, especially that one thing where they made fun of that TikTok of the guy doing prison tattoos. Oh, yeah, so good. What did you learn from bringing Beavis and Butthead back that you were able to apply to King of the Hill?
Oh, well, I mean, a lot of kind of technical animation stuff, you know, kind of learned the roadblocks or just like things that can go wrong. But
something about X sheets, right? I remember you saying a lot about
X sheets.
X sheets. I pretended like I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, animation is it's still kind of the same process, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just technical stuff, I guess, is the answer.
Okay, so following
Nothing
up on that, Greg, Saladin, you guys have been really busy making lots of live action sitcoms. What are the biggest challenges and advantages of working in an animated space versus a physical meat space?
Oh, I mean, right, physical meat space. That's a great way to put it. I mean, everyone thinks, because it's animation, like, oh, you guys are free. You can put them on the moon if you want to. You can't really do that.
Not on this show.
Not on this show, exactly.
Yeah.
This show's pretty grounded still. But there are still freedoms you have because it's animated. To kind of explore different places to take the characters. But animation is hard. Like, the things that people don't realize, there's so many more, like, checks and measures in animation that you do along the way. So that's one thing that's also different from live action.
So on that note, there have been a lot of, changes technologically, culturally since the last time we saw these characters. I feel like just so much of the crux of the show is just Hank's reactions to things, like whether it's something Bobby says or something is just out in the world. So I was wondering if you could maybe kind of let us know how he feels about some things that have happened since the last time we saw this show. Speaking of meat space, here's Lady Gaga in a meat dress. I feel like this is a mix of things that, right? Like
that might have almost overlapped the original show. I don't know what year that was, but
I feel Hank would start fantasizing about grilling her.
Hank might like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, he probably questioned the cut of meat used on certain parts of the dress too.
He might have had a better way to stitch it together.
His problem wouldn't be the dress. It'd be like, why didn't you use a better cut? I love that.
Ozempic.
No.
Which I learned from this slide is an injection. I thought it was a pill. I'm clearly not on it, but
I learned that just now.
Right.
It's just an injection.
We're still figuring this one out. I don't know.
Does it make you? It makes you skinny.
It makes you not hungry, I think.
I think Hank thinks you should still, eat less and exercise. But for Bill,
that's cheating.
That's exactly. But when Bill's, maybe he would say Bill is the exception.
Yeah, maybe Bill should have.
Okay. TikTok. The kids love it. They can't get enough.
Yeah,
boy.
I mean, he's certainly not going to want to. He doesn't understand why you have to do a dance just because everybody on the TikTok is doing it.
Okay. The Minions. I guess it's also. I feel like Peggy would do Minions posts on Facebook. I don't know. Like,
we've all been looking at these things for like 15 years now. I don't think we understand.
Writers.
You're right. I think they're right. I think you're right. I mean, Hank's probably going to ask, "Am I supposed to understand what they're saying?"
Yeah. I feel like you guys are doing the work we should have done before we made this season. There's like a lot of good jokes here.
It's worth noting they are French, so I don't. I feel like that could be a factor. Gangnam Style.
That's an old one.
That's an old one too.
Yeah, that one was like.
I don't think they'd left for Saudi Arabia when.
No. I mean, Bobby's into K-pop though. Well, no, I'm sorry, not into. Bobby was into K-pop as a teen, so he may have some memories of it from when Bobby was.
I feel like he knows that dance.
Yeah,
probably.
Oh yeah.
The Ice Bucket Challenge. Remember that whole charity craze? People just poured ice on their heads.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, I think if it was Gatorade, Hank would be super into it.
Exactly. He's used to that.
Yeah.
What are we celebrating? What
did we win?
Now, here's a very specific one. Speaking of TikTok and dancing, here's Hank in Fortnite. I feel like his skeleton would project itself out of his own body.
I'm going to call my lawyer. He is in Fortnite, right?
Right.
I didn't know he's doing that.
If Dale used AI to make Hank do that, I think Hank would punch him in the face.
Solid is on fire over here. Write this down.
So there's a lot going on right now. You were on a panel yesterday with Trey Parker and Matt Stone. What would you do if studio execs asked you to cut something politically or for something politically motivated?
Oh, don't think that's happened.
No.
Has it?
No. We tend to stay away from political controversy.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we weren't ever really about that to begin with, but I guess we do what Trey and Matt do. Nothing.
I love that. So I want to talk about Bobby a little bit because he's growing up. He's getting older. I feel like he's kind of a lot of millennials. A lot of maybe they were husky in their teenage years. Speaking for myself a little bit, a lot of them went through an anime phase, and he's running a Japanese restaurant now. There's this thing online. People claim that that King of the Hill is anime. How do you feel about that? And also, did Bobby have an anime phase? I need to know for myself.
Got to take this one.
Well, first of all, thank you for bringing up the fact that King of the Hill is very, very popular in Japan, where they also have Comic-Cons that we could go and visit. That's a very good point that you raised there, yes. But back to your question about Bobby and anime, I'm sure he has some anime characters. That's his world.
I'm trying to think. We kind of did something with that, I thought. From what I remember.
Hank has relatives that are
in Japan as well. Yeah.
Hank's half brother.
Right.
And I do too over there. I have a niece and nephew. So yes, all about Japan anime. Yeah, I saw something about that on Twitter about people saying it's anime, and I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of a joke, but yeah. But do you accept the accusations that King of the Hill is an anime?
Sure, why not? I don't see the downside.
Right.
And I like a lot of anime.
Yeah.
So.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Seriously, thanks for coming out.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. King of the Hill Season 14 premieres August 4th on Hulu, and there's plenty more Comic-Con coming up right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Thank you guys.
That shirt.
Thanks.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. In just a bit, we're checking out what's coming to brand new seasons of Twisted Metal and Dexter Resurrection. Later on, the cast and director of Predator Badlands will be stopping by our stage. Will the actual Predator be there? Maybe. He's invisible, so you never know. But right now, Aztec Batman Clash of Empires is a revolutionary reboot of the classic Caped Crusader, and it's hitting theaters this September. Check it out.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. The Dark Knight's mythos has been reimagined in countless settings, from feudal Japan to Victorian London to Soviet Russia, and now he's getting a 16th century Mesoamerican spin. Here to tell us about Aztec Batman, Clash of Empires, I'm joined by Raymond Cruz, who plays the Joker in the English dub, and Horacio Garcia Rojas, who's Batman in the Spanish one. Welcome both.
Thank you.
And Horacio, you seem like you've dressed the part here for Comic-Con.
Well, it's Comic-Con.
Yeah.
So you need to take seriously these things. So I created my outfit. It's Mexican designers. It's the shirt, the suit, even the boots, and my little guy, my little friend, my little doppelganger. The helmet, it's created like similar as the character in the movie that you're gonna watch. So as the Batman, it gonna looks like this.
Very cool.
It's pretty fantastic to mix Mexican culture, pre-Hispanic culture, and the best detective that the world gives us, that it's this guy, Mr. Batman.
The world's greatest detective, who is known for all of his gadgets. How are you handling gadgets in a time past?
Well, when the Spaniards cross the sea and the other part of the sea, they bring new things for their pre-Hispanic culture. They bring metal, different kind of metal, and gunpowder. So he creates new gadgets, and they bring drawings from Leonardo da Vinci. So he created something with the drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. You can imagine what? It's not on the ground. It's going to be above us.
So a new setting, a new kind of Batman, and a new Joker, as I imagine. What can you tell us about this Joker?
This is a completely different take on the Joker. He's called Yoka in the film, and he's a high priest who's an advisor to Montezuma, and he ends up falling from grace and basically losing everything that he holds valuable to himself, and completely changes his outlook and his mind and loses it.
Well, what do you think? What is it about this Mesoamerican setting that makes it great for a reimagining of Batman?
Well, it's a different city. Gotham City, it's like a character for Batman. And now we're going to change that through Mexico Tenochtitlan. So we can see the pyramids and Batman and the villains like Two Faces. I think it sounds crazy, but it's perfect and it matches and it fits, and we're really blessed that Warner Brothers and DC approve this kind of project. It's and I need to say, it's the first Batman that is not a Wayne. He's not related to the Wayne family. He's a new, completely new Batman, and also it's a completely new Joker. So that's made for you.
So you get a great history lesson on the Aztec Empire, along with the mythos of Batman and origin story of Batman and the Joker.
Speaking of the Aztec Empire, did you learn anything about the mythology of the culture while working on this?
Yes, a lot of things.
Oh yeah, we had to do a lot of research and to understand exactly our frames of reference. So, but it's great storytelling. It's very compelling. There's 500 years of story available at our fingertips. So, it's a great place to put this Batman character and the Joker, and then have them go at each other.
It's really nice. It's a good time to embrace our heritage, embrace our roots. And through Batman and DC Comics, I think it's a good way to talk with our young generations where we come from. And that past, it's here. It's still in us. It's still in people like us. Like in Mexico, for example, we speak more than 69 original languages, where most of us, we're brown skin. So that's part of the movie, and it's important, and it's pretty awesome.
So with both of you appearing in the different language dubs of the film, does that mean you didn't get to do any recording together?
Not yet.
No.
Would you like to?
Oh, yeah,
of course, yes.
I was alone in the studio, and then you're just in there with a screen and the animation, and you try to make it work.
What's one word, Horacio, you need to describe your Batman?
I think resilient.
What is it?
Resilient.
Resilient. Interesting. And how about for your Joker?
Oh, I don't think one word can describe him, honestly.
It's hard to fit in one word.
Yeah.
Try it.
Oh, man.
Yoga.
Spiritual.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good. So, Horacio, how did you first get exposed to Batman in your life?
Well, I born in 1980, so my Batman is Tim Burton's Batman.
Sure.
So I remember my favorite Batman film is Batman Returns, because I think Danny DeVito with the Penguin is my favorite villain.
He's great.
So when I watch that film when I was kid, it moves a lot of things in me. It's like I want to be an actor. I want to be a storyteller because I want to tell stories like this. And now I'm here at the Comic-Con with all these fantastic and crazy people presenting a movie that I really loved it, and I think you're gonna love that as well.
Raymond, how were you first exposed to Batman in your life?
I was first exposed to Batman through the campy television show that's been airing forever. And the first exposure to the Joker was Cesar Romero, who is of Cuban descent, and his performance in the Batman series.
With mustache.
And that mustache, having mustache. Well, who's your favorite Joker that has played over the years?
Mine, honestly, Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger, yeah.
Great performance, terrific performance.
Great performance. When are people going to get to see Aztec Batman?
Okay, in Mexico, September 18 in theatrical release, and I think in the States it's going to be September 19 for you can download it and buy it. But fingers crossed, maybe we're going to have like theatrical release.
Oh,
I don't know. I hope.
Who knows?
Ask for them. Ask to the people like we want to see it in the movie theaters.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Aztec Batman looks awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go out and see it. Aztec Batman.
Stay tuned right now. There's more Comic-Con still to come right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Pop culture events of the summer is FX's Alien Earth, and it doesn't premiere until next month, but Comic-Con attendees got a special treat when the entire first episode was screened during the panel in Hall H. Joining me now, Brian Altano, Scott Kalura, and Amelia Emberwain to talk about it. I don't know about you guys, but I was kind of hoping this would be like a nice, lighthearted romp.
What?
It's dark. I mean, no, yeah, it's an alien movie set on Earth. It's gonna be, it's kind of bleak.
I'm glad you're sitting down because Alien Earth is incredibly bleak. It goes into some darker places I was not really expecting. I think I expected like a little bit of Fargo with creatures that pop out and kill people, because you know I feel like Fargo's done a really good job of building tension and anxiety over the course of each season. But this one thematically goes in some directions I really wasn't expecting, specifically with children and I guess, should we say it?
Sure. So we're going to steer clear of spoilers, but
Okay.
this is public info. The central character, Sidney Chandler's character, is a hybrid. You know, we've had plenty of synthetics. You've had cyborgs in this, in this universe before, but this is the consciousness of a child put in a synthetic body.
Yes, in an adult synthetic body.
Yeah, which is
a little weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they explain it. They give an in-universe explanation for it, but it doesn't diminish the weirdness of it, right? Yeah.
They you can tell that we know how inky this is.
Yeah.
Like we know this is yucky.
Yeah.
We're aware. It's fine.
I think what's cool about that specifically is that this is a universe that has played around with fear in a lot of ways, and not all of it has been xenomorphs, right? Like a lot of it is humans turning it against each other, and corporations like as a sort at the precipice of designing war weapons, and then finding that weird gradient between humans and robots, and that gives them a lot of sort of new toys to play with.
Yeah, so I feel like personally, like Prometheus and an Alien Covenant, it veered too hard into like android territory. I was kind of like, Ridley Scott, you could just make more Blade Runner movies if you want to focus on that. But the way this is kind of presenting these characters feels more closely tied to Weyland Yutani doing icky stuff than just being like, do androids dream of playing the recorder with themselves or whatever? But yeah, no, it's going heavily in the corporation direction. It's got plenty of creatures. It's unsurprisingly got a xenomorph, but the first episode I'm kind of surprised is very it pulls its punches a little. It doesn't pull its punches. It's using its creatures sparingly. I was kind of afraid that we'd seen too much in the trailers. I feel like I know nothing about this show going in aside from I mean
anyone looking for xenomorph action won't be disappointed by episode 1, I don't think. But the xenomorphs can be a little one note in a way, right? Like that's one of the things about this franchise. Like when this is a TV show, right? So you're building out multiple episodes. Like ultimately, the xenomorphs are scary monsters who pop out in the dark and kill you, right? So they have to always attach these other things, androids and what is she called? The hybrid, so which is a new idea to the franchise. And like sometimes you go too far with it. Ridley Scott and David, right? Like that, he became just super interested in the androids. Yes, and the flute.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's, Noah Hawley has said that, we all know how the xenomorph operates, and you can't recapture that feeling of experience this thing this first time, so he's trying some new stuff, and he's introducing some new creatures, and, it's in the title, Alien. It should be unfamiliar and unsettling. That is the whole core concept there, and so, there's a xenomorph, but there's other stuff too, which is exciting, and
I think that's what's really interesting about this one is it's showing us the Earth that we've never really seen outside of little glimpses in this franchise before. But also, this is a series that started in the 70s, and so a lot of the looks of the people are 70s based, but it takes place 100-something years from now. So you get this weird sort of paleo-futurism thing going on. I really dig it. The set design, the sort of UI on the computers, we saw a couple of shots of ship interiors and stuff like that, and all of that just totally honed in on the aesthetic from the original Alien movie so perfectly that I was it feels like they found those old sets. They found that old ship and they're just walking around in it.
Yeah, but so kind of tying back to what you said earlier about the fear, they are dealing with fear in a way that we haven't really seen before, because episode 1 is very mortality focused, but with kids, and that is jarring, but also interesting, in a whole, in that aspect of alienness. We've never explored this kind of thing of this terror within children. It's always adults, and they explain why it's not adults here early on.
We've seen it with Newt, who's basically just playing hide and seek with xenomorphs for 2 hours, and then survives and doesn't, thanks to the wonderful, not at all controversial intro to Alien 3, which, I grew up loving and still love to this day. Whatever, that franchise goes hard, but this time around, they're playing with the life and death of people in that age demographic before a xenomorph even arrives, and that's where it was oh, this is icky and scary, and that's the kind of feelings you want when you're watching something based on Alien.
I think also the kids might be giving them an in to do a little bit of humor too, which is not something that Alien has ever done that well, right?
Kinda, yeah, you need that to sustain an 8-episode series compared to a 2-hour movie. Speaking of which, like this, again, this is an Alien series. Like there's a lot of it that's weird and unfamiliar, but it does a very good job of having themes and like things that are just straight callbacks to the original, as they should be, because it's basically set around the same time. The opening of the show is like not beat for beat, but it lines up real close to the original movie.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, I mean, it's like several of the opening shots are like, I mean, even when they're sitting down after they come out of cryo sleep and they're having breakfast or whatever, it's like it's even framed in the same way that it is in the first Alien. And as you said, Brian, like the set designs are it's the Nostromo, but with a different name basically, you know. And so it's like they're intentionally acknowledging, like, yeah, we know you guys know the Alien movies, and we're gonna just right now from the start, like, yes, we know the Alien movies too, and so we're proving that. And then from there, they move on and go in some totally different directions.
Yeah.
And that's one thing about Noah Hawley, too. Like, you mentioned he did Fargo. He also did Legion, which was an X-Men show without the X-Men, you know? So he's one of these guys who's able to jump into, like, a known franchise and then go off and do totally his own thing with it. And that's what I think is the potential for this show, to not be super reliant on the continuity and everything that we all know.
I think my favorite thing about it is how well it is stitching together themes from Alien stuff that we've seen before, but doing it in a creative way. Like it's, I don't know, I felt like Alien Romulus was a lot of fun fan service. I was kind of into that, you know, but at the same time it was like, yeah, we've kind of seen a lot of this stuff before. Yeah. It's kind of a greatest hits. And then conversely, you get stuff like Alien Covenant and Prometheus, which felt like almost too much of a deviation. And, you know, again, with prequels, it's always weird because you're making something that's supposed to look, it looks older than a thing that looked futuristic 40 years ago. Like, what are we doing here? But in this case, like, they did a really good job of melding, like, the look of the interior of the spaceship, and then we see Earth, and it looks maybe a little more familiar than we were expecting. But then there's like, oh, hey, that kind of looks like a pulse rifle, and it looks like, you know, bits and pieces of Aliens sprinkled in with stuff from Alien, but melded together in a way that, yeah, I don't know, it's really working for me in the same way that Fargo does. Which,
I'm really excited to see what they do with the actual Earth parts of this, and I didn't think that would be my takeaway. Yeah. I did think it was funny that they start with this unthinkable, unfathomable premise of 5 corporations running everything. I was like, oh boy, I hope that never happens to us.
That's science fiction.
But yeah, the idea of sort of corporations competing with each other with, like, you know, very, very rich people at their core who are either naive or sadistic and evil or a mixture of all of those things combined. And they're sort of having a space race for androids and robots. That is some scary stuff. And this is a great team to explore that. It's a great cast to explore that, and Noah Hawley's onto something here.
Yeah. It's a good thing we don't live in a world where we're on the cusp of AI or something.
Yeah, nothing like that. Nothing to worry about. I think we're good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, but the good news is, like, we just got Andor, which explored 10 minutes before a beloved movie from the 70s that defined science fiction, but did it in interesting ways. And I feel like Alien Earth very much has the potential to do the same thing. Alien Earth premieres on August 12th. And in case you missed it earlier today, be sure to check out our interviews with the cast and creators. But right now, there's more Comic-Con still to come right here on IGN.
Producing any kind of television show involves a certain amount of running around with your hair on fire, but it is especially true when making a show that actually involves a guy whose hair is on fire. Here to tell us about the total insanity that awaits us in Season 2 of Twisted Metal, please welcome executive producer Michael Jonathan Smith and the stars of the show, Anthony Mackie, Stephanie Beatriz, Joe St. Noah, and Anthony Kerrigan. Welcome, welcome, welcome to IGN San Diego Comic-Con coverage. Hey. Thank you guys so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having us.
As Sweet Tooth says in the trailer, it is all happening this season. We are finally getting the Twisted Metal tournament, the vehicular combat that the game has made famous. Michael, how will Season 2 feel different with the tournament as the focus? And then for the cast, maybe, how do your characters feel about that tournament?
I mean, I think the season just feels bigger. I think the scope is bigger. I think we have more characters, more action, more thrills, more comedy. I think we just took everything that's great about Season 1, the heart and the stories, and we just went bigger with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you guys find yourselves kind of wrapped up in the tournament. How do you guys all feel about that, your characters?
My character feels great about the tournament. He's very pro-tournament. He's kind of running the tournament, I would say.
As pro-tournament as you could possibly be.
As pro-tournament as you could possibly be on that end of the spectrum. Yeah, he's having a field day, and you know, he's pulling all the strings, and you know, what's behind door number 3? Who knows? Only Calypso. So yeah, it's you know, I'm loving it.
Yeah, and as for Sweet Tooth, I mean, he's finally found his path to fame. Through Calypso's tournament, he can finally be the greatest killer the world has ever known. So, you know, it works out nice for him, too.
He's well on his way.
Oh, he's well on his way.
Well,
I'm also pro-tournament. I think I'm pro-tournament. You are pro-quiet.
I'm pro-you. Like, my whole
tournament curious, maybe, yeah.
Of 2 seasons is well, 1.5 seasons is pro-you. Once I invest, I invest. My quiet is my place of happiness.
Well, that's surprising because the last time you saw each other in season 1, she shot you and left you.
We're not going to talk about it. All right. Love hurts.
Is that kind of affecting the relationship in season 1 when we pick up with them?
Yeah, I think it affects them. And as soon as we start, we see them trying to sort of function together, and we're not really sure. Have they outgrown each other? Have they changed?
No,
like, who else have they had?
We try to function,
have
and
they like maybe made out with some other people? You know, it's very.
I haven't made out with anybody else.
I believe
I'm saving myself for the woman that I love, who's my co-pilot.
This part is based on Anthony in real life.
There's a lot of prep you got to do for the tournament. You're busy. I get it. Michael, talk a little bit about working with Sony on season 2, especially because this season includes so much more from the games. Yeah. Was that conversation different this year?
No, I think what's so great about working with Sony is that they're very much, not to use a pun, game for us to just have fun with this. Ding, 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 ding. No, they're super into it. I mean, what's so great about it is we're able to. The Twisted Metal games have such a deep roster to pull from, and they're so excited to see all these amazing characters come to life. I mean, we have Mr. Grimm, we have Dollface, we have Axel. That we are
very excited for a man between wheels.
I mean, why wouldn't you be? And the fact that we're doing so much of it practically, to see these characters like come to life, to literally burst out of the PlayStation, is so exciting. I mean, no, like an alien. It's so exciting, and I think they were so supportive that they saw what we were doing, how we were taking the bones of these characters and really taking our own spin. We really tried to approach it like this season is like the lost Twisted Metal game. And we really wanted to be respectful to what came before, but to really do our own thing with it.
Well, you know, Twisted Metal is such an icon of 90s gaming, especially it was in there at the ground level for PlayStation. What was everyone's favorite 90s video game? When you think of the 90s, is there a video game that immediately comes to mind?
Sony branded.
I was a big Sonic the Hedgehog guy.
Yeah.
Like when I used to get, I don't know if I can say this.
Sonic the Hedgehog guy.
100%. When I was a kid, you know, when we used to get in fights to and from school, we used to try to knock the rings out of people. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Were you more of a Sonic or a Knuckles? I don't take you as a Tails guy.
No, I'm not a Tails guy. When Tails came, it messed me up. I didn't know what to do with Tails. But I was more of a Sonic guy. I've always been a Sonic fan.
Yeah. How about you guys? Any 90s games that you liked?
I mean, I played Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
Middle school, I would go over to my buddy Carl's house. We'd play Twisted Metal pretty much every day after school. It was just so addictive and so much fun. Thanks, Sony.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. There wasn't much I wasn't playing in the 90s. So, yeah, I mean, it was the full gamut. If it was PlayStation, I played it, and I definitely had it. But, yeah, I mean, I know early on, especially around the Twisted Metal days, Twisted Metal was my jam, but Warhawk was like my other jam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nice. Well, Anthony, obviously you're joining the cast this year as Calypso. And pass. Yeah. Well, Anthony, you're joining as Calypso, and I'm curious why he is so interested in giving these drivers the chance to blow each other up in the first place. Like, what is Twisted Metal? Why has he created this tournament?
You know, to really unpack it, I think from a psychological level.
Yes. Oh, please hold on. I'll put my glasses on.
Really think about
Everybody get comfortable.
It's about control. You know, it's about control. It's about insecurity, deep-seated insecurity. No, but truly, I think he's just loves the chaos of it. He loves the chaos. He loves to see the dynamics of everyone. He loves to turn people on each other. At times, potentially, but yeah, ultimately, I think he just loves to kind of see the absolute chaos he can he can orchestrate.
Little Showman, right? Like the first season, you sort of get little bits of it, and
tastes
I think
of the intercom.
And you see like how exciting it is for people to witness and be like quiet, so like totally wrapped up in it, you know. And as soon as that thing is, the tournament is announced, it's like, how? What? The TVs are on? Like, how is this? What? Where is this coming from? It's like got this like element of like magic-ish that is like no one can really put a finger on it exactly, but everyone's down to play because like what better trophy at the end than your greatest wish coming true? But we all know because we've played the games, like if your wish comes true, it's probably not going to happen the way you want it to happen.
Exactly, and I'm curious whether that's like magic wishing or if it's like really rich grandparent type of wishing that they can kind of just grant it with money. I don't know.
We'll see.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I will say that, you know, people go to extreme lengths to get what they want.
I'd say so.
And the gloves come off. That's, yeah, absolutely.
But I will say one of the great things about this season and one of the great things about this show is it starts with a blank piece of paper and words. And our first season, when Joe came on set as Sweet Tooth, it set the tone for the rest of the season. Like as soon as I saw him, I was like, that's our show, and our show kicks ass. Yeah. And then this season, as soon as, like, I remember, I don't know if when he first showed up with his mom. Like regular dude, him and mom, like we're going on vacation, we're just here to say hello. I'm like, oh, that's so sweet, right? Bring mom to set, right? And then he comes out in costume, and I'm like, that's our show, and our show kicks ass. You know, it's like this show is so fun and so interesting because it starts off as just written words, and it's the definition of an actor's dream because these dudes show up and bring so much to these characters, and they're so unique, and they're so like of them that they just set the tone of the show from the first day to it coming out on the 31st.
Well, especially as it relates to Sweet Tooth, like such an important part of that performance is Will Arnett's side of that, doing the voice. I'm curious whether or not the process of playing Sweet Tooth was different for you, Joe, in season 2, now that you knew how that marriage of Will's performance and yours would look.
It was much easier this season because obviously, you know, it was a lot of experimentation and kind of figuring out the process in season 1. But I know coming into season 2, we kind of had it nailed down pat, especially towards the end of the season last year. And yeah, I mean, it was pretty seamless. You know, coming in here, we knew exactly what to do, how we wanted to do it. And I think the process was much more streamlined and worked out much better this time.
Yeah. Did Will and you have any conversations about like maybe modulating anything this season?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you have any arguments? Did you like shut up? Well, I'm doing this.
We'll talk about the arguments on the thing, right?
You can talk a little about the arguments.
Yeah. You know, sometimes Will can be difficult.
Yeah.
Here we go. Now
Famously terrible man, Will Arnett.
But you know, I respect him. So, you know, we went with some of his takes, but it was cool, yeah.
Oh, how kind of you. That, Mike, that's really nice.
No, it's fine. No, I'm good. Thank you, Will.
Now, if all of you were to compete in Twisted Metal yourself, what vehicle do you think you'd be bringing into that?
Stephanie.
Ooh, let me start because I know the most about cars of anyone on this set. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Something that gets really, really good gas mileage. You know, very strong. I think I'd reinforce the, what are they called? The sides of the car?
Yeah, the sides of the car.
Side panels. Have some extra gas and hope for the best.
No guns or anything? You're just going to go totally?
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to like... I'm just going to be running, mostly, you know? Like, I'm just going to try to stay alive. I mean, that's probably what I would do.
Cool.
Yeah.
Joe, how about you?
Oh, a Toyota Hilux 4x4. I don't know if you're familiar with this truck. It's a very small, very mass-produced worldwide truck, and they're completely indestructible. I have had one when I was a youth. I crashed it several times into several things, and it still ran. It still kept going. And
good armor ratings on it.
Great armor rating.
Good. Maxed out armor.
Yeah, and if you don't want to change the oil in something, then get yourself a Toyota Hilux, because you cannot change the oil in that thing, and it'll keep running.
I definitely don't. How about you, Anthony?
You know, I think probably, I mean, the only thing that's popping in my mind is being on a motorcycle with my dog in a sidecar.
Ooh, that's very Twisted Metal.
You know, like full with goggles and everything, you know, because,
machine gun.
And she gets her own machine gun naturally, you know, and a scarf. Yeah.
Yep. You know? Good. Anthony, how about you?
I just finished building a 57 Fairlane, and in the 50s and 60s, nobody made cars like Ford. So I would go with a a 57 Fairlane, 4-door convertible, because it was the first hardtop where the entire hardtop went into the trunk. So I would do a 57 Fairlane convertible because it's a metal body with a completely galvanized steel frame and a completely titanium drive chassis, because you need your chassis to work, you need your drivetrain to work to keep moving, because you're running into stuff.
Yeah.
So I would switch out the engine. Ford has a great engine called a Coyote. So you have the Hellcat, you know the Coyote.
You've put some thought into this.
Oh man, the Coyote.
You built this car in your mind prior to
everybody
this.
do the LS swap. I do the Coyote swap.
I want to amend my answer. I want to ride with Anthony.
Yeah. Team up. It makes sense. Quiet and John ride together most of the time.
You got to do the Coyote swap though. That's 750 horsepower right there. That's
Michael. How about you?
Like the electric slide.
How about you, Michael?
I would do Axel's rig, but I'd wear a shirt.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
No one wants to be like, is that guy wearing a sweater? No, he's shirtless. What the hell?
How respectably intimidating.
Well, hey.
Blind you. Let the sun hit the white.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is David Cross in a rig?
We found out how to get David in here. Well, you guys, that's about all the time I have. I do want to ask, though, we are at San Diego Comic-Con, obviously. I have two guys here that are in some of the biggest superhero movies of the year. I'm very curious to know, what would Captain America's favorite Justice League member be, and what would Metamorpho's favorite Avenger be? And I will have to sleep on the roof of the hotel if you guys don't answer this for me.
This is good.
Let them fight.
Listen, it's okay that Metamorpho's your favorite. It's okay, it's okay. I mean, yeah, I would have to say Captain America.
Yeah.
I would say he's right.
Yeah.
I'm right. You know, it's all good.
It caps.
I would say Metamorpho.
He can turn into gas and fly around as a severed head.
He has
that's
wonderful
pretty awesome.
garments and powers of mass destruction.
Yeah, exactly.
You can keep Cap afloat.
Oh, there you go. Just in case the jetpack goes down.
Team up.
Oh man, somebody write this down quick. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in. Season 2 of Twisted Metal premieres next week, exclusive on Peacock. But right now there is more coverage of San Diego Comic-Con right here on IGN.
What is up, everybody? Max Scoville here. I'm at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 doing one of my favorite things to do in the whole wide world, which is check out awesome collectibles on the show floor. I'm here at the Dark Horse booth. Since before I was born, I think Dark Horse has been a big name in the comic book space, but more and more recently they've been breaking into the collectible space too, and they've been doing some really awesome vinyl statues, PVC figures, just really high-end collectibles, which wonderfully enough kind of come in a wide range of prices. So they're not, as prohibitively expensive as some of the big polystone resin things you see, but they still have tons of great detailing and paint ops. They've also been doing a great job of adapting some familiar adaptations of video games that we've seen being further adapted into collectibles. For instance, the Amazon Fallout show got some awesome collectibles, and it's really cool because if you want something that is authentic and realistic and screen accurate, they got you covered there. But if you want something that's a little more playful, a little more cute, they have some really fun vinyl figurines too, which I think are really adorable, and it's nice to see things kind of reinterpreted there. Maybe you don't want to have like a fully biblically accurate ghoul on your shelf. You want something a little more cute, maybe you want to put it in the kids' room. That's an option there. And also, they're not just making collectibles off of brand new stuff either. There's a bunch of really cool statues of Lara Croft in her kind of old school appearances, which I think really lend themselves well to that kind of, three-dimensional space. Like the low poly aesthetic, it looks kind of cell shaded to begin with, and then you put it in a actual statue, and it looks really gorgeous and clean. Really great paint ups on that. Of course, if you're an old school gamer who's more recently ventured into the dark ages of Doom, they got a really badass statue of Doom Guy himself with his little stinky fur cape and that badass shield that I'm just so fond of. Having fun collectibles to display on your shelf or desk or whatever is all very well and good, but what if you want to dive straight into hell yourself? Well, you can do that because they also have a replica 1-to-1 scale of a Helldiver's helmet, and it's really cool. But of course, if you don't want something that big, you don't want to put a thing on your head, they also have little replica ones too that are smaller, which again, they look really nice. Those look classy on a bookshelf. I'm into it. And of course, The Last of Us, big, huge presence, The Last of Us here. They've got a great bust of Joel and of Ellie. If any of these items look cool to you and, I don't know, your wallet's within reach, head to store.ign.com and buy one or pre-order one today. We got a bunch of those that just went up. A bunch of those have been up for a while, but they do sell out. So, get them while you can. Anyway, Comic-Con's great. I love looking at action figures, toys, collectibles, statues, maquettes, replicas, all that good stuff. So I'm going to go walk around the show floor some more. See you around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Longtime Spartacus fans know Asher died on Vesuvius, but this upcoming Stars miniseries presupposes that maybe he didn't. Here to tell us about Spartacus, House of Asher, I'm joined by executive producers Stephen S. DeKnight and Asher and Achillea themselves, Nikki Tarabay and Tamika Davis. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us today. I've watched a couple of the episodes. I'm going to really try hard not to spoil anything.
Don't do it. Don't spoil.
Don't.
No.
Do not do that.
Fight the urge.
Let's start at a very basic starting point, which is this is a spin-off in an alternate timeline. Is there anything else different in this timeline that you might like to bring up?
Yes, but nothing I can tell you about. Basically, one of the reasons I really wanted to do the show was the idea that the what if Asher hadn't got his head chopped off on Vesuvius. From that point on, Asher changes history. So everything that people know about ancient Rome is up for grabs. We can change everything. One of the big things we changed was the introduction of the first gladiatrix, which historically didn't happen until 100 years later. But Asher, under pressure, has to come up with a novelty act.
Yes.
So he comes up with, what if we throw a woman in there?
What if?
What if?
And it is a spectacle. I mean, it definitely disrupts what was going on in Roman society at that time, and I feel as though it's classic Asher. So a lot of the returning fans to the show will definitely be able to identify with the continuance of his character, but seeing him in a new light through some of his choices on this series. And Achillea, she is shocking, to say the least.
Oh, I saw.
There are moments that I'm sure people will just be in suspended disbelief seeing some of the things that she does to survive.
My friends, I scrimped.
You scrimped.
Yes, that sounds about right. That tracks. That tracks.
Well, Crassus is mentioned a lot in the episodes we were able to preview. He is a major real-world historical figure in the early Roman Empire. Can we expect other real-world events or people being portrayed in the show?
Yes. I can't reveal who or where or what.
I'm thinking of a name like Caesar.
Caesar.
Right?
Well, Caesar's been announced.
Yeah.
So yes,
we can talk about Caesar.
Caesar and his deliciously awful wife Cornelia come to give Asher the business.
Yeah. Well, who did we? No, there was other character. Can we talk about that? No.
No.
No. Okay.
No, Nick. No.
I tried, but I can't.
That one's hasn't been announced.
No,
yet.
it hasn't. Huh? Okay. But you know, also what's nice? Yes, there's liberty. We take liberty into changing some of the stuff, but we're still staying with history in a lot of ways too.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Very
So
much
there's
so.
a lot of it. So it's not like we're way out there. So I think Stephen and his writing team did it brilliantly, where they changed just enough, and then the rest stayed with it. But yeah, and it's also, I feel like it's like season 5 in a way.
Yeah,
because it's a
it very
continuation.
much feels like season 5.
That's interesting.
It feels like season 5 because all the events that happened in the first 4 seasons of Spartacus, they've happened. It's not like we ignore them. So
Up until this point.
Up until this point, like Spartacus did die. You know, when he was up fighting Crassus.
Right.
All these things did happen. I was part of this world. So it's now, all of these things are true. My alliances with the Romans, all that yes, all true. So this is, we pick up as if, really, it's like season 5 with a bit of twist. Yeah.
Well, Nick, what drew you back to the franchise?
The money.
When you got the
The big bucks.
The money.
That's so honest.
Wow. Somebody else has called it. It's the money. They threw a lot of money. I'm like, fuck it, I'll do it. No, I'm just kidding. The money is good, though. I'm not going to lie. But ultimately, it was another chance to work with Stephen tonight. I'm a big fan of Stephen's writing, and when he called me to tell me to do this, and adding some of that twists to it, it really is delicious. It really is beautiful. It's a beautiful world, and I say this, and I'm going to say it again to all the fans, and I know the fans are going to have a bit of a pushback. It's even better than the original series. Really, because you know why? Because when we started Blood and Sand, what I loved about it, there was a lot of drama peppered with fighting and sex, but it all made sense. And it was towards the end, I felt like we went a little more action than we were drama.
When the war started,
Yeah.
We went back to that drama, which is the real juice. It's like we were back in the kitchen, where everything was cooking, and we were all close proximity within each other. And then when the fight happens, when the sex happens, it makes sense. So it's really good. Yeah.
Well, Asher was pretty well known for being a schemer and pretty out for himself.
I don't know if he was known for that. That's just one
my
opinion.
I
think he was a great guy. I think he was a lovely fella, if you ask me.
Well, what has changed for Asher since that opinion of people came out? What is he fighting for now?
It's a lot has changed for Asher, because I've said this before and I'll say it again. He's playing with the big dogs now. And if you think Asher was bad, Stephen did it brilliantly, where he put him in those around these people who are way worse. So you're gonna start questioning your judgment towards Asher and many other characters. You're like, wait, is he bad? Oh wait, no, he's good. No, he's bad. You're constantly questioning this in this season, because even good, like heroes, they're gonna do bad things. Bad people are gonna do good things. So it's never black and white in the show.
Very relative morality.
Which is real life. Nobody's like perfect. There's no such thing unless you're Superman.
Well, the show is filled with complex characters, and Asher, like any other character in our story, is an underdog, and he's finding himself in a new position in which he has to navigate the complexities of Roman society. And in that respect, when he chooses Achillia to be a part of this world with him and go on that journey with him, it's almost like he sees himself in her. And so together they disrupt, they shocked, they do all of these things, but they're also looking to find ways in which they can elevate themselves in this complex world.
That's right, because Asher gets othered a lot by some of the characters.
He does.
He does what? I'm sorry?
He gets othered. Like they go, oh, it's that guy.
Yep.
Yep. More so in this season.
Yeah.
Oh, from other characters, from Caesar, from Cornelia, Casuccia.
Yeah.
Our lovely Claudia Black.
Yes.
She did an amazing job in this.
I love Claudia Black.
She
I
was
so
brilliant in
excited to
this.
see her.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
You know, I always
Like-
say, I'm sorry to cut you. I always say this is, you know, the people that are here, I'm so happy to be with them, but there are so many other characters that are so delicious. I wish we had them all here.
Yeah.
There's so many great characters. And another thing, by the way, for Asher, there's a softer side you're going to see for Asher this season. That's going to come out of nowhere. It's going to be really nice.
So I'll look forward to that.
Yeah. It was beautiful.
surprising.
Yeah, it is. It was really, really nice.
Yeah, you've gotten a small hint at it. And
We're
what
gonna have
you've
to roll this
seen.
back and watch it again.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really good.
Well, are your days fighting in the gladiator arena truly over?
Who knows?
Okay.
Look, this is the world of Spartacus. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you think the fighting or the struggle ended,
no.
It's maybe a different kind of fighting. Or maybe it is the same. We'll see.
All bets are off.
Yeah.
Anything can happen in this world.
Yeah.
At any point, we could all go. But, you know, it's the type of show that we live in. We're gladiators. We're fierce. We're powerful.
Yeah.
And there's life and death. And those are the stakes. So you never really know.
Literally live by the sword, die by the sword. Well, Tanika, what can you tell us about Achillea, the first gladiatrix?
Achillea.
Achillea.
Even this name, this beautiful name that's given to her, it's strong, it's fierce, it's powerful. And when she's introduced into this world, she's like anyone else that is in a world that people don't want them in. She's fighting for her survival. So when Asher brings her into this world, it's like putting on whole new armor. She's trying to figure out who she is. She's being sized up. Lots of things are happening to her that are very shocking and surprising. But at the heart of it, I believe that she is a person fundamentally that really wants to belong to something. She's just not sure whether in this world it'll get her killed. So you never really know. But I think that fans will really enjoy seeing a strong, powerful female who finds strategic ways and strategic prowess in ways that she navigates her way through this world.
Yeah, by the way, Asher gives her that name, right?
Yes.
We're not going to
She
beat
comes
what
in
was
with
her
a
real
different name.
She comes in with a different
Yes.
name, and Asher gives, just to show you how brilliant this man is. I'm just saying.
Is that just marketing from Achilles, or?
No, this is brilliance from Stephen the Knight, is what it is.
Yeah, it's based in history. They would often rename slaves
I see.
from somebody in history
Well, there's
or
another
mythology.
thing you mentioned. Right.
Yeah.
Working in.
Because the
Yeah.
Spartacus wasn't, we were talking about this earlier, Spartacus, that's not his real name, that was given to him.
That's right.
So it's
Right,
kind of the
and
same thing here, yeah.
Achillea was brought in from the Empire of Kush. So she's a Kushite woman who's now entering into Roman society. So that being said, when we enter into New World, sometimes we have to take on new identities, and it really is an exploration of her really understanding who she become in this world. And part of that is also changing your name.
Well, I can't wait to see more. I've only seen 2 episodes, but
Oh, wait till you see the rest.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Episode 1 to 3, that's just a tease.
My
4
That's what I
to
keep
10,
hearing.
that's where it hits.
I feel like I've already missed out, and
Yeah.
But I will be joining you when you catch Spartacus House of Asher only on Stars, with the premiere date revealed coming soon. And you can catch more Comic-Con coverage right here on IGN.
Oh, fate is such a big question, right? I will say that the Watchmen, the 2-part Watchmen that they did recently was really good. I was surprised as a big Watchmen fan, and actually as someone who really loved the Watchmen live-action TV show. They did something with that animated film, which was
Both Marvel and DC Studios skipped out on this year's Comic-Con, so we're filling the void in the best way we can by bringing you a spirited debate on the future of the MCU and the DCU now that one enters Phase 6 and the other starts from scratch, mostly. Welcome our esteemed panelists. We have Scott Kalora, Kim Horcher, and Max Scoville.
What's up?
So, guys, I want to start sort of from the beginning here. We've got, as mentioned, one's entering Phase 6, the other one is starting vaguely from scratch. But with Superman being what it was and Fantastic Four, which one do you think is coming out ahead in their proverbial refreshes?
It's hard to say at this point.
Who wants to jump on this first? Yeah.
Who wants to fall on that landmine? It's really hard to say at this point. I was really impressed with Superman, so I think we're on a really good foot going into this new era.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm historically a Marvel kid, but I really feel like it's been kind of diminishing returns in the recent MCU. And I thought the Fantastic Four was gorgeous, but it was definitely like its first steps. But we're, a decade plus in. Like I think we need something bigger than that. Yeah, I mean, I love Fantastic Four. I think it's the best Fantastic Four movie to date, but that's not saying a whole lot. Meanwhile, Superman, also one of the best Superman movies to date, and I think that James Gunn really exhibited quite a lot of talent, just hitting the ground running, dumping out a bunch of toys in the sandbox, and then managing to tell like a cohesive story that also set up a bunch, but without doing the thing that Marvel frequently does, which is spread itself too thin by introducing too many little teasers for upcoming things.
Yeah. It's like we were just doing a ranking of the Phase 5 movies. That's going to be an article on IGN.com. And we were like, so many of these have been just mediocre to bad. Like, it just feels tired on the MCU front. And Superman just is exciting. It's like, wow, this is new. It's a whole new universe. And it's a universe where they trust the audience as well. Like, we're just diving in and we're doing it. And we know who Superman is. And yeah, I'm Team Superman these days. I'm kind of done with Marvel.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was a Marvel guy too, like you, Max. So.
Ouch.
I was not. I was like, growing up, I was like strictly DC. And so like, it's so exciting to just be excited about DC again.
I mean, DC animation is hard to beat, but I really feel that James Gunn has proven a love and an understanding for the character on a granular level. I don't envy Marvel at any point after Endgame, because how do you top that? How do you build on top of that? And the answer is, you kind of don't.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, like, we spent all those years with the Marvel heroes who we grew to love, the actors as well as the characters. Chris Evans as Captain America, Black Widow, Iron Man, and now those guys are all gone, and we're just expected to slide in with these other heroes who are, some of them are fine, some of them are okay, but it's just not the same as those glory days of Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3.
Yeah, like we're lacking that foundation.
Yeah.
They moved past Infinity War, and they were like, well, we're just going to keep going instead of establishing something for these new folks. But I'm glad you mentioned the sameness earlier, because superhero fatigue has been a hot topic for years, and both Feige and Gunn in recent weeks have said outright, like, this is fake. It's not real. People are not sick of superheroes. They're not bored of superheroes. It's their job to say that.
Why would they ever say otherwise?
But their whole point is that they're not sick of superheroes. They're sick of everything being the same. And Gunn has a little bit more clout to say that than Feige does. But like, I want to get your guys' take on that. Do you think superhero fatigue is real, or do you fall on the Gunn side of it of like, no, people are just missing refreshing stories, even if it's a character that we know and love and have had in our lives for 90 years.
We're at Comic-Con. It's really hard to say that superheroes are over and no one likes superheroes. I think that's an easy cop-out to make. It's typical of learning the wrong lesson, I think, which we see time and time again from different studios for different reasons, not exactly what we're talking about here always. I think we just need something refreshing that we haven't seen 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times before.
No, I mean, the thing that's cool about both of these is that they're universes, or even, multiverses, really. And I think when the MCU was really hitting its stride, we would almost get like movies that were in different genres all under the bigger umbrella. Like Guardians was a comedy, and Winter Soldier was like an espionage thing. We've had, occasionally they are hitting those notes. Like we got WandaVision, which was a really weird sitcom, and it totally worked. But I think they have to have a clear idea of like, okay, what is this movie on its own? And you can fit into the larger part of the MCU, but it can't just be like an MCU flavored blob that just gets thrown out there. Meanwhile, I think the biggest strength that DC has going, and this is true of the comics as well, is that they're very mythological, and they're extremely flexible in terms of like reinterpreting characters. Like we're gonna get Matt Reeves doing more Batman movies. We're gonna get a Clayface horror movie. And they're going to coexist with what's happening in the larger interconnected DCU. And I think that is so cool. Like, I always love the Elseworld stuff. We're going to get an animated Aztec Batman movie. That's so cool. So, yeah, I don't think superhero fatigue is a thing. I think sameness fatigue is a thing.
Yeah.
And you can see even Gunn's approach, like he's kind of gone on the record about how he won't let a movie happen until the script is right. And that's not something that Marvel would do. Kevin Feige, again, maybe won't really admit that, but they announced, it's happened here. Remember cheering for Blade, Max? But, you know, like,
Blade.
and Gunn doesn't seem to be willing to do that. That's why the Batman Brave and the Bold movie is taking longer to get made than it was one of the first ones they announced, and it's still not really happening in any meaningful way because he wants to make sure that it's getting it right first. It's like Gunn has learned from some of the mistakes of Marvel because obviously he came from Marvel too.
Yeah, definitely.
The Blade thing is like especially weird because there was that quote where Feige was like, we don't want to just put him in a trench coat and have him killing vampires. And everyone's like, why?
Why not,
That's
though?
exactly what we want.
That's exactly what we want.
Yeah, and I mean, in some instances, again, like I feel like Blade exists in that wonderful kind of action horror corner, and it could exist as a standalone thing. Whereas, like, I don't know, Fantastic Four, putting them in a pocket universe feels almost, you know, kind of suffocating. You know,
Yeah.
and they're going to come out of that pocket universe, but again, it's like, you know, they have epic, you know, intergalactic stakes. But Blade's like in the shadows fighting vampires. Just put him in the trench coat. Let him fight the vampires.
Yeah, it feels like, so we have had street level Marvel fare in phases 5 and 6, but it feels like in lacking that foundation, we have also forgotten like what happens on Earth matters. We need that ground level. We need the street level intrigue. Like Hawkeye was so widely beloved because it was somebody that we knew and loved, but it happened on our Earth. It happened in a space with characters that we loved that impacted us. But sort of in that same space, you know, I am convinced that Superman being great and being a financial success is going to be the best thing to happen to Marvel in the MCU. Because of course James Gunn has the advantage of, yes, I came from that and I know all of the things that people are frustrated about, and I'm gonna come outright and tell you every single one of these things is gonna have its own tone for its own superhero. But I wanna get your guys' take on that kind of competition. Like, is it healthy? Do you think Superman is gonna push them, or do you think Marvel is gonna dig in and just be like, no, our way works?
I think it's healthy, and you can already see the effect Superman is having. Like Kevin Feige just did what was basically an apology tour the other day. I mean, it's true. He called the trade papers and the Hollywood trade papers into his office and did a big press conference with them, basically, where he talked a lot about the success of Superman, and Feige has never hidden the fact that he's just a fan first and foremost. As a matter of fact, he got to start working for Richard Donner, who directed the original Superman movie back in the day. But I think it's, you know, I think Feige feels the heat a little bit, and the fact that he did that press event the other day is indicating that. And it comes at a good time, which is Phase 6. We're kind of starting fresh in the last push for this segment of Marvel history. And you know, there's nowhere to go but up for Feige at this point either, because what's next? We have Spider-Man 4, Avengers Doomsday, and Avengers Secret Wars. I mean, those are, if you can't get those right, you know, like, what else is there? So.
Well, the reset's coming after Secret Wars, right?
That's what he's saying.
I wonder how that's going to work because, of course, in comics, it resets all the time. It's fine. We have these characters forever, but we don't have these actors forever. And I wonder if people's attachment to the Chris Evans, the Robert Downey Jr. as that role, you know, is it going to be able to pull past that?
Yeah.
No, I think they just got to bite the bullet because it's, you know, you can look at the way James Bond does it, or you can look at the way Indiana Jones does it. And it's like, I would much rather see, you know, Chris Evans get recast, you know, get someone to replace Hugh Jackman, and then have those guys coming out when they're just retirement age, you know, all due
Hugh
respect.
Jackman free.
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman's not complaining still. So this I think we all agree is going to be the kick in the pants that Marvel needs. But we also have two strong similarities between Fantastic Four and Superman. And that's that both of them have a profound faith in their audience. Just, I'm not explaining to you who Superman is. I'm not explaining to you who the Fantastic Four is. You get all of the threes at the beginning of Superman, and you get a brief television montage at the beginning of Fantastic Four. But there are some people who kind of were frustrated by that. Like, we've got both camps of like, thank you for having faith in me, and then you've got other camps who are like, you didn't explain to me who these are, so I don't know them in the context of your universe. Which side do you think is better?
Okay, no offense, but who doesn't know who Superman is? Okay? We've seen how many Spider-Man origin stories. I really appreciated how the Spider-Verse handled that, and they just shot through it quickly, comic book style.
and we got it, and we understood it, and those films are great. So I don't see a problem with them trusting the audience to understand who is Superman, which you know, okay? I don't know you, but I know you know.
Yeah. I mean, the first time I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, I didn't know who Indiana Jones was, but I figured it out as I watched the movie, right?
You're a smart guy.
Yeah, you know, like, he doesn't like snakes.
I mean, maybe just you bring in like opening crawls like Star Wars, you sit through several paragraphs of exposition, you know, fall asleep a little bit, get some backstory. No, I mean, like, I took my 4-year-old daughter to see Superman because I'm an irresponsible father, but, you know, the opening, they had all those threes and all that stuff explaining things, and I was like, okay, so yeah, he's from a planet that blew up. She's like, why'd it blow up? And I'm like, I don't remember. It was like intrigue of some. There's like, you know, conflicting origin stories.
Global warming.
Yeah, and then, you know, Gunn scrapped the entire origin story and reinvented that. Like, there's going to be stuff to explain, but at the end of the day, like, we all have the internet. Like, we're all going to go and be like, what's the ending? Explain. What's this? Who is that? I didn't know who Mr. Terrific was. I went into that totally cold. Like, I'm not a DC guy. I'm like vaguely aware of Guy Gardner, and I'm like, all right, let's see where this goes. So, you know, if you're not sure what's going on, just, you know, Google it.
Yeah. And go to IGN.
Or watch IGN. That's it. That's
Go to IGN.com, where we also explain things. If I have to watch Martha Wayne's pearls bounce against pavement ever again, I'm going to scream in the middle of the theater. And that's all the time that we have today. But it goes to show that whether you'd prefer the Baxter Building or the Fortress of Solitude, it's an exciting time to be a superhero fan.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey, you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Cowabunga, dudes! You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. Excellent!
Coming up, we got the cast and director of Predator Badlands in a bit. Then we got the cast of Rick and Morty and the cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sounds like a bunch of gnarly stuff, dudes. Bossa Nova!
But up next, we're talking with the cast of Dexter Resurrection, the brand new sequel series to the hit show that started in 2006. Somebody needs to stop that guy. Anyway, lots more IGN Live ahead. Let's kick shell!
Everyone's favorite serial killer killer with a moral code is back in Showtime's Dexter Resurrection. Joining me today are 3 generations of killers and their cop best friend. Please welcome James Remar, Michael C. Hall, Jack Alcott, and David Zayas. Oh, thank you for joining us. I'm genuinely a fan of this show. I saw episode 1 and I was like, they are so back. So welcome, happy to have you here. For the group, the tone of the books is more lighthearted than the original series. How has the show's tone shifted over the years?
I mean, I think, the first book was the template that inspired the pilot episode and a lot of the first season, but the show has definitely moved beyond that and moved to other places. I think the tone is ebbed and flowed in terms of how dark it is, how light it is, how serious it is. But I think this new iteration returns to a tone that has a more levity. It's funnier. It's still dark, but yeah, I think if there weren't opportunities for the audience to laugh, the show wouldn't be so palatable. So we're trying to mine that vein.
I genuinely laughed when the other dark passenger was behind you and you went, "Oh, I'm so scared."
Oh yeah, good.
That was the best. So Resurrection is a subtitle. It's pretty clever. I mean, Batista resurrects Dexter on paper, but it's also an excuse to bring dead characters back in a way, as we saw in episode 1. Is it getting crowded in there for Dexter? Lots of different passengers?
I mean, I think, yeah, his little space between alive and dead, it reveals just how populated his interior landscape is, But that's a part of the fun of the world of the show, or the rules. Anybody can emerge, even if they're no longer, because they all exist within his imagination.
Can truly anyone emerge?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take that to be important to the future.
Okay.
So in the books, the Dark Passenger's a little different. Will Dexter fight an actual demon eventually?
Anything's possible.
Had to ask. So David, Angel spends the first few episodes of the series catching up with Dexter. Very kind, bringing him his favorite sandwich, cares for his friend. What's going on in there?
Well, I think there's a lot more to that than what's on the screen. I think there's a lot of figuring out, especially someone that you thought was gone for so many years, and now there's going to be mixed feelings. And also with the new information that Angel has about what Dexter can possibly be. I feel there's a combination of anger, of guilt, of failure, but also an opportunity to fix all that, in the right way. So I think it was a great way to bring him back.
Is there any world with what happened with LaGuerta and Dokes that Angel forgives Dexter?
Never say never. Never say never.
I'm just so scared for my favorite detective.
I mean, Batista's a forgiving guy,
Okay.
But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see.
I've really found myself at odds because I'm cheering for both of you, and you're against each other now, and I don't know what to do. But James, what differentiates this iteration of Harry from the real one?
The real one?
I mean, the one who was alive and outside of Dexter's head.
Wow. Well, any memory is going to be subject to the interpretation of the person remembering it. As Dexter is maturing, it seems like Harry's maturing a little bit too, and not so austere. I feel like he's becoming a little warmer, because he's not dealing with a kid that Dexter understands the code at this point.
Yeah.
When you're younger,
He does.
when you're younger, rules are rules, and it's easier. But when you have a child of your own, and you become a man on your own, the rules start to get a little rubbery.
Well, I'm always curious when Harry talks. is this Dexter's version of Harry? Is it the dark passenger talking? Who am I listening to?
Perhaps all three.
Yeah.
And certainly you're listening to the voice of a man who was once alive in Dexter's life. So I would say it's all three.
I'm just gonna mentally try and figure out which
I
one
love
it
the
is.
fact that these questions get asked.
Oh, I love the
You know,
show.
it makes you puzzle and think. I think it's great.
Jack, Harrison is on his own when we catch up with him at the beginning of this series. And without spoiling too much, he does get his first New York kill, which leans to more impulsive than methodical, like Dexter. What will be the norm for him going forward?
I mean, I think Harrison would love to know the answer to that question. I feel like the only norm for Harrison is just sort of constant chaos and questions. In New Blood, he just comes to Iron Lake to find his father with questions, and the answers that he gets from his father are so much scarier and larger than he, I think, could have imagined, and now is trying to leave that behind and live a normal life, which of course, pretty quickly does not go very well. He's made progress. He's got a job. He's sort of got a place to stay. He's got some friends, but then he kills a guy.
Yeah, that always, stumbles you up.
So
but
a lot to contend with.
I mean, James was saying over time the code changes. What is Harrison's take on the code?
I mean, I think it's currently avoiding the idea that he would need a code, because that would involve acknowledging that he is the same, which I think is the scariest thing in the world for Harrison, is because the last time that he saw his father, he saw him as a monster, and he pulled a trigger. And so to be the same would be to see himself as a monster, which he's trying to divorce himself from with every fiber of his being.
Well, that is a little hard to do after you do kill someone.
I don't believe I said that the code changes. I think the code stays the same.
But your interpretation of it.
As you get older and have more of a personality,
Yes.
I think perhaps the code gets colored by that.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Well, okay.
I don't want anyone
It is.
to mess
It is
up
Harry's code.
what the code means.
It is Harry's code.
That's what we call it. Well, I'd like to do a little forensic analysis with you if you can. You do have experience now, and we'd like to show you a clip of Harrison's first New York kill, and perhaps you can analyze, as experts, as a detective, people who know what are going on here, if you can see what he did right and wrong here.
Put my glasses on. What?
Try to employ my experience as a bellman.
Back to her room.
So he's a little impulsive at this point.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
he's thinking over what he's going to do, but I don't know. We see this woman here, Shauna.
The fact that he sticks up for her is very, very right.
Yeah, there doesn't have to be a lot of thought
Yeah.
when you're
Little more improvisational than I would recommend. The room is far from prepped.
I mean, there's a shower curtain somewhere.
Yeah, but it hasn't been meticulously taped across the floor.
It's just crime of passion.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell him very nicely.
Yeah, this is not a proper. This is a crime of passion. There it is.
Very, very messy young man. You should learn to clean your room.
Well,
but I like you're getting yourself together. Deep breaths.
Okay.
At this point, there's a lot of evidence.
Slow your heart rate.
I got a little ahead of myself there.
Clean up. Clean up.
David, how would you catch him based on what he's done so far?
Oh, right now, all the evidence is in the room. See how he takes care of it.
You're not
It's
allowed
gonna
in the room
determine.
yet.
I'm not allowed in the room yet. Yeah. Actually, never allowed in the room.
Very resourceful.
Oxygenated bleach.
Very resourceful.
And a good employee, like he knows where stuff is. You know.
He knows exactly
He
what to
even
do.
found the spare toilet lid, which I didn't know hotels kept on hand.
Yeah.
The good ones. The good ones do.
All right. Now we're thinking
Plastic,
a little more
like
like
it.
that.
You notice there's no debate
That's
over
a
the
good
fact that
boy.
the guy deserved it.
I mean, he did say some pretty bad stuff.
He did some pretty bad.
Say.
stuff.
Make
did
sure
some
they
bad
deserve it,
stuff.
so you're in line with the code.
He didn't seem very sorry. Yeah, nah.
No, he had a few words for Harrison that I thought, okay, I get it.
You get the plastic, buddy.
He was about to harm an innocent.
No, but I mean, yeah, he was, you know, whether he's truly like Dexter or not, he's been paying attention.
Yes, he's learning.
This is very, very impressive. I'm proud.
Aw.
Grandpa's proud.
All I ever wanted to hear.
That's all anyone ever wants to hear. All right. Oh, yes, 9 pieces.
Yes.
And I admire
That's
his
definitely the
physique.
spot.
Now it becomes very complicated.
He's strong. He's got a good physique.
Right. You got to cut off the clothes. They get in the way.
Nice.
We love a cleaver.
Excellent choice.
Yep.
Here comes the big mistake. There it is.
Yeah.
Hit the right spot.
That's why you put the plastic on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right.
Gosh. Oh, boy,
Goes
we're
everywhere,
really showing
man.
this whole thing, huh? Oh, no.
Good catch, Kim. Got to put the plastic on the ceiling.
This is horrifying. What is this show?
A lot of blood.
When we shot this, it didn't register to me how gory it was until I watched it later. Like seeing it on screen, I just was thinking about putting the pieces where they went, and yeah, the first time I saw it, I was pleasantly mortified.
Were you more about in the headspace of doing your chores and making sure, you know, I got the bags, I got the cleaner.
Exactly.
Uh-oh. No.
There it is.
Didn't get that part.
Yeah.
Nobody else in the world would spot that besides his dad.
Or one very meticulous detective.
I think Claudette would have seen it.
Claudette would have seen it, yeah. You came in
I
just
like
in
this
the
part
nick
where
of
he's
time.
like watching but not watching. I'm just a casual guy standing by the trash at this time.
Well,
of
also, you know, it's like, is he like his dad? Is he not? It's ambiguous. But Dexter doesn't do this after, he's about to
Where
throw
you
up.
stand and stare there and then.
No, and you throw up.
Well, let's go to
Sort of like
something
Harry
Dexter
threw
would
up
do.
when he saw Warren.
Okay.
If we can, I'd really like to look at the first kill we saw from Dexter, not chronologically, but in the show. Let's roll it. Compare and contrast.
So Dexter never throws up?
All right, maybe we're doing a.
Not
wait
after
a
he kills
second.
somebody.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
See, look at him. He's properly tied down. I'm getting a trophy. I'm controlling the flow of blood. I'm incredibly young.
Now, we're seeing a more methodical style here, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, this was.
Let's talk about it.
Well, he's a serial killer. This isn't a. You know, he's tracked this guy. He's prepared the room. He's collecting his trophy. It's completely different. I mean, the discrepancy between these two kills would suggest that maybe they're not as alike as we.
Say to this.
Well, Harrison's improvising. Dexter's following the script. Or the code.
Harrison would be conflicted. I think it'd be really cool if you used a toilet tank lid at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe just to incapacitate.
I just started doing that.
Yeah.
What's impressive about that is that with Harrison's kill, it was spontaneous. Like, this just happened. It wasn't a hunt involved. There wasn't research involved. And what's impressive is that he still remembered what he learned from his father to clean the area up. And, you know, unbeknownst to him, somebody come in and make sure everything works out.
I mean, he did his best with what he could. The situation was quite different.
Well, I think the main point is that he didn't go to security and say, guys, I got in a fight with this guy. He hid the whole thing.
Yeah, when you're in that scary of a situation, usually everything, your head empties and everything goes out the window. And Harrison kind of sobered up and
his wits about him.
Remembered what to do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think most non-Morgan people might say, oh, I'm going to tell them I was defending myself, like you said.
Defending myself from this lady.
But that's not your first impulse necessarily. Yeah, well, it's, okay. To me, it's justified, but we'll let you all decide. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us today and talking about the show. I love it once again. And coming to join here today at Comic-Con, you can watch Dexter Resurrection airing now on Showtime and Paramount Plus with Showtime. For the latest from San Diego Comic-Con, stay right here on IGN.
Dexter Resurrection features plenty of familiar faces, but also a few new ones who are still pretty familiar from their many appearances in other movies and shows. Here to tell us how they're dealing with Dexter, please welcome David Dastmalchian and Kristen Ritter. Hi, guys.
Hi, Amelia. How are you?
Good, good. How's your Comic-Con going?
We just are getting started. It's very busy and chaotic already, but exciting. There's a lot of fans around and great people in cosplay. So fun.
So many good cosplays this year. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's always fun to stand up here and just like peek.
Yeah.
So Kristen,
yeah,
your character is both a sommelier and a serial killer. What do you think is most important the audience knows outside of those two key traits about your character
My
specifically?
character is going to come and shake things up a little bit. She shows an interest in Dexter right away, and she likes to play with her toys.
Ooh, okay, okay. And David, you're playing the Gemini killer. Is there something in his history that led to the killing in pairs situation?
So Gareth, the Gemini killer, is FBI's most wanted serial killer. Sorry. And there is something in his past that has influenced his style and his mode of murder, but I don't want to tell you yet because you
Major spoiler.
Major spoiler. You and Dexter are going to have to figure that one out, but I will say it is so horrifying and grotesque the way that he kills his victims and then poses them together. It's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, so what you're saying is you had a blast.
I had a great time.
These roles are candy, and it's so rare that roles like this come along. And I think that's, they got an amazing guest cast, an amazing supporting cast for this show because these are choice roles, and the writing is so good. And I think what Dexter kind of always does is they really get into the nature and the nurture of all of the characters. They get into the why and the trauma that informs how these characters turn out. So we do explore that with all of the killers.
Yeah. And there's this great joy. I mean, I love getting to play a character like this. Like you said, it's candy. We chomp it up.
I want to do it all day, every day.
But also, I mean, I met Kristen on a strawberry picking trip with our kids
By the way,
years ago.
The least likely place for us to be.
Out in the sun,
incredible.
In the middle of the field. We were actually sharing sunblock, holding an umbrella, like two goth vampires.
Having never met
out in the middle.
before.
Never met, and I was always a fan. And we have mutual friends, and I just was like, hey, I know so-and-so, da-da-da-da. We hit it off, became buddies, and now here we are all these years later getting to finally go kill together. It's really fun.
Kill together, that's so cute. This is also the first time that I haven't been the most goth person on set, so I'd like to thank you both for your service.
Take the crown.
Yeah, you both came in. I was like, I'm not the one in the most black. We did it.
I dressed for David today. I was like, I feel like this is a fishnet situation. I'm going to be with David all day.
Look at you both. And the boots. You've got matching boots.
Yeah.
We do have matching boots.
So, Kristen, you've spent a lot of time in New York this year.
I have.
Did you have any Jessica Jones flashbacks while doing that, or was it just, I'm here and I'm focused?
I'm always focused on what I'm doing, and I keep my head down, and the two roles are so wildly different.
Yeah.
It was fun to throw everybody off the track because people thought I was in New York, maybe hopefully to do Daredevil or Jessica Jones, and I'm like, I'm here doing Dexter.
Yeah.
And so that made the surprise of reprising Jessica Jones even more exciting. But for me, creatively, having both of these roles, I love New York, but playing this glamorous femme fatale serial killer, and then also JJ, it's just like I'm so lucky, and it's been so fun.
You get to have the best of both worlds.
Yes, exactly.
I'm
the best of both worlds.
You mentioned the differences because for both of your characters to kind of give an audience idea of who they're about to get into, who of your past characters do you think would most get along with your serial killer?
That's a really good question. So Gareth, who I'm playing, is not exactly the warmest character. He certainly believes he is the most intelligent person in the room at any given time. So I feel like he and is it okay if I use an animated character that I played?
Yeah, of course.
I feel like he and Calendar Man would probably just, I don't know if they'd get along, but they do really well together. Lots of intellectual back and forthism going on. Yeah.
And a lot of rules.
Lot of
rules.
yeah.
I'm glad I had an extra minute to think about this. So I think out of my past roles, who would be friends with Lady Vengeance would probably be Natasha from Night Books. Our mutual friend directed, David Yarovesky. One of my favorite roles. It's a horror movie for kids, and I play this witch who is very evil,
It's
but
so
fashionable
good.
and glamorous.
She's so good. I was just talking about it
It's
today.
one of my favorite roles
You're
ever.
so good. You crush it. My kids, I don't know if you know this, my kids were one of the first test audiences that Dave had for the film. We got to watch the movie together, and it's still,
It's
to this
pretty
day,
scary
we
for
talk about
kids.
it all the time. It's a very scary movie. It's called a kids horror movie, but it's really just a scary movie for everybody.
Yeah, it's great. And it's like, nods to the Lost Boys and like really cool. It's just a really cool
Even Hansel and
stylized.
Gretel.
Yeah,
like,
Hansel
it's-
and Gretel.
But it's high fashion-y.
Yeah.
God, you're so
Visually
good in it.
amazing, and he did a great job. So I think Natasha from Night Books might be friends with Lady Vengeance.
I'd love to see that.
And we don't give introductory horror enough love. Like, it's so important for the kids to, like, get them indoctrinated.
It is important for the kids.
Yeah, yeah, we got to get them ready to be scared. So you both are joining a pantheon of fictional serial killers, but in that scope, who do you think your serial killer most looks up to, whether it be a real or fictional serial killer?
I think it's tricky for Mia because there are no female serial killers that get that kind of attention that the boys do in the show. She has a real issue with the press and how they frame her work. So I think that she really sees herself as a loner and a trailblazer in her field.
Gemini, being such an artist, I believe, looks at the presentational style of someone like Jack the Ripper, who would lay out his victims with their different organs and bits spread apart in a kind of tableau, and I feel like that's probably something that Gemini thought was pretty inspiring.
All right, I like it. So, David, your character has a history with the FBI. What happened there?
He has been on their most wanted list for a minute now. That is something that probably for most criminals or serial killers would be a cause for alarm. For Gareth, that is a badge of great honor, and he drops that knowledge in almost every conversation he has. He wants to make sure you know that he is the #1 most wanted killer on the FBI list.
That's funny. How do you know you're #1 on the list? He'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lady Vengeance is still kind of early in her serial killer days, as far as we know.
As far as we know.
With 3 primary kills. But her name sort of implies that she could have a similar MO to Dexter. Would you say that that's true?
And I think that's why Dexter is interested in her, because they kind of hit it off right away. He believes that she has a code like he does, and we will find out if that's true or not.
Okay, all right. So we have spent a lot of time talking about genre today because both of you have such a rich history in that space. So I'm curious, what about Dexter challenged you in ways that your other roles haven't?
I go first. I had an opportunity, again, this is a spoiler, so I can't give too much away to the fans, but there was an opportunity with this role to try to do things physically. And you'll understand more as the series progresses as to what that big secret is. But there was an opportunity to embrace challenges physically for me that were much more involved, say, than just the interior psychological journey that I was taking with Gareth. I was hyper aware of things that I was doing with my hands, with the way that I walked, with the way that I even used my eyes. That was really fun for me. I love technical acting. I love using, the outside in and how our bodies interact with space and other scene partners. But this one, once you get the full story, I think you'll realize and be like, oh, interesting. That's why he was doing that. Hopefully. We'll see.
My character is original, and I worked with Scott Reynolds before on Jessica Jones, and he knew all of the things that I was looking to do and wanting to do, and this role was an opportunity to be very glamorous and really go for it. We wanted to make it big and over the top and have a lot of fun with costumes. I kind of made a mood board as soon as I read it of like the colors and shapes that popped out, and started collaborating with the amazing costume designer Kat Thomas, who I actually worked together with on 27 dresses when I was Gina the Goth, which a lot has changed. And it was just an opportunity to be really fabulous and really glamorous and really go for it. And for me, it was just so like fun, so fun. And I had a great experience on this show.
Good, good. You guys, that's all the time that we have today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IGN.
Thank you, IGN.
New episodes of Dexter Resurrection are airing weekly on Paramount Plus with Showtime, and plenty more Comic-Con coverage is airing every few minutes right here on IGN. Stick around.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
Hey, I'll be home in about 10 minutes. Make it 8.
Mom, stop. It's really fun, I promise. Mom, I don't know what's happening. I gotta go. Go back home. That's my good boy. Stay.
There's a feeling you get when the monsters come. And all you can do is save yourself.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
In Prey and Killer of Killers, we got to look at the ancient past of the Predator timeline, and later this year, we're getting a glimpse into the distant future. Here to tell us about Predator Badlands, please welcome director Dan Trachtenberg and the stars of the film, Elle Fanning and Demetrius Schuster-Kolomotangi. Welcome.
You're making a new Predator. Can we just celebrate that real quick? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Making nobody. Come on, Predator.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've all been big Predator fans forever. It feels like video games have been borrowing from Predator movies and for as long as Predator movies have existed. This one, to me, as a big fan of video games, you know, you've got a character that gets dropped into this new world and starts having to fight all these bigger, scarier monsters. Feels like a really kick-ass third-person video game to me. So, was there any inspiration there?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I mean, there's a few that have influenced me over the years and definitely kind of come together in this. One would be in the combination of like Half-Life 2 when you meet the robot dog that's like your pet, but you befriend it. I mean, the Prince of Persia, the reboot of Prince of Persia, and Uncharted, where it's like having the companion along with the journey makes it that much more rich and entertaining. And then, of course, the 2018 God of War. Or was the Mimir on his strap to his belt? Was that the new Ragnarok, or is that in the first one?
The first one.
It was in the first one, yeah. So even that was all of that kind of influenced the nature of Dec and Thea in this movie, along with many other things.
Awesome.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Al?
Totally. I'm in a video game.
You are.
Yeah,
Huge video game this year.
Yeah.
Huge. Yeah.
I want to talk about that in a second, but first, wasn't the working title for this backpack?
Sure was.
Yeah, and that made a lot more sense seeing the poster where you're being carried, or half of you is. You're kind of half in the movie. Can we talk about your guys' dynamic and just sort of what the relationship's like in the film?
Yes. Well, what can I say? But I play Thea, and she is a synthetic. She's an android. I think you guys have seen that she works for Weyland-Yutani. That's in her eyes. And she's broken. So she is cut in half. She's just a torso at this moment. And she's on Genna, one of the deadliest planets in the universe. And Dek, the Predator, he finds himself on that planet. He meets Thea, and I become not human, I guess, a robot backpack companion.
Which is, very C-3PO Chewbacca Empire Strikes Back.
Also kind of the initial inspiration.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nice. Demetrius, how do you audition to be a Predator? Like, how does that work?
It's fun, is what it is. I think, so the original auditioning process, I didn't even know that it was for the Predator. It was just like a one-page thing, just said like creature.
Right, you're like, why do they keep making me make that noise?
Yeah, pretty much. I was like, this is a weird audition. I had to do it in like a just interpretation, make up your own language. And then, they had me run a obstacle course like I was American Ninja Warrior. But it was fun. It was a really cool process. Like, it wasn't until the meeting I had to have with Dan where I started to click. I was like, oh, he did prey. This could be some creature in there. But it was cool.
Awesome.
Nice. And in this one, the Predator is like speaking. Beyond just like mimicking swear words that he heard a human say. Tell us about that. Did you have to learn how to speak Yautja?
Yes, yeah. So
both of them.
Yeah, both of us had to do sessions with Britton Watkins. He was the guy behind the language. He constructed a whole, Yautja alphabet and put together the language for us. Had to do many sessions with him, learning it. But it was such a cool process. Like I've never had to do anything, like this for any other job. So being able to just fully immerse myself into this character was awesome.
Did you get to play with some really fun weapons, both of you?
Hell yeah.
I like the shoulder cannon. It's a personal fave.
Yeah.
Just point, blast. Head pops off.
We need action figures.
Now, Elle, you were just tomorrow in Death Stranding 2.
Yes.
Excellent work, by the way.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about how the experience compares doing performance capture for an actual video game that's very cinematic versus doing conventional acting for a movie that's very video gamey?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd never done motion capture before, so that with Hideo, we went to the facility that they shot Avatar in with a lot of the guys who worked on Avatar, and so we were in those full suits with the camera is like right in front of your face, capturing everything. You have all the dots. It's very specific. That was a whole new experience, I will say. But I was also playing a character in that, just like I'm playing a character in Badlands. And so, I don't know, my approach to story is pretty much the same. I think what's amazing about this film is that it's tangible. Like, things are practical. It's always been, someone in the Predator suit, and he's there. Yeah. It's not like you're looking at a tennis ball, and Demetrius is a phenomenal actor, and I got to see his face this time. He wasn't covered with a mask, so he could show his emotions, and I could look him in the eyes when I wasn't riding on his back. But that's something I think that people are going to be surprised by with this story, of like the humanity of the story and emotion. But there's no humans involved. It's a creature and a robot, but it's almost one of the most emotional stories you'll see this year. Like, the story that he's come up with. So, answer your question. But as an actor, I don't know. I don't view it differently. It's like, the story is a story. You're trying to play the character. Just use your imagination. Sometimes you have to use a little bit more than others.
Yeah. Now, Dan, we got to address this. The Weyland-Yutani logo.
Yeah.
This
is cool logo, right?
Probably no connection. So there's currently, Alien Earth is coming out in like 2 weeks, and then there's the Romulus sequels entering production like right before this hits theaters. I assume there's been some communication with Fede Alvarez and with Noah Hawley. How do you guys make sure you're not stepping on each other's toes in terms of like lore, story beats, whether or not things involve xenomorphs?
Right. Well, Fede's a good friend, and Noah I got to speak with over the years and recently as well. And I think the cool of everything that's out there right now is that none of it, sometimes I find, I'm sure you guys would agree, that watching television especially, but sometimes movies can feel like homework, or like I got to catch up in order to enjoy something. And thankfully, I think what Fede did, what I'm doing, and what Noah has done, that everyone's about to see, none of it is like required homework to watch any other individual part. But certainly in success, it would be awesome for things to come together in a fun way. I certainly have always been a little bit averse to when people are really eager to establish a cinematic universe or crossover things, and it just feels like they're taking their action figures and smashing them together. And I think it would be cooler to have a much more elegant way into things being combined.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, at the very least, we can just celebrate the fact that these franchises are doing amazing things individually right now. Like, Predator is in such a cool spot. Alien's in a cool spot. Yeah. That just rules. Elle and Demetrius, I want to talk a little bit about the two of you sort of just getting out there into the wild and kicking ass. Like, you get to fight a bunch of cool stuff in this. Like, we're playing with scale like we've never seen before in this universe, and it's really interesting. And obviously, you didn't actually, or maybe you did, get out there and take down a 100-foot monster. I wasn't there. Maybe you have. It's possible. But yeah, tell me a little bit about that part of it, about the actual physicality, getting your hands dirty, getting out there and fighting.
Yeah.
I think it was also me, like like you said, it's something like a scale that hasn't been touched in the universe, and we know predators to be the scariest hunters, in all of the galaxy. They're the top dogs. So being able to put them in positions where it's like they're up against these like monstrous things, it's such like a thing. I guess the fans have been so eager to see as well. So I think we're just really happy that we're able to deliver that to them, and yeah, it was a lot of fun, a lot of sweat.
Yeah, a lot of sweat.
A lot of harnesses.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely challenging. It was like kind of a new genre, new territory for me of like working with, all the incredible stunt team and having to prepare for something like in a physical way. I hadn't really done that before, so it was very new. And we filmed in New Zealand on beautiful locations, and so like I was saying before, but things were practical. Like, we were hooked up together, we were on wires flying through the air together. Like, the stunt team created rigs that have never been used before, and like they really had to put their heads together to figure out how they were going to make things work, and to be a part of that. And I felt like they really included both of us too, of like, what would help you to do this scene, and how can we make this more comfortable? Or wires would be connected to trees, like, and we'd be going through the river like together, attached, and this wire was like above us, connected to just like nature. Like, it was just like, we would look at ourselves like, how is this real? Like, this is what we're doing right now. But yeah, I had some good badass fight sequences that I love. One in particular.
Yeah, there really
stands out.
is a lot of action in this movie, not just by amount, but by flavor. Like, there's just so many different types of set pieces. And there's a spine rip in the movie that I think rivals anything you've ever seen from any of the franchise. And I've done a lot of, with Kill of Killers, it was like kind of like 4 other entries, but also the things that Elle has to do in the movie are incredibly inventive and unique, and fights like you've never seen before, and she kicks butt. So
love it. Yeah. Awesome. I'm glad we held off on writing IGN's top 100 spine rips.
Good call.
You know it's coming.
Good call.
We got to wrap things up in a second, but you mentioned Killer of Killers.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that they spotted Dutch in the background. Would you be open to the idea of doing maybe a Predator movie set in present day and bringing back Schwarzenegger to reprise the role?
I'd be so. I mean, how could I not be? Now, F that. Arnold hit? That's what? No. Of course, it would be incredible.
Was that Dutch in Killer of Killers?
Was that Dutch in Killer of Killers? I don't know.
There's like a guy, apparently not. There's like a little guy in the background. It's like in one of the tubes in the thing. People think that's, maybe you're, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all these, people just want to connect the dots.
Yeah, I know.
Dan knows all.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much. I'm super excited about this. The hunt begins when Predator Badlands hits theaters November 7th, but right now it is time for more San Diego Comic-Con right here on IGN.
This weekend is a sad one for Rick and Morty fans, as Season 8's finale means no more new episodes for a while. But don't worry, because there's lots more Rick and Morty on the way. Here to discuss what went down this season and where the show might go in the next few, I'm joined by executive producer Dan Harmon and the voice of President Curtis, Keith David.
Hey, hey.
Thank you guys for joining us so much.
All right.
All right, now you are coming into the Season 8 finale here. It's premiering this weekend. Can you tease a little bit about what Rick and Morty's final adventure of the season's going to be like?
I think it's okay to tease as much as we did at the panel today, because we showed a little clip, and the clip is the beginning of the finale, and it reveals that Rick is flirting with moving on with his romantic life, moving on from the sort of ghost, if you will, of his deceased wife, and at the same time, it's the return of Memory Rick, who maybe some people will remember as the kind of idealistic version of Rick in his younger 90s days with his hoop earring and his grunge hair.
His hot alt boy era.
And his rabid idealism, because he's really not a real version of Rick as much as he is a bird person's memory of Rick in their heyday.
There's a few degrees of separation, yeah.
And so he makes a good foil to Rick, because who would be more of a villain to you than someone else's memory of you when you were a better person?
Yeah.
That person would hate you, that memory.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Now, you also announced at that panel, this is so exciting, that President Curtis is getting his own show. That is so exciting. Keith, what's most exciting about looking into President Curtis's life in a little more detail?
Well, we get to explore, all things Curtis. On the show, on Rick and Morty, he's had quite a few adventures, from gobble gobble to
it's impossible to count. Yeah, lightsabers going through the White House.
All this stuff. Now he's got some really great adventures. Some in the White House and some out and about related to the White House.
Yeah, foreign trips and so forth. Now, are there any? You have starred with some of the most impressive actors. You being one yourself of that, cadre. Are there any people that you've co-starred before that you think need to get into the President Curtis show as a guest star?
Oh God, too many. You have to come back to me on it. There's a lot of people you'd like to see on it.
I'd
like to hear on it.
Yes, of course. Dan, any for you that you've got your mind on for that show?
What's Roddy Piper doing?
He's resting in peace.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, that's right. You really beat him up, didn't you? No, I'm sorry. That's awful. Yes, he's no longer with us, and that's why did I pull that out of my butt?
Well, you can come back as Ghost Roddy.
Yeah. I guess we can
do that.
Maybe I'm sure we can edit this.
We'll put it on.
The sound guy says it's like most of we're going to do several takes of this.
Yeah. We have the visual effects take. Yeah, we'll do it all.
Pour one out for the amazing
Rowdy.
What was he like to work with? I'm going to turn this into just a pop cultural.
Listen, he was probably one of the most fun people I've ever worked with. I'm a certified stage fighter. But fighting in the movies is a little bit different. With the angles and the cameras and stuff. And he taught me how to sell it, and how to take it.
Well, you did a lot of selling and taking in They Live. I think there's somewhere in the multiverse where you two are still fighing, I think. Yeah, there's a portal you could go through and you guys are still duking it out.
The fight just continues.
I have not put on the glasses yet.
No. Now, how have you found the reaction? Rick and Morty has sort of been modulating how it approaches season-long arcs over the last few years. How have you found the fan reception to going back to more standalone episodes?
I leave that to the kids, and by kids I mean people under 50 that work on Rick and Morty. I've always been proud of the fact that our writing staff is mostly former writers' assistants on Rick and Morty. And so they come up through the trenches and they love the show and have an encyclopedic knowledge of it. And so me kind of farting around like slowly, I should be the old like Uncle Good Times guy that's like, what's going on? Kids love a pie fight. And just let the smarter, younger people be like, Evil Morty needs to do this. We haven't paid attention to this. You know, shout out to Albro Lundy, James Siciliano, who's now running the President Show. And you know, just every writer on Rick and Morty that like they keep track of the canon, and they know when to do a good solid serial episode. I'm just like, let's make it Black Mirror meets My Favorite Martian and keep going forever.
Yes. Oh, man, love that. Now, what medium or genre or storytelling convention would both of you like to see used in Rick and Morty? You guys have done so much, but is there any sort of movie, like whether it's a spoof or a specific sort of storytelling convention, what would you like to hit that you haven't already?
Well, Keith needs to sing,
yes.
but I also think it's like people in my position all too often go like, let's do a musical episode, and I'm not saying those are bad episodes when people do them, but it's a little bit hair triggery for us. Like we meaning guys like me, we're too quick to rush into like, let's do a musical episode. Keith is quite a crooner.
Well, we will venture forth eventually to have the president, you know.
So I could see doing like a musical episode of the President Show.
You know, I would love that. Yeah, you get the whole cabinet is his Greek chorus. Yeah. I think. Well, you know, Rick and Morty is so good at skewering like tropes and expectations of those things. So I think there's a lot of room for a musical to play with that.
The people all sit down, you're rocking the boat.
We got a preview of it already. I love that. There's also this idea that shows that go on have to continue to outdo themselves. And I want to know what your relationship is to that idea. Do you feel like you have to outdo yourself every season?
No, because I mean, we kind of made that decision in season 1 where we took a different philosophy where, you know, instead of worrying about jumping the shark, we kind of famously jumped the shark as soon as we could, literally destroyed the world, and then revealed that it doesn't matter ever. If you destroy the world, you can literally just sliders Stargate over into the world next door and start over after burying your own dead body. And that was a very liberating thing because it made the show always have to be about emotional stakes. Like, those are the things that drive the story, not so much plot. Like, oh, is the Hulk going to be able to pick up Thor's hammer? What if he can't? Or is Superman going to, you know, make it to the right color kryptonite? And if he doesn't, is it like we don't really get to play with those stakes that much because Rick is just like, he's a god. He's Doctor Who. He can just do almost anything. So it's a boring answer, but we don't outdo ourselves. We just start from the point of departure. It's like, well, the guy can pretty much do anything. So then what's important to him and what kind of challenges can we throw at him?
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. You said something that made me think about what we're going to see in the President Show a little bit, which is what is the emotional hook for the president there when we're focusing on him in the story? You know, what's his struggle through that show?
Well, to stay grounded.
Yeah.
You know, he's and I mean, he really is like a good person.
Yeah.
And he has values, and he just wants to make sure that the people around him stay true to that.
Yeah.
And get back to that, no matter how you veer, because, you know, any one of us at any given time can veer from our core values.
Yeah.
But something has to bring us back, and he always manages to come back to what's important.
Would that it were so simple.
Word that it was that easy.
Yep. Well, hey, we're about out of time here. I do have one more question. Dan, I'm curious. Who do you think has it harder? You with 6 seasons in a movie, or George R.R. Martin with The Winds of Winter is coming eventually?
You know, look, whichever project Donald Glover can jump into sooner, I will be the biggest fan of either.
He can finish up the last 100 pages of Winds of Winter.
I'm sure he has it a lot harder. I think a lot of the long-suffering community fandoms like Eternal Patience and Roller Coaster Ride, there's a lot. It's it's not the fans being impatient for us. I mean, they're being patient, and we're kind of doing the hurting. So I will not trade places with Mr. Martin at all.
Well, we'll send Donald over to help him with the last few pages there. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. You can catch the season finale of Rick and Morty this Sunday on Adult Swim. And to keep you busy until then, there's plenty more Comic-Con on the way.
Because singing a song.
Sing a song.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly. Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Yes, but what would that scent be? Is it we talking like a ode to sewer,
little
ode to
sewer,
pizza,
little
maybe
pizza,
a little sweat, locker room sweat, or I don't know, turtle wax.
Turtle wax. That's where it's at. Huh? Did you? What was that?
You see
I swear I heard something back there. You're watching IGN at Comic-Con. I'm Brian Altano here with Kevin Eastman, co-creator of the Ninja Turtles, to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the original film coming back to theaters. First of all, I can't believe it's been 35 years.
Ditto. Let me adjust my Depends. Hold on. No, I can't believe it's been 35 years, and man, it just, to me, that's the perfect turtle film. If you know,
it really is. It's actually one of the best comic book adaptations ever made. I would say one of the best comic book films ever. Which begs the question: did you ever think it was going to be a disaster? Because at the time, not exactly the best track record for comics and toys and stuff and games becoming movies.
Yeah. No, what was fantastic about the experience of going through the first Turtle film was Peter and I spent a bunch of time on set watching the amazing Steve Barron who directed it. Todd Langdon was on set, was the guy that wrote it. Meeting, Ernie Reyes Jr. wearing the turtle costumes and watching these stunt people do what they do. But when you're on a movie set, the first thing I thought was, how does any movie come out good ever?
Right.
There's so many moving parts to make just to get 30 seconds of film. But we had faith in Steve, and of course, Jim Henson's Creature Shop, made the costumes that just really brought our characters to life the way we could have only dreamed about, and they made it happen.
I remember being a big fan of all things Jim Henson back then, and then finding out that he was working on that film, and animatronic turtle heads and full-bodied costumes blew my mind. What was it like seeing those costumes for the first time, seeing your creations talking and moving their mouths?
It was, again, it was like, stop you dead in your tracks, jaw hits the floor. Because we worked with a Creature Shop, where they would send like video tests, so they built everything in the UK. And so we could see some of the tests and mechanics, but until the first time on set, and Peter and I were walking it was a night shoot, walking through the back lot, and we come around this corner, and the streets are wet, and it's all lit up, and there's turtles in full costume, like one's wearing a sombrero, and we just went like, oh my God, it was just goosebump city, head to toe. It was fantastic.
I can't even imagine. Was that your favorite moment, sort of working on the film, outside of like seeing this film itself, was seeing those turtles come to life?
It was, just seeing, again, how many moving parts, like the amazing Judith Hogue as the original April, and Elias Koteas. I couldn't have imagined this. Like after seeing Elias as Casey Jones, I wrote everything about Casey Jones and every comic since then, thinking of Elias Koteas as that character. So just these people that brought our characters to life was just absolutely, just practically humbling. It was so awesome.
It's got such a great lighthearted script, but it also has such incredibly dark undertones, and the cinematography itself just creates this really moody thing. Was that a balance that you were kind of hoping they would nail?
100%, and that was, thank goodness for Steve Barron. And when we first met him, we were already fans, of Dire Straits' Money for Nothing, Billie Jean. His music video work was just incredible, as well as the work he did with the Henson Company. But he brought in the idea. He said, I love the original black and white comic books. We want to bring the tonality and the edginess and the heart of that with the comedy of the animated series. And it was just a perfect storm. They really put it together.
Now, you brought in Toka and Razor as like new mutants in the sequel.
Right.
Was there ever talk about attempting that for the first one, or were you kind of just like, I think we're full up with the Shredder and Tatsu and everybody?
Yeah, that was, again, thinking that, like the first comic book, the first issue had a beginning, middle, end, because we never thought there'd be a second one.
Right.
So with the first movie, it was the same thing. Let's introduce the core, heart and soul. Here's the main bad guys. Here's the evil ninja Foot Clan. Here's the turtles. So we established that family and that, linking the heart of the whole story together. And then when we had a chance to do a second one, it was like, okay, now we can expand bigger into the universe.
Yeah, which was really cool. It was just, I mean, for me as a kid, I was just like, yes, more toys.
Yes.
The original costumes went viral a couple years ago because they're made of latex and rubber, and that historically doesn't last a long time. And so they kind of decomposed a bit with exposed teeth. What was your reaction seeing those?
Well, we were lucky enough. We fell in love with them immediately.
Oh, yeah.
On set, and it was just absolute magic. So we worked out a deal with a Creature Shop, so they each sent Peter and I a costume. He got Donatello and I got a Leonardo.
Oh my God.
But they literally start rotting almost the time they pull them out of the molds.
Yeah.
And they're made to fit the actor, and they're abused so much. But we like sprayed them with clear coat and try to preserve them anyway, but they're just gonna, we lose them over time.
I know. You need to drop them in just like a gigantic cube of like resin or something like that, and just freeze it in this place. Yeah. Was there anything else that you got to keep from the film set?
Yes, I got to keep one of the TCRI canisters, the ooze canisters.
Awesome. Yeah.
So it's great. And Pete got Donatello staff and Raphael Sai. So that stayed in our personal collection. It's still there.
What is your personal favorite scene or moment in the original movie?
Oh, there's so many. It's like Michelangelo coming out of the sewer talking about putting stink bugs on his pizza, having pizza. Or I love being a turtle. Or my favorite all-time scene is Casey Jones and Raphael in the park. The Jose Canseco.
I love that.
Don't tell me you paid for this. But no, that interaction was great. And I've had a couple fans come up at different events we've done over the years, and they said, I learned my first swear word from the first Turtle movie. Damn! And it's like...
Parents loved you for that. It's that, and they go home and they just start beating up their brothers, and you're like, I swear this is not my fault.
But it is great. People, they'll come up and they'll go, Pizza Dude's got 30 seconds. There's just so many quotable...
I have to explain that to my kid now, where I'm like, well, they used to have like a 30-minute delivery thing, and if you didn't do it in time, the pizza was free, but then people got in accidents, so they retired it, but it's still frozen in time in the original film.
Absolutely.
We got Mutant Mayhem a couple years ago.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Absolutely loved it.
But it's been almost 10 years since we got a live-action Ninja Turtles. Yep. Is that something you'd ever like to see happen again someday?
I would, actually. I love, the beautiful part about Mutant Mayhem is You know, when you have a director like Jeff Rowe and such a big fan like Seth Rogen and Evan and everybody from Point Grey, is they really put this passion and love for comics and the turtle characters and brought it back to the humblest beginnings. They put the heart and soul, the humor, the darkness, the edge was all there, and I absolutely loved it. But we still love to experience and see a Turtles live action movie one day. And there's rumors about maybe a Last Ronin or something. We'll see. Hopefully, you know, fingers crossed.
Yeah. So while I have you, anything you'd like to say about upcoming Last Ronin projects? You know, I'm not trying to get you to get in trouble here, but if anything you'd like to talk about.
No, you know, I've had such a great experience with we did a book called Last Ronin, which came out a couple years ago, and the fans, the original fans that grew up on the original comic books really came back. Some of them had, you know, not bought or read a Turtles comic book in years.
Yeah.
And it also resonated, and we found a whole bunch of new fans. And so it's just the chance to do and tell a great story that really clicked with the fans, because it was something we wrote for ourselves, then to do a part 2. Now we're working on part 3. So we'll have our, you know, New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi as our trilogy. So
Return of the Jedi is my favorite one, so that's good to hear. Kevin, thank you so much for creating something that has endured generations, that continues to entertain people. And if you haven't seen the original Ninja Turtles movie, go see it in theaters next month. And if you have, go get like a physical exam first with your doctor, because you're old, you've been around the block for a long time, but then go see it again.
It's still fresh from the sewer, as they say. It's like
fresh from the sewers.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. In just a bit, we're sitting down with Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul star Bob Odenkirk to find out what kind of random objects he'll be brutally beating bad guys with in the upcoming action comedy Nobody 2.
And after that, we're hanging out with the cast of Critical Role to talk about their upcoming animated spinoff, The Mighty Nine, and whatever else that wild and unpredictable band of D&D superstars wants to yell about.
But right now, it's time to manipulate the elements with the cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Check it out.
Back Back in 2005, an animated series debuted that was a breath of fresh air. It made a splash and burned up the airwaves, but still managed to stay pretty grounded. In other words, it had all the elements of a great show. Joining me to celebrate 20 years of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Zach Taylor, Tyler Eisen, Jack DeSena, Michaela Jill Murphy, Jenny Kwan, Dante Bosco, and D. Bradley Baker. Welcome. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here. First of all, congratulations of 20 years of Avatar: The Last Airbender. How does it feel after all this time?
It's been an incredible experience. The show started when much of us were younger or still children, and now that we're here 20 years later and fans are still loving the show and the universe, we're just so grateful.
It's been very, very cool. Very surreal. Definitely, yes, for us. I mean, when we were recording, we were in middle school.
We were the kids.
So now it's like we get to celebrate it as adults too, which is great.
So awesome. Do you guys find that fans that are coming to Avatar now for the first time engage with the show in a different way than people that grew up with it?
Yes, in some ways. The obvious one is that like the people who watched it when it aired didn't know, they had to be in a certain place at a certain time, and now you could just stream everything on demand. There's box sets and whatnot, so it's easier to follow the story than it ever was. But I think the messages are all still relevant, if not more so now. And that's part of the beauty of the show.
Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone talk with fans? What do newer fans bring up to you that maybe old fans don't?
Ooh. Different ships.
Yeah. Big on the ships.
I feel like I hadn't heard Zuka shippers until later.
Taizula is a popular one that's come up more
My
recently.
Tumblr inbox had some of that back in the day. Okay. I wasn't out there checking the tumbles.
And you guys also, you had a fantastic panel here at Comic-Con. You were on stage for the debut of the first image from Avatar: Seven Havens, which we're so excited about. As fans, what are you excited about to see from Seven Havens?
Ooh. I mean, I'm definitely excited to see an Earthbender Avatar.
Yes.
It's about time to get some more Earthbending up there.
Yep.
So I'm excited for that for sure.
I know, and it's a whole twist on the show that we released on Braving the Elements that it's a humanity's destroyer, not a humanity's savior, and I want to know more about what that means and where we're going with all of that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions so far. What I need to know the story behind the peg leg.
Yep.
It's just great that there's a new story in the universe. They're continuing the legacy, and it's going to be something that stands alone. It's its own. It has nothing to do with the previous iterations, but just another story in the universe that we love so much.
It's a new reincarnation of you.
There we go.
Another Twinkle Toes.
There are so many.
There's only one Twinkle.
That's true.
I think. Now, Dante, you obviously host the Braving the Elements podcast, which I think pretty much everyone here has appeared on at some point. What is your favorite thing that you've learned about the show from doing that podcast that you didn't already know?
Janet Varney wrangled me into this show. She's a veteran podcaster, and she turned me into a podcaster, and it's really become an education. I think it's a very unique experience. I think we've all been actors for a long time. Rarely do we get to go back and watch the things we've done, let alone get to deep dive into them with the creators, with the cast members, with the musicians, with the people that made it. And so it feels like I got a PhD in Avatar, and moving forward with the core show, and then hopefully to further explore the new film and the new series or whatever, the books that come out and everything. So it's really, I think I'm gonna get my doctorate.
Dr. Bosco.
Dante.
Yeah.
You gotta get some pages in on your thesis.
I need to do that. It's coming. Yes.
He got C's in all his classes, just to be clear.
Yeah.
He still got the degree.
I'm not like.
You can do some bending, and it'll be fine. D, you are one of the most prolific voice actors around. You are legendary. Is there a character that you have voiced previously, either on Avatar or on another show, that you would most like to revisit?
That I'd most like to revisit. It's a lot of fun to be Daffy Duck.
Lots of fun to be Daffy Duck.
But I've already taken a couple of good swings at that. So as far as something else, I mean, I don't really have aspirational characters, but there are shows that I would love to dive back into. And one of them would certainly be the Airbender universe. But also, every time I dive back into the Star Wars realm, I really have a lot of fun with that, doing the clones and the Bad Batch in particular. So for me, I would rather go back into the studio, which we don't do anymore as voice actors, and be with an ensemble on some shows that I love. Like I would love to be part of an ensemble record of this show. Or maybe the Star Wars shows, because those have a real a special place in my heart.
Yeah, because and people might not realize this, but when you're recording a show, the actors aren't most of the time are not recording those lines together. Is it right that you guys kind of did you mostly sort of get to know each other over the years as you were promoting the show, or did you get to spend time together while you were shooting it? Or
we were very fortunate that they would try to do ensemble records, or at least like pod records, like, oh, if you have scenes together, they'd try to get us together. With the major exception being that Zach was based in New York, would record out of New York. So we literally never... We met him at the rap party for the entire series, and any chemistry we have was created by like Andrea Romano, our voice director. She like pulled that together and made it feel like this very cohesive ensemble when we were not always able to be together. Yeah,
that work pays off so well because that relationship between the characters is sort of the secret sauce to Avatar, and it really shines through.
It was a perfect storm of great scripts, a great cast, really well cast, and a really terrific voice director, plus show creators who were generous and open and let us kind of fill out the characters according to our own talents. It was great.
Yeah. Now, obviously, IGN's fans are massive, massive Avatar: The Last Airbender fans as well. We had them vote on some of their favorite moments from the show, and I was hoping we could maybe watch a couple of them and see what they've chosen.
Okay.
So if we could maybe prep that first clip here in the playback monitor. Now, come on.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
You cared about? Well, I did have a girlfriend.
I have to imagine Dante and Jack, this is one of the lines you must.
This is the most common. Whenever we're together, people ask us to say it to each other, and then frequently
we couldn't drag her into it.
For it.
That melodrama,
My first
Dante.
girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy. You didn't leave behind anyone you cared about.
What else is there to say?
Can you say?
When your girlfriend turns into the moon.
You can relate on that. Yeah. You'd be like, oh, sure, that's like when my girlfriend got turned into the sun.
That's rough.
You don't have
Is that the single greatest meme from Avatar: The Last Airbender? Those three lines? It's hard to say.
Definitely the quote that I didn't really think much of the scene that we were doing, and then people at cons like, right, that's rough, buddy, on my picture. I'm like, why? I had to go back and go, that is a strange moment.
I'll have interactions with Avatar fans where I'm like, something weird is going on in this conversation, I can't place it, until the moment where I realize they've been spending the whole time waiting for an opportunity to say that's rough, buddy.
They're just
waiting for me to say something a little sad, and then they're like, there it is, that's rough, buddy.
Well, let's move on to the next clip. Why don't we put up number 12?
Number 12. Let's see. Oh, I like this one.
I bet you do.
I would imagine that, Michaela, you'd have a lot of affection for this one.
Yeah, just a little. It's no big deal.
Metal bending, I mean, like, we see it go pretty far from this point, but up in this, I think this is the first time we ever see metal bending, correct?
Rule.
It was pretty well established that you couldn't metal bend up until this point.
Yeah. But she, Toph is all about pushing
Back into a
boundaries.
corner, baby. You got to problem solve. That's it. You got to get out there.
Toph is very much. Yeah.
Ew.
Toph is very much character that does what she has to.
Come on.
And very creative.
Very resourceful.
Yes.
Will it give it to us?
I am the greatest earthbender in the world. Don't you two dunderheads ever forget.
Shaboom, and then she rock skates away.
So good.
Rock surfing. Dude, she's so cool. She's cooler
If you
than
don't
I
love
am.
Toph, you got something wrong with you. Toph is the best.
That is the power, man.
Yeah. Man, are there lines of Tophs that, like that one, that just are like rent-free in your head forever?
Oh, well, first of all, the whole script basically is like rent-free in my head at this point. But she's just given so many good one-liners.
Yeah.
All the blind jokes. Look, there it is. That's what it'll sound like when oh no, what a nightmare. Just so many good ones. I mean, of course, the Melon Lord line.
Of course.
I am Melon Lord. Mwahahaha. It's very, very popular. They're constantly... Yes, running through my mind. I sometimes slide in an "Oh no, what a nightmare" just in regular conversation, and it makes me a little happy.
Yep.
Because sometimes people don't catch it.
No.
He calls me Twinkle Toes.
All the time.
So, yeah.
I mean, I love that you keep that going. That does make my heart sort of warm.
It's locked in.
How can you not?
It's a turn.
Let's. Why don't we pull up 15 here? Oh yeah. This is such what a tear-jerking moment. They really sustained that separation of Appa sort of being imprisoned over so many episodes.
Yeah,
You're having a rough time.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
It applies to
Dee, how do you voice Appa feeling sad? How do you get there?
Well, the way it worked out in this particular show is that I would perform the sounds to picture. So I would have the almost fully produced video that I'm watching, and it's so beautifully animated already and orchestrated. It's very clear how it needs to feel.
Yeah.
And so I am following that as my director in concert with Andrea Romano, our voice director, to get something that feels right, because I'm not just making sounds. It's very much acting, and you've got to dial in the amount of intent and the tone and the presence that fits, just like a spoken line in it. And this was, this episode, fans mention this a lot. It really affected a lot of people because you feel so bad for poor Appa in this, as I remember, mostly dialogue-free scenes that are it's just heartbreak after heartbreak. And it's such a marvelous coming home and reunification of.
And you see what it's doing to Aang as well. Like, he is so ripped up, and it's changing the kind of person he is. Like,
Aang goes through some really dark stuff over the course of this series. You know, but Appa he was there with him in the iceberg. He is the last remaining remnant of his life before the war. And I get it. And I really think this resonates with fans as like the saddest moment of the show.
If anyone ever tried to take my Sky Bison, I would just.
God forbid.
Absolutely crash out.
Let's. Why don't we pull up? Let's go with 13. We gotta go 13, right? We gotta go 13. You guys know 13,
of course.
We like 13.
James C, a king who could not be here today. We could watch this 30 times. Talking about like the most memed moments of this show, My Cabbages. That's got to be up there.
Yeah, it's probably the top one.
Most iconic side character of all time.
Right?
When we go to conventions, you would not believe how many people love to see James. He's just an icon.
I moderated your guys' LA Comic-Con panel a couple months ago, and James was part of that. And we got him to close out that panel with a My Cabbages, and the roof came off.
Right?
Insane.
I voiced the bear in that, by the way, too.
Oh, yes, good. Then we have some representation there. Oh, yes, Bosco, of course, from the Earth.
I always assumed that was Dante.
No.
Yeah, right? What the hell?
That's one of the
there he is.
One of Brian's dog or a friend's dog.
Oh, okay.
That's great.
How about, let's go with number 16.
This is a clip from NYPD Blue.
This is a clip from NYPD Blue.
It's a great memorable moment.
The all-day echo chamber. I think that'll have to wait.
Oh.
He's here.
Zuko here.
Well, there he goes. He's here. Zuko joins the Aang gang. That was it was a moment that the show was kind of building up to.
Yeah.
How did it feel to sort of finally be part of the Aang gang?
Great. Fine, come on.
Come on.
It took long enough.
Right?
No, it's just great. I do love. I like the parts of movies in the third act where we start getting to the resolution coming. So it was really beautiful to see that Zuko joins gang. It was when I realized Zuko's gonna have to teach Aang how to firebend. I love that. It was amazing.
It's such a narratively well-earned moment, and you feel like season 2 builds up so much towards feeling like he's gonna have this redemption arc, and then by the end of season 2, it sort of cuts short.
Like he kind of
not Azula, don't do that. Yes, by the time it finally fully comes together, it just feels wonderful.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you guys, thank you so much. That's all the time we have today. And also, thank you for bringing such an awesome show into the world. We love Avatar. There is plenty more Comic-Con on the way. You're already in the right place to see it all. IGN, stick around.
what's up, everybody? This is IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. One of our favorite parts of this show is collectibles, and we have some really cool ones right here.
We do. We've got some awesome Dragon Ball and Godzilla action figures to check out, courtesy of our friends at Bandai Namco. Let's start right down here, Max.
Yeah, okay, so, you know, Bandai Namco, they love to do, it'll poke you, it's very sharp.
That is very sharp. You could chop lettuce with
The most popular thing people do with this is they get balloons and they drop it on that and it pops. No, but seriously, okay, so this is Gohan in beast mode. This is how he is, like his high, most powerful form yet, and this is an event-exclusive version, so it's got this wonderful kind of like shiny patina to it. Like it's a cool kind of almost like a pearlescent, color scheme.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
This is from the SH Fig Arts Tamashii Nations line. This is hands down my favorite toy line. Like they're just super articulated and also surprisingly sturdy. You can pose them a ton. The joints stay tight. I've been a fan of this series for ages, and they've pretty much made every Dragon Ball character you could want. Almost. But yeah, this one's pretty cool. I love these sort of, this key energy effect right here. Very cool.
Yeah, they've done this with figures in the past, but the color on this one is like you said, it's got this iridescent shine to it.
Yeah, no, it's really beautiful, and you can use it with the other characters if you don't want Gohan in there. You can just make him.
Dragon Ball figures are actually some of the sort of most powerful toys just by force and volume and pain. Like that, you got the hair right there.
You poke people with them.
Do you know the irony of that of hurting me with hair? That's how I shave everything.
Yeah, so in addition to this, that also comes with extra hands, extra faces. It's all interchangeable. It's all very good. So they also have, the most recent iteration of Gohan, but then they also have the earliest iteration of Piccolo. This is from his appearance in early Dragon Ball when he shows up as the Great Demon King. This is a figure that was already out, but they've made an exclusive version that basically has this additional chair, and I'm stoked because I was into this figure to begin with. I kind of was like thinking about buying it for a while, but the addition of the throne is especially cool.
It's awesome. I feel like more toys need to come with a throne or a chair or furniture.
No, they always come with stands, and that's not cutting it. I need chairs for my dolls. I think they needed to have a seat. But also, I don't know, it's kind of fun to have this for other characters. This is also just such a distinctly Toriyama design. I'm very into this shape of things. I'm going to put all sorts of silly characters in there. And yeah, so this is Piccolo when he's considerably bigger than he is later on in the series because he's the Great Demon King.
Yeah, this is a great toy. It's got some like awesome color paint on it and stuff like that, and it's got some really great
big joints.
Big joints, big maneuverability. Look at those knees. You got joints in the knees.
Oh, did you stab yourself? They also, the antenna just fell off, but that's okay. That's fine. I noticed that they also gave his ankles like a really wide range of articulation, which is cool because he can like sit in this throne and just properly man spread.
Yeah.
Like a real demon king.
Don't show that.
Yeah.
Don't show that.
We got to blur that out later.
Yeah.
So yeah, then there's also the sort of the centerpiece here, which is Great Ape Vegeta, which is his Uzaru form as appeared in early Dragon Ball Z. You're not super familiar with Dragon Ball Z.
No, but I support my friends in their hobbies, so when you talk about this at length, I just go, that's nice.
That's nice, dear.
But yeah, no,
it's
your mom does too.
Dragon Ball Z is like it's basically a sort of turning Goku to a Superman type character, but he's from space and he's an alien, but also what if he was a King Kong werewolf? And that's a thing that they do, and Vegeta shows up from space and he actually knows how to turn into an ape, and it's very scary and he smashes lots of stuff. This is a big toy. We were holding this earlier.
You and I are both dads. I was like, this feels like holding a newborn baby.
Mm-hmm. No, this is a substantial figure. This is one of the biggest figures they've made in this line. There's also Porunga, the Namekian dragon, and they just put out one of the Namekian elder. But yeah, this is a really big, chunky toy. I'm actually surprised they were like, let's bring this to an event. This seems like a thing people will fit in their suitcase.
There's some really great sort of battle damage, like not much weathering on that, but I actually appreciate the clean color and the paint ops on this thing because it's got some like beat up look to it while still maintaining this like kind of cartoony feel, and I dig that a lot. Now, you were telling me about the tail.
Okay, so yeah,
let's spin this guy around because this tail is massive, but also it comes off and can be swapped with this tiny little tail.
Yeah, so you pop it off. This is of course how they beat him. They cut off the tail and he can't be a big monkey anymore.
Oh God!
But they come with a little stump.
Don't show
put
that.
the stump on there. Look at that.
Look at that thing.
No, the thing that's really stupid
Are you sure
about
that's a tail?
This is what drives me crazy is that they don't have a Yajirobe figure, the guy who shows up at the last minute with his sword to cut the tail off. Spoilers for like a 40-year-old cartoon. But yeah, they've got the little bonus tail. So maybe they'll make a Yajirobe and you can make him do that.
You gotta cover all of that.
We're gonna blur it all out in post. It'll be fine.
The cheeks are just it's a bit much.
His mouth opens and closes. I love it. Alternate hands. And yeah, I mean it would be fun if this dude came with a giant chair. Wouldn't make much sense. Probably more sense than like a werewolf monkey.
This stand though.
The stand is great.
This is great.
It's properly sturdy enough that you get this set up. It's not going to fall off your shelf, which is good.
I like when you close his mouth because he's still kind of like, like he's got that horrible face to him.
No, this one is also it's pretty pricey. It's $220. Piccolo is $100, and and I believe Gohan is $90.
Yeah.
Moving on, let's switch to Godzilla, going from the Werewolf King Kong all the way over to Godzilla.
Godzilla's actually having a pretty amazing Comic-Con. There's Godzilla stuff all over the place. I believe it's the 70th anniversary of the original film, so 7 decades with this screaming lizard that wrecks cities repeatedly.
Yeah.
Always loved this guy, and it's cool seeing new toys for him.
Yeah, so speaking of which, they also had this exclusive gold version of the Godzilla -1 version, and it comes with a print of Godzilla in Golden Godzilla, Goldzilla, I guess. This is by Tim Seeley, who does some of the IDW comics, and he's just wrecking, presumably, Tokyo, I guess. There's just the Bandai offices there, which is kind of funny, and I can't tell if he's leaving those alone or going right for them.
They're still standing. He doesn't want to wreck. All of his toys are in there, and that's important to him to keep those up.
I'm not sure if the print is included with that, but this is $35. And then the big sort of coup de grace on the Godzilla front is this other version of the 2023 Godzilla. It's the -1 version. And this is from the SH Monster Arts line, which is like kind of this is for superheroes, this is for monsters. And these are always incredibly detailed, and just every part of his tail is segmented. It's so cool.
Look at the articulation on the tail. Look at the detail on the scales. But look at his big flame that it looks like they're old Ricola commercials, right? Like he's got this thing that you can put on a stand, and it either looks like he's screaming or throwing up, or he hated his toothpaste. There's a lot you can do with this.
As far as like energy effects go, I'm not wild about this one. I don't know. It's definitely kind of silly, but it's cool that they come with a little stand to hold it up, so you can just put it wherever you want.
You could also remove it and hold it and do wizard stuff, like walk around and be like, Thunderbolt.
Check it out. Look at that.
That's not good. I don't want to ever see that again. Here, can I see the Godzilla while we're having fun with toys?
We're doing doll stuff.
Let me see the gold. Let me see the gold one.
This one I like because it kind of just looks like a piece of fried chicken if you're not looking too closely.
Well, this Godzilla actually ate too much fried chicken, and he needs to sit down because he's tired. So let's take a look at how he looks on that chair. Isn't that great?
Very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Monster Arts Godzilla is $160. This is a gorgeous. I like those little toes move. I think it's very nice. You can move his toes.
Yeah, I bet you do.
But yeah, hey man.
No, I do love this design because this Godzilla always looks like he was wearing big baggy pants. You know? He put on PJs and then he filled them up with balloons and he went downstairs.
He's doing squats in the Mariana Trench.
He's great.
But yeah, so these are great. They're the San Diego Comic-Con convention exclusive. If you're trying to get your hands on them now, it's kind of tricky because Comic-Con is coming to a close. But in the past, Bandai Namco has made its San Diego exclusives available later on in the year at New York Comic-Con and occasionally other events. So keep an eye out. And if all else fails, I don't know, check eBay.
Right. Right now, we got to clean up our toys or our boss is going to yell at us again. So we will see you later. Stick around. Plenty more IGN at Comic-Con coming up ahead.
What did you do?
I took off his butt.
I don't like it at all.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing?
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. When I say nobody's going on vacation, that could be a sad observation about work-life balance, but it's also the description of the upcoming film, Nobody 2. Here to tell us all about it, the one and only, the legend, Bob Odenkirk.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Bob.
Awesome. Hey, that's here. Thank you so much.
I was telling you this earlier. I've been a huge fan of yours since your, ancient Mr. Show sketch comedy.
Yeah, cool.
So I was delighted when I found out you were doing a movie where you were beating people up.
Oh, really? Were you scared for me? Did you think I was going to fail miserably and make an ass of myself?
I
thought I was going to make an ass of myself.
I was worried.
I worked really hard not to, but the whole time I'm making Nobody, and I mean everything, all the effort, all the writing, everything. I'm like, this could really end my career. But it was still worth it, I mean, you don't go into showbiz to not take risks,
right?
You know? And I trained a lot. I trained hard, and the best trainer ever is the man Daniel Bernhardt, who I beat up in that bus scene. And then I had Ilya Neischuler directing me, and Derek Kolstad writing, and David Leitch and Kelly McCormick producing, Braden Aftergood, a great team all around me.
So when you made the first one, I imagine a bunch of people around you, like you just assumed I did, were like, no, don't do that. Or
so here's the interesting thing. I actually called my manager, Mark Professero, and I said, I was riding my bike around Albuquerque on a weekend during shooting Better Call Saul, and I thought, I'm getting older, but I've got some cachet now. People are seeing me around the world. What movie could I do that could play? Well, I could do. They let you do action even when you're older, and I'm in pretty good shape. I could train. Yeah. I'm willing to train. So I called my manager and I said, "What about an action film?" And I expected him to laugh and hang up, and he didn't. He said, I see what you mean. Because my character in Better Call Saul, if you've never seen it or if you have,
watch it,
is earnest. He never quits. He's an action character. He's clever.
Yeah.
He thinks of ways out of the challenge in front of him. So he's an action character. He just doesn't fight. So if you add the fighting to it, there you go.
Did things, when you said to everyone, your loved ones and your manager and everything, you're like, let's do it again? Were they kind of like,
oh no, they wanted to do it again. Oh no, because Nobody One did really well.
Yeah.
I mean, people loved it. I think the reason, the thing that slowed me down was asking, what did people love about Nobody One? And try not to just pick the obvious stuff, but what was the textural quality that hit and resonated? Because the notion is a trope, the notion of regular guy, but guess what? He's got a past. It's just been done 8 million times, and it'll be done 8 million more. So why did Nobody work better than most of them? Well, first of all, I really do come off as a regular guy. I really am a regular guy. You don't expect me to have any skills fighting. And so that's usually something that Hollywood doesn't do.
Yeah.
Usually,
there's this meme of like this old guy getting robbed, and it's like, call the ambulance, and he pulls out a knife, and he's like, but not for me.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the vibe I got watching the first one.
But I think too, what we did right was the tension between me and Connie, who plays Becca.
Yeah.
Felt like real, shitty, that husband-wife tension of like life is just in the, you're just stuck in the muck.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to do that again on the second film. Get that relatable anxiety and tension that then blows up into, operatic fighting.
Yeah. It's awesome. It goes like almost, the first one goes almost like a Home Alone for adults by the end, where you're just finding incredibly clever and creative ways to violently hurt people.
Yeah.
What was sort of your least glamorous moment making Nobody 2?
Least glamorous? Well, we did a whole week of night shoots, and you take a 62-year-old guy and you make him stay up all night for a week, it gets pretty unglamorous. On the Sharon Stone over me, I mean, I don't want to spoil her it. She's the big bad.
Yeah.
And I got to fight her. I got to. That's the movie. And she's over me, and I'm laying on wet ground. And it's 4 a.m., and we've been doing this for hours, and it's cold, and we're wet, completely wet. And she looks at me and goes, "Glamorous Hollywood life, huh? You wanted it." And I laughed. I loved it. I loved that she still had that attitude and still was happy to do it. I mean, my God, Chris Lloyd, Sharon Stone, these are classic cinema actors.
You got to work with the RZA.
And the RZA.
Like, what?
I mean, come on, man. And he's the greatest. And he loves movies, and he's made movies. He's a director. He's made great films, great action films. And so nice of him to be willing to be a part of this story, and a joy to work with. And I know that one of the reasons he does it is we have an amazing team of stunt choreographers and players. And I know he loves being around those guys.
Yeah, that's his whole world. He grew up sampling kung fu movies and watching people get their heads chopped off. So he's like, I'm at home.
Yeah.
So you go on vacation in the sequel, which I'm preparing you for just a very, very thin, terrible premise here. But a lot of characters have gone on vacation.
Is that so? I didn't really know that, but yeah, go ahead.
It's happened before. And so I was thinking we could go through a couple of characters who have gone on vacation in their sequels.
Let's go.
You could tell me how
Hutch would do?
How Hutch would kick their asses. Okay, this is Bernie Lomax from Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, yeah, well, he's dead already, right?
He's very dead. But here's the thing. In this movie, he wears headphones that can make him walk based on voodoo powers, which if you thought this bit's premise was thin, holy moly.
Well, I would take those. Well, I'm looking at this still. If somehow I was to confront him in this scenario, I guess he's already dead. It's hard to kill him more, but I think you got to decapitate him.
Yeah, you got to.
I think you got to decapitate.
There's an arrow in his head.
And I
already.
would do that. And I'm going to tell you something. Nobody too has the very fun Jackie Chan inspired duck boat fight.
Yes. Yeah.
Now that's the closest I've ever come to doing a Jackie Chan fight, and I love Jackie Chan. And I wanted to do some homage to him, and that's what that fight is in this movie. But the rest of this movie, Nobody 2, directed by Timo Tjahjanto, the great visionary Indonesian action horror director, is violent and intense.
It's violent, and that's why
yes, I would decapitate that character.
We're decapitating you, Bernie Lomax. I'm sorry. Who's up next? Let's see.
Yeah, give me a still.
Okay, this
Brady
is the Brady
Bunch?
Bunch from a very Brady sequel.
I would happily kill them. They don't even have to do anything. They don't have to do anything wrong.
I feel like you need to fight them on the stairs in their house and do one of those classic, fighting moves, like John
one
Wick has
at
the
a
staircase
time.
thing, right? Yeah,
Send
one at
them
a time.
up the stairs, and I'm throwing them over the edge. And they're landing on their heads, and I'm just taking them out. Oh yeah, I'd be happy.
Are we taking out Alice too? The
helper,
the helper
lady,
yeah.
a nanny.
Yeah, in this movie she gets.
It'd be hard to take on the little girl. What's her name?
Jan, maybe.
No, the littlest girl I wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, her doll.
It's not her fault.
It's not her fault.
It's not her fault that she's a Brady. But I'll take out all the rest of them.
You're not getting hurt, youngest Brady. You just get to watch your family die.
You'll be fine.
Okay,
You've got your doll. I won't hurt your doll.
Your doll is safe. Who's next?
Again, I'm happy to kill them.
Your old
my
coworker,
friend David Cross is in these movies.
In these movies. This is
as he said many times, it's his proudest moment of acting. It's the most. David has told me privately. He said, "Never tell anybody this on camera." And we're not being filmed, right?
No.
Okay.
These are fake
He has
cameras.
said to me, Bob, we made Mr. Show together.
Yeah.
I've done my stand-up act.
Yeah.
But the thing closest to my heart and my brain is the Chipmunks films.
Yeah. This is the I don't know if this is the Squeakle or Chipwrecked. Or
There's no way to know.
Yeah.
I think it's the Squeakle. They're on it's Chipwrecked. They're on the island. You
They
see
look
the
okay
palm
with
tree.
it though. So either way, you're going to step on these little things, right? These rats.
I will step on them and
Okay.
crush them under my foot. It's going to sound horrible, but
it's going to be the worst sound you ever
You're going to
heard.
hear the bones and the gush inside their body, and you're going to cheer.
Okay, who's next? The bones and the gush.
Chevy
Griswold.
Chase.
Chevy
Yeah.
Chase, classic, national.
Chevy Chase came up to me at an event a few months ago and told me what a fan of Better Call Saul he was. So I can't hurt him.
My God.
That meant a lot to me. He's one of the greats of the era, and I don't want to hurt him. I mean, Clark Griswold, I don't feel that much affection for. So put in Hutch against Clark, I think I'd take him out pretty easy.
Excellent. Next.
Macaulay.
Well, okay.
I'm not going to hurt Kevin.
This is the mother of all dangerous, trapped in a house.
He's going to take me down. That's what's going to happen. This kid is going to take me down.
Keep in mind, in the second one, when he gets lost in New York, he does some traps, but he also just throws bricks at people's heads. Like he's kind of given up.
Well, that's really Hutch Mansell fighting, and I always say this to our stunt people, choreographers. Simple fighting, like throwing bricks at people's heads. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Because so many of the stunt people who are famous for it, including Jackie Chan, are incredible gymnasts, and I am not. So I'm for the crude, clumsy, bludgeony fighting.
Sometimes you just got to hit a guy in the head
Just
with
throw
a brick.
the bricks at him. Throw this table at him.
All right, do we have any left? Let's see.
Mario.
This is Mario. So Mario goes on vacation in Super Mario Sunshine.
Okay.
And it's fine for him, but he's been doing his thing
This
for a
is
while.
a movie?
This is a video game.
All right.
Yeah. If this was a movie, I don't think people would go to see it.
I'll kill him. I'll tear that mustache off his face, jam it down his throat, take those goggles, rip him to pieces, and stab him with those. It's going to be bloody. Bloody.
He's not
You know
gonna be
why? Because of the smile.
Yeah,
I don't like the smile.
You want to knock that smile
Too
off.
innocent. It's too innocent.
Okay, I think we have one more.
What is this?
Okay, so all right, so in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project.
Yeah, they're all dead. I'm taking them out. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I'm taking
They
out.
go on vacation, and while they're on vacation in Florida, they find out that Shredder captured April, and they only have to go back to New York.
Is this is a game, though?
This was a game like
Are you
50
telling me the story of the game?
Yeah.
You've memorized it?
I don't have a lot going on.
No, you don't. Tell me, and is that 8-bit?
Yeah, that's 8-bit. You know what 8-bit is?
I do know what 8-bit is.
Man, that's awesome.
But I never played any of that stuff.
That's
I
okay.
can't believe you know the story of that.
Yeah,
Do you have kids?
I do. Thank you.
How many? How
Just one who's 7. But if I said no, would you be like?
Does your 7-year-old look at you and go like, Dad, you got to grow up? You got to grow up. I mean, at some point in this journey of your life, you want to mature your tastes. And
You gotta let go. You gotta stop asking people how they would beat up the Ninja Turtles.
I love it.
Bob,
Thanks,
you.
buddy. It's great to see you. Great to talk to you.
Man.
Thanks for being a fan of Mr. Show.
Yeah, Mr. Show rules.
And I just want to tell you, I almost died doing the show that you saw.
Really?
The New York show.
Hooray for America tour?
Yeah. Want to know why?
Why?
Do you remember how that started? We had the big heads.
Yeah.
We never rehearsed, and I couldn't see out of that thing. And the journey from the edge of the stage to the cement floor was about 10 feet.
Oh, man.
And I put a foot over it and felt no floor and picked my foot up. And I was like, it's literally in my history of showbiz and action films, it's one of the times that the most danger I ever got close to. Anyway.
I'm glad you survived that so you could go.
You gotta rehearse, you lazy bum.
Bob, you
Thanks.
survived that show so you could go on to make Nobody 2, and many other things. Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, Mr. Show, an entire legacy.
Thanks, buddy.
Huge fan. You are the best. Thank you so much for coming by today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You can see Bob Odenkirk kicking tons more ass when Nobody 2 hits theaters August 15th. Until then, there's more San Diego Comic-Con coming up. So nobody go anywhere. Except you, Bob. You're free to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome, man.
Thank you.
Great fun.
Hey! I'm driving!
Hey, it's Aliak.
And Seth.
And we're at the Twisted Metal activation here at Comic-Con, and I'm very excited.
I'm very excited because we're doing some bumper cars.
Really? Then prove it.
Don't mind if I do. One, two, three, shot! Oh, yeah. Let's go!
Yeah. I'm excited to win.
That's not gonna happen. 200 pounds behind a bumper car wheel. I've got momentum, inertia on my side. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Let's bump! Oh! Well, my friends, that was quite disappointing. You all need a lot of work. That was awesome. I completely dominated the field. It was so cool.
Yeah, sure
100%
thing,
winner,
buddy.
me, all me.
Well, you know what there's to see?
What?
The new season of Twisted Metal, Season 2, on Peacock, July 31st.
31st? Oh my God, that is so soon. There's plenty more to see at Comic-Con. Keep it locked right here to IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
At this point, the Critical Role team really needs no introduction, but I'll do one just for the hell of it. Joining us once again, please welcome Marisha Ray, Travis Willingham, Sam Riegel, Taliesin Jaffe, Ashley Johnson, Liam O'Brien, Laura Bailey, and Matthew Mercer. We have all of them on stage with us together for the first time. This is the first time we've had all 8 of you at once, ever. And we are going to talk about The Legend of Vox Machina and The Mighty Nine. Yeah. Guys, you have had such a huge day, and it is both really exciting and like kind of bittersweet because like we've got Mighty Nine and it's here, it's right around the corner, finally got our release date. But we also know that season 5 of Vox Machina will be the end. Yeah. You guys have already said goodbye to these characters once. Does it feel any different this go around?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, we sort of look at it as a celebration. I mean, it was a dream to be able to make one animated series, and now being able to confirm that we have 5 total, so the story gets told in its entirety. 5 seasons, yes, is something that's amazing. Plus, season 4 is coming in 2026, so we consider ourselves extremely lucky to be able to work on not 1 but 2 shows and to have one of them run the full gamut of story that we have.
Yeah. It would hurt if it wasn't an ending, but I love an ending.
I do
I'm
too.
Such a fan of a proper
Especially
ending.
today.
Yeah, Sam mentioned, you touched on this earlier during our panel, like we are honestly so privileged and lucky to be able to get all the seasons that we wanted to be able to adequately tell the story of Vox Machina.
Yeah,
so
when we first pitched the series, they said, how many seasons do you think this could be? And we're like, 5. And we get to do 5, and that's perfect. So we get to tell the story exactly how we wanted to from start to finish.
Yeah. But to answer your question, we cried our eyes out.
Just re-traumatized ourselves all over.
Yes. Yeah. So much excitement comes with the Mighty Nine right around the corner. But Laura, I have to ask, how excited are you to unleash Jester on the wider world?
Just a part of my brain has opened up and she's peeking through. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, but cool. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to see everyone's reaction to the entire cast, let alone Jester. Yeah, it's just the smallest peak that we got to see today is the tip of the iceberg because there's so much beauty in this show.
So I love your call out to everybody because fans who just watched the show might not know that Campaign 2 is basically the polar opposite of the Vox Machina team. So how do you guys feel going in and unleashing these characters for everybody to just see like so different from Kiki? Like we're coming in and we're just
so different.
It's amazing. Yeah. There's a lot of differences in the shows. Tonally, obviously, the characters are much, much different. They start apart in Mighty Nine. We see them not as heroes, but as sort of loners, individuals who have to learn to trust each other. And it's a totally different storytelling style. They're going to be hour-long episodes instead of half-hour episodes. But it's so much fun for us, I think, as actors to get to play such a broad spectrum of characters, right?
Yeah, it's been amazing to see people that have no idea what Critical Role is and have just said, we came, we know what this is because of the Legend of Vox Machina. We didn't realize that Critical Role is an ongoing show. We're learning what the Mighty Nine is, or what Bell's Hells is, or the Darrington Brigade, or sort of any of the things in this world. And so we went into this show going, if you don't know any of those things, if you're coming at it from step zero, you'll be able to find out who Caleb is, why he found Not the Brave, how Ford and Jester paired together, what Bo is doing. Yasha, forget her. And then, of course, Molly Mock is just, of course, the absolute
who
prince.
He's doing. And
yes, of course.
Who he's doing. Not what he's doing, who he's doing. Yeah.
Who he's into.
Yeah.
So there's so much familiarity for all of you with these characters because you've lived in them for so long. But one thing that's new here is you're going to be recording Vox Machina and Mighty Nine, like not at once, but like they're running in tandem for the first time as one closes, the other one comes in. How does that feel when you have to like change those gears?
Now, to clarify this too, recording Mighty Nine while recording Vox Machina while playing the Bell's Hells campaign at the same time. So everyone was jumping many hats many times, and because I'm a terrible person, had times during the Bell's Hells campaign where I forced them to then play these characters again. Sometimes at the same session at the table. So yeah, it's. I think all of us can, and please speak up after I'm done, but it definitely kind of led a sense of forgetting who we were for a time, a bit of like brain melt in a delightful way.
We're all sadists. We enjoy the punishment.
I think there was a couple times coming from a Mighty Nine recording session, and then we would immediately go and start playing the game together, and we would. The old voices would creep out.
You'd be like,
wait. Oh, no, I have a Southern accent right now. I am not just there.
Well, we've been talking to ourselves for years, so it's just a natural fit.
Just prepared.
Just do it out loud in public now.
So early on, early in the stages of Vox Machina, we talked about how excited you all were to get to shift the story a little bit for folks who had different shooting schedules, couldn't be there all the time. And the same came up in campaign 2. You know, Ashley had work, Laura and Travis had just had their kiddo. How is that going to impact the story going into Mighty Nine now that you can include their characters more?
It's interesting. It's part of the fun conversation of adapting something like an actual play, where there's so much story to pull from. Much like when we were adapting Legend of Vox Machina, it's all of us going through with our creative partners in this and go like, what are the beats that we want to make sure we hit for each of these characters for the overall story? What things sadly can't make it given the time we have and the way that we want to? Maybe we can work them out as like a nudge or a little Easter egg here or there. So part of that process of the adaptation is just trying to figure out what makes sense. So for the purposes of those changes, some of them we have an opportunity to revisit and rewrite entirely. Others find ways to reframe it that make sense for the narrative and actually leads to some very interesting introductions to characters or parts of the story's plot that otherwise we were just improvising at the table, and glad that it turned out okay at the end. You know, there's a joy to be able to come back at the end and go like, all right, cool, what things can we make even better now that we have the hindsight and the experience we have since?
Yasha's going to have a TV show in Amman that she has to keep going to work at. So that's kind of, it's a great piece of adaptation. It's a great piece of we really put it back into the world.
We're also not interested in playing it safe. When we get to make those changes or do those adaptations, we like to make it interesting, really push the envelope in terms of what the characters can do and what we can set up. So we're interested to see what people think.
I'm just imagining you like doing a gardening show. Today we're talking about dahlias.
Today I'm going to make some crumpets.
I'd watch it.
So what you want to do is grind up your beetles and make them to a fine paste.
Oh no, now we're going to do this.
That was good. That was happening.
You're welcome.
1, 2 more, and then we go.
So obviously, we don't want to go into Mighty Nine with any kind of spoilers, but given that it is so tonally different, I want to go around the room and each of you, out of context, again, no spoilers, one sentence to describe Mighty Nine. No duplicates.
No duplicates.
Starting with me, I'm in the hot seat. Oh no,
closest.
I'm closest. I'm gonna say next level magic and mages that you wouldn't believe.
Oh. I think you just said the same thing twice.
Yeah.
That's the Mighty Nine.
Yeah.
Peeling back secrets lead to more secrets and then secrets.
He said the same thing 3 times.
Now you have to go for 4.
By the time it gets over here, it's going to be too much.
Jesus, one sentence to describe the show. You will cry, you will laugh, and you will cry with laughter. laugh with cries. No, it is funny in all the right ways.
Too many sentences.
And sad in all the worst.
They all got you.
I'm going to go short. Traumatic bonding.
Oh, okay, all right. We love a trauma bond.
We do love a trauma bond. We skipped Townsend.
No, I thought we were going to go around like that.
We decided that.
Yeah, I did.
You chose that?
Yeah.
It's a story about a group of lost souls.
It's a story
About lost souls. Finding a way to come together. Finding a way to come together.
Yes.
That's right.
Emphasis is key.
You said the same thing twice.
Broken people putting themselves back together while discovering that they can have a larger impact in a dangerous world than they expect.
Okay,
Together.
all right.
Together.
Yeah. I was not laughing at you, I was laughing at Laura.
It's fine, I deserve it either way.
Final 2.
Some people will start a whole ass war rather than just go to therapy.
Whippy. Yeah, I know, you thought about it.
No, I'm going to
Are you talking about our show or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Watching people who are living small lives being swept away by the tide of history and doing their best.
Wow.
No wonder you wanted to go last.
Let's go.
Their best.
Jerk.
Yeah.
With
They're best.
history.
Twice.
All right, guys, we've got time for one more question. When I last saw most of you, it was at the 10-year anniversary panel, and we talked about maybe y'all taking a nap, and instead, we have Daggerheart, we have The Legend of Vox Machina, we have Mighty Nine, we have Bell's Hells, we've got the other campaign whose name is escaping me in this moment. And a whole new video game.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
How are we feeling stepping into that world? Do we still need a nap, or worse than we did before?
Perpetual
Can't
nap
stop,
need.
won't stop.
I mean, like, we all met practically through the game industry as voice actors, and we all love video games, and it's always been this kind of distant dream, much like a cartoon series was, to do this. It was about finding the right time, the right partners, the right kind of creative vision, and yeah, it's been very exciting to, after once again working on a bunch of really cool things in the background, to be able to start talking about it.
We're also the type of people that when we see creatives that are really passionate about the things that they do, we jump at it. Like we saw the amazing folks at Ad Hoc Studio, Dispatch, it looked amazing. We reached out, we just sparked off of each other, and we're excited about that game, but also exploring what's possible in Exandria. And I think that style of video game is gonna suit a very specific need, but it's also just the first of a few other things that we're sort of keeping in the kitchen and pursuing, but that's the first one we get to talk about, and I think it's going to be really amazing. We're excited for folks to check out Dispatch as well.
Yeah.
It's
sick.
So we need a nap badly.
Yeah, I'm tired for you. I also love ending it on a cliffhanger. I see what you did there. You guys, thank you so much for joining us. It is always a pleasure. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con, and look guys, I just found Gengar. He's one of my favorite Pokemon. Well, we're just about done here for the day, but we have so much more coming tomorrow, including the cast of the hit DC show Peacemaker, a new look at the new game Scott Pilgrim EX, and also we have Norman Reedus from The Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon, and so much more coming up all weekend long, so don't go anywhere.
Well, day one of IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is coming to an end, but it's been an awesome show. We have a whole other day of coverage coming up tomorrow. Anything you two are especially excited about?
I'm going to be talking to the directors and writer of Project Hail Mary, which is the new movie based on the book from the guy who wrote The Martian. Very cool book. Very excited about the movie.
We will also have the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds joining us.
It's going to be a great time, but hey, before we go, it wouldn't be Comic-Con without comics, and our friends over at Humble have put together a great bundle in honor of SDCC.
You can score a huge stack of digital comics and graphic novels from some awesome publishers like Image, Dark Horse, IDW, and more. Some notable titles include Godzilla, The Half-Century War, The Witcher, Ronin, Blade Runner 2019, plus dozens of stories featuring some iconic characters like Conan the Barbarian, Red Sonja, Vampirella, and Hellboy, and that is just a few examples.
It's over $350 worth of comics, but it can be yours for just $24. Best of all, the proceeds go to a good cause, the Book Industry Charitable Foundation, which helps assist bookstore employees experiencing unexpected financial hardships.
It's only available until August 14th, so head to humble.com and grab these comics before it's too late. But on that note, it's getting late, so we're going to call it a day. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day 2 of IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
Something's here.
It's getting close.
Save yourself.
Hey, I'll be home in about 10 minutes. Make it 8.
Mom, stop. It's really fun, I promise. Mom, I don't know what's happening. I gotta go. Go back home. That's my good boy.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.